Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. What happened? Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizzly K. Today, we continue watching the Letecia Stauch trial. This is day 8, and if you were with us on day 7, man, did that end on quite the cliffhanger, because what we were looking at was the police interview, the interrogation tape, as we like to say, right, in true crime. And wow, they just taken Letecia's phone and she was not happy about it. The mask came off and the real Letecia started coming out. She was getting all snarky. She was being all, I don't know, like tantrumy. So we're going to kick off with that again. That's what they promised us to start with today. Brenda Snodgrass says, long time no see. It's been a while, Brenda. It's been a while. If you missed the Lori Vallow trial update that I did just before this, I have put it in the comments in the live stream chat here for you. I'll link it in the description box as well if you do want to check that out. I'm following both trials. I'm covering this trial live on my channel every day of this trial. I see a lot of people are still confused of when exactly the court day happens and why there was no court yesterday for Letecia. Letecia's trial happens Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and on Thursdays the judge attends to other cases. So that's why a lot of people were confused yesterday. PT, thank you so much. He said, thank you, Grizzly, best channel, community, and mods. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you. Oh, my word. To all of you who send me coffees and PayPals. Wow. I replied to a whole bunch this morning. I am so appreciative. Thank you so much. You keep me going. You keep me motivated. These days are hard and long. I know it's hard and long for all of us, but like, damn. Trial Bubble Us. If you don't know what that is, go check my second channel where Lizelle and Karin have explained it to you. Because we get in Trial Bubble Us over here, you guys. Oh, my word. Okay, so I'm monitoring the court, what's happening there. As soon as it is ready and they've got the audio going, I will make sure to play that for you. I just quickly want to find something because somebody sent me an article earlier. Where is it? About Letecia and her background. Wait for it. I read it this morning. So many emails. I forgot to put this here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Thank you, Julie, for sending this to me. Now, where's the article? Looking for it. I think it's copied and pasted from the article. Hold on. Okay, I might have to actually show you the email then. Stand by. We'll put this over here. Like that. Okay. Hope I'm not showing anything. There we go. No one's email address being shown here. So this, yes, and you can see I've got 624 unread emails. So, you can see why I've got that vacation setting, the auto response. I can't keep up, you guys, but I try my best. I read everything, just can't reply to everything. Okay, so they say the stepmother of missing Colorado boy Gannon Stauch had been arrested for an alleged string of crimes in 4 states under 3 different names before her arrest on Monday. This was from 2020 on suspicion of murder, criminal records show. Letecia Stauch was even sentenced to prison after one arrest and has been convicted of charges including battery, grand theft auto, making threats, and domestic violence, according to the docs. Whoa. I think we went over this a little bit before. It's on the playlist. But sometimes we need to jog our memory of these things because this case is absolutely crazy. If you know nothing about the case, check out the playlist on the case. We're looking at the case of Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old boy who was murdered on January 27, 2020 by his stepmother, Letecia Stauch, who's on trial. Now, normally we'd say innocent until proven guilty, but she's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. So no one's really questioning whether she did it or not. They're really questioning her sanity at the time. Okay. So they say, so you see, there was domestic violence and everything. The latest charge caps off a lengthy arrest record for Letecia that goes back 2 decades. Letecia Harden was an accomplished student who was frequently named to the honor roll and excelled in extracurricular activities when she was first picked up by police. It was soon after she graduated high school in 2001 that she was arrested for stealing a car in North Carolina. The Ropesonian reported at the time that she was found guilty of felony larceny, which was reduced to misdemeanor unauthorized use of a vehicle. For that offense, Letecia was sentenced to 45 days in jail, but given credit for time served. She was also put on probation for 18 months and ordered to pay just over $1,000. Is it 1,000 or is it 10,000? Because it's like there's a little colon in between there. I don't know. Maybe it's $10,000 or $100,000. Okay, that same year, she was also charged with communicating threats and simple assault, but those counts seem to be dropped as part of her deal with prosecutors in the felony larceny case court docs show. It was also traffic offenses that got Letecia picked up in Virginia a few years later, but she was able to get off after paying a fine for these minor offenses.
Call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes,
Off we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Last night, counsel filed an SDT with regards to raw data of an MMPI-2 that Dr. Torres may be in possession of. It's my understanding that we already dealt with that issue as far as discovery goes. It was real clear, at least my recollection is that the court said that information could be transferred to experts for evaluation. And so at this time, we're asking that that SDT be quashed. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dr. Torres about this, but I'm assuming the state hospital's position has not changed, that they're not going to want to disseminate the raw data from psychological testing.
As you know, let me see, but I don't think I can get it yet.
I follow the history, and I can
Yeah.
what is
Okay. Tell me what's going on.
So, Your Honor, I had requested and Dr. Gray provided, as you remember before, the literature that they were basing some of their diagnoses on, and specifically, they had one article, and I can file this over. We can supplement it to the court. They provided one article specifically dealing with the MMP2 and that certain scores on that. And the article says which ones that you're looking at are some generally dissociative identity disorder is hard to score on the MMP2. This article that was relied upon evidently by Dr. Gray, and he said primarily in this, has certain scores though on it that are higher for people that they believe are malingering. And so all I'm asking, I'm not asking for all of the raw data. I'm asking strictly for the raw data on the MMP2, which is it's just a multiple choice questionnaire that people fill out and then it's scored a certain way. The reason I'm asking for this raw data is just for cross-examination purposes. And so they're saying it's scored a separate way. This is not anything that's copyrighted. This is not all of the raw data. This is something very specific in relation to an article that they gave that said her scores don't fit more in what this article says will be malingering. And so what I want just is to have that raw data so I can just go through more than likely, and I have a social worker who knows who has some experience in scoring it and so forth, and to look over that exact raw data in an effort for cross-examination.
Can you point to the part in Dr. Gray's report that you're referring to? I mean, what I can, says?
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I can bring that over for the lunch, and also the article that he referred to on that, and then I can give that to the court. And so, like I said, I understand the general thing with the raw data needs to go between the experts, but this is something that's very specific, and also this is not something that I don't believe is copyrighted or anything like that. So like some of the structured interviews, I understand there's some copyright and there's some issues why they don't run the raw data on the structured interviews. This is strictly a multiple choice questionnaire And like I said, I'll bring all that for the court to be able to look at.
Yeah, if you can do that, because I would agree. It sounds like what you're asking for is what article was it that he was relying upon that said that perhaps the MMPI-2
And
may
I
not
have,
be applicable, and you want to see that article so that you can.
so let me rephrase.
Okay.
I have that article.
Okay.
That article says that certain questions
Okay.
on the MMP2, if answered in this way, indicate malingering. Other answers on this indicate a more legitimate dissociative identity disorder. And the
Okay.
article actually says what group of questions they're
Okay.
referring to that indicate this one way or the other. And Dr. Gray said he relied upon that article
Okay.
in scoring the MMP2 to come to his conclusions. And so I'll bring you
Okay.
Dr. Gray's report where he says that.
Bring me the report
And
copy.
the article.
Yep.
And then so Your Honor can see that. Yes, yep. That'll work.
Because we're not getting to Dr. Gray today, so
No,
we'll
it
have
was
some
next
time.
week, and I put the SDT for Monday. I don't necessarily need it on Monday. I just picked a date
Sure.
that seemed like it would work.
Okay.
But I'm fine, and we can move that down once the court wants to look at it over the weekend and make a decision.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to get to them even next week, and so if I could have that stuff by Thursday, if the court's
That's fine.
appropriate, that would be totally fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Not my people, there, thanks.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
We're in the jury. And also, it's my pet peeve, you guys. It's not disassociative. It's dissociative identity disorder. There's a difference between dissociate and disassociate. And just so you know, over here in this community, it's dissociative identity disorder. So for the lawyer to even botch the name of this disorder that they're trying to say she has, wow. Wow. Tells me they don't know much about it. Welcome to all the new members, and thank you so much for the super stickers. Okay, we're waiting for the jury to enter the building. Ryan says, I don't know why I have major cable service anymore. Lol, Grizzly True Crime is helping me cut the cord. Oh, come on, Letecia, we want to see what you're doing here. What are you doing now? Oh, sharing notes with her attorney. Yes,
All right.
Pernille.
Speak three, please.
Dissociative, not disassociative. Will Cook is ready.
You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the same way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition, and I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant, and I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right, go ahead. Oh, no, sorry. My bad.
He's like, my bad. He's like, we were still in the midst of it. Thank you so much, Amy Smith. I'm going to write the name for you guys. Dissociative identity disorder, not disassociative. There we go. I'm putting it in chat so you can see it. Like this.
Yep.
Dissociative, not
Certainly not.
disassociative. Oh, okay, wait. Gotta get that screen up. Oh, okay. Hi, Vi and me. Okay, everyone, let's watch her behavior in this room by herself. I don't know what she's popping there. Tic Tacs or something. Look at the judge. He's getting comfy. He's getting ready for this. Okay, I'm going to keep quiet now. Oh, she literally said that. She said she accidentally peed a little and now her pants are a little wet. Oh, no. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. Got to timestamp that for the next channel, second channel. Yeah, P-gate. Stefan, maybe. Oh, my word. Yes, Stefan. Is that why she put the tissues down her pants? Oh, we didn't know. It's because she peed a little. Oh, yes. There are kids playing outside. Sorry about that. Thank you so much. Yeah. Amy Letecia. Oh, she got a new name now. Oh, now she's getting hot.
All right.
Look at her. She's kind of watching in court. She's on the right there. She's like watching herself.
Hey, Keith. We're gonna take you to the restroom. Okay. We're gonna stay in there. The hall door is gonna be closed where you have your privacy, but we need you not to wipe. Okay. And please don't flush the toilet. Just so that we can verify that indeed you did not wipe, because what we're worried about is potential evidence of consequences. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Right. You can leave your things there, so we're just coming right back into this room. I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't in like some secure area or something. I guess I'll go to sleep. Can I go to sleep?
Just doing some stretching now. Damn, we're like 5 minutes in. She's already peed. And she's doing stretches. She's got a bun. Wow. And now she decided it's nap time. This was 2 days later, yes. I wonder how long she's going to be napping for. Oh, we've got Will. Look at Will go on his chair. Yes, insert waiting music. Paula, are you telling the court? You know, I can't do anything, right? They're playing this in court. They said they're going to play this because it's interesting to watch her behavior. So it's already been fairly interesting. I don't know, Janet. She definitely doesn't look worried. Kitty, it's in my background. There's kids playing outside. I'm in the Netherlands, so in the afternoons, I don't know, in the neighborhoods, they play outside. Sharon says, what's the point of watching her nap? I think they're trying to show she's not insane here. She's not even irrational really here. She's just like, she's not worried at all. She's not concerned for Gannon being missing, because that's what this is supposed to be about. She's just stretching and napping, and they want to show how she behaves, much like Jodi Arias, like you guys are saying, how she behaves when left alone in this room. I find it very interesting. Flower Goddess, thank you so much. Thank you for doing the live with us, G. And thank you for being here. NC says, only a narcissist can take a nap during an investigation. I know, right?
Oh.
Yeah, power nap. And now time to, I don't know what. Scratchy, scratchy time.
Hot.
Because she's watching herself though today, she's like, okay. Oh no, what's going to happen? It's time to get those steps in. It does look like the number 12, yes. I don't know for what team or where. Does anyone know? Just a little bit of yoga. This is so hectic.
I just need to stretch. Oh,
She's watching herself today. Look at it. Look at it.
is there anything I can read or do?
Who are you talking to? Wow. Imagine her in jail now. She's so bored in 10 minutes here. Yes. She's looking all around now for cameras. Yes, Mary, that's the noise in the background. If you're hearing kids, it's the little Nederlanders playing. Welcome, Naomi. C says Judge is also contemplating his career choices. Yeah, show some push-ups. Yes. Right. That's true as well. Someone says, Kelly, surprised she's not cleaning the room. Exactly, Jill.
Oh. He's waiting for the bun.
Oh my word, she's laughing in court. Look at her in court.
Really, he's not gonna read. We're gonna read the book for him.
I think this just shows that she's not concerned about Gannon at all. That's what I'm thinking. You guys like hearing the kids in the background? What now, Letecia? What now? She's up again. She's on the move.
I'm having really bad chest pain,
Oh yeah, the chest pain.
like right here.
It's heart attack time. Fake heart attack time.
My chest is so
Hey, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. I need to probably
Okay,
get out of the clothes in.
just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't do it.
I'm telling you, we're gonna call for help right now, but I want you to sit
I
down.
can't breathe. I'm just asking to be out. I can breathe. It's
No,
tight and closed and I'm claustrophobic.
you just need to sit down on the couch.
It's really hurting. So.
Sit down on the couch.
Yes.
I can't
Sit.
breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door.
Oh, she's feeling claustrophobic now. Imagine her in jail.
Medical response.
I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door open. That's all.
No, we're gonna, no, now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
I got chest pain. It's claustrophobic. I can't breathe.
So we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I asked for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now, so
Yes,
sit
but
down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe, but I just wanted the door open and you refused that. That's all I asked
You're being detained and the door helps that. Okay,
anywhere.
so sit down on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I like the way.
I told you earlier, I have really bad anxiety and I take Lorazepam for it.
Yeah, well, you're claustrophobic until.
No, excuse me, I take Lorazepam every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take it on panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. Just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous.
You said you're having chest.
Yes, I just said since the door's been closed, I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having,
You had told me,
I don't ever take it except on panic attack.
yes, you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis,
I don't.
but whenever,
Panic attack. When I put
you
in the last
having-
few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrated to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
would it be helpful? Like, do you have your lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house? Or,
That's why I asked that I open the door.
like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pains. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a medical emergency.
Panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack lowering.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had zero anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And he started making accusations.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention. I'm sure he wasn't
Never
intending to.
intention, but I didn't come on interview. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional, what you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were gonna call medical. That's
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you
Okay.
said. But,
No, that's true right then. That's on recording.
but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have testing. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door. That's all I'm asking.
She wants a breeze.
So we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of, other than the anxiety disorder, do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I get like this, I panic attack.
So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want have burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to buy lobster, you know, but what would you like to eat?
Got any lobster?
I would like to see they like help me with anxiety medicine.
You need somebody to bring us your anxiety medicine?
Like,
We have anxiety medicine here. So
yeah, I'm saying you said you could call medical professionals.
sure, I can call like An EMT, like they're gonna call an EMT,
Thank you.
but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you. If you have a prescription, I mean, maybe your husband can bring it and we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, I'm pulling up right here.
Huh?
My throat is blowing now. When all I asked for was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well, let's open.
I know, but he was very like rude about it. Just because please breathe. That's all.
Well, maybe you two y'all's personalities don't click. You know, sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I ask.
Well, let's open now. So we
Yes,
can-
I appreciate you saying.
You know, if there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
Sorry. My medication is not at my house. Probably. Book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. Put it my friends are right here. I don't have a number because you guys took my phone.
If you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
You
what
guys
do.
already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. I said the code for, I think it's the same password we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that passcode is. If you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can.
Okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people could already.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So have a chest pain. You're just telling me I can't do nothing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a
Right.
solution to get you your prescribed medication for that issue.
It's because I haven't taken it. So you no. Let's move it. It's more air.
Do you have any, like, you know,
Exactly.
some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have like little like songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe like a favorite vacation that you've been on?
No, she doesn't want to talk.
I'm trying.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on?
Mm-hmm. Aruba.
What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, gotta breathe.
Sure.
Fighting like right here, you know.
Look at the judge. The
Thanks,
judge is like,
President.
Absolutely.
is it more nap time or what?
Oh. Not kind of spreading right here. Are they almost here?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer. When was the last time you took your lorazepam?
took it. I'm saying like you take that like that policy amount, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to like.
Right. So I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
So I would have taken it yesterday. What's today? I don't know what is today.
Today
It's the
is
day of the week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so I didn't take it Tuesday or today.
The poor teddy bear, though, Amber. No, don't give her a teddy bear.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba?
Mhm.
Do you like to like scuba dive or snorkel or?
And I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Okay. We'll just lean back on the couch.
But yeah, I like boating activities.
Floating activity.
Yeah.
Ew, she's putting her shoes on like that.
Yep. Feel free to put your feet up if you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking my wiping my thing because of evidence. So don't think because I know that's what I do. He yelled at me and said, "You're gonna take it anyway, and you can have it." That's what started it. But I really have a chest pain.
Believe you.
So my body is not everyday condition, and I work out a lot. And
Now what is she doing? Dig in the bag for what? Is it snack time?
I took a Tylenol. That's why I spoke earlier. I took a Tylenol. I started getting like a headache and a little bit of light. But sometimes that helps, you know.
Sure.
What is she? Oh no, it's hydration time. Dig in the bag for what? What are we getting? Chewing gum? Eduardo's business card?
Like if I had like something to ask him, could I get something to read? That might would help. If you talked about focusing on the brain or something, I feel like that would help, you know? But he said I couldn't have anything to read. Ever have we talked about other questions? Off the time pass? Can you give me your command? I can't hardly breathe. Okay. But I will be certainly do that for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
What's your number? Right?
You can take your time to answer.
I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So it's gotta take just like 3 minutes or so.
Absolutely.
Oh, that door's closing. She's going to freak out. Yeah, close the door.
Oh. Okay. It's great again. It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it sound like hard to breathe?
Breathe gets stuffy after a little bit. They do.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, we got one.
Yeah.
You know. We can get those shoes.
Your old shoes.
This pattern before.
Yeah, your old shoes. I want to make you freeze out like that.
Well, not that same pattern. Maybe the stolen that.
No, if it's a 5.0, a different 5.0 than if it's the same one. But I don't remember really where they went. They're probably like a 2012 model. Something like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
Are they coming? I need to get some oxygen.
That's what's coming. But sometimes if you lean
I
forward,
did. I couldn't breathe.
you can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well, I guess really that was my diet changes and like workout changes, and I can't breathe. So I asked that guy to open the door, and he told me no and shut it and like leave.
Oh,
That
yeah.
light went out, man.
Yeah, it blinks.
Whoa, it's a whole team now.
There.
That's
Here we are. That's all there. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
I am paramedic fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of chest pain. Right, just like right here, and now I can't breathe. I just tried to get him to open the door so I could breathe, but
Okay.
it wasn't.
When did this happen? Sorry.
I didn't have like I took a residue, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Just check it.
I had anxiety since I was like, if I was 16,
Did you just pick them as needed?
yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without taking it, I feel like I'm doing
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
even sick.
Okay. You have chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
Right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay.
oh
You
boy.
nauseated? Abnormally short of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them to they open the door so I could breathe.
Okay. We're just gonna check your heart. Stickers on you and.
Yeah, she's going to have no pulse and cold blood.
Any other medical problems other than anxiety?
Any other ones? I mean, like dealing with that area or in general? In general?
Do you have any other medical problems like
Yeah,
diabetes,
Yeah, like-
pressure,
like asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do you
say.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
I diagnosed no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Sleeping?
Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday? Yeah, this one not too. How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
Does she even answer that?
Name, what's your date of birth? What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year? Okay, we'll do it from the police. Stickers on your chest. Take a good look at your heart, okay?
Did I ask anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is.
Oh,
And you keep saying 35.
older.
Sir? What are you super off about? What day in August?
Well, we're gonna have to put some stickers right underneath your left breast here so we can take a look at your
August,
heart.
sir? What year?
Oh. 1993.
1982.
Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Letecia. Can you spell Tecia, please?
Yeah, she said 35.
Name on it. We can write down. Please.
She's 39 now.
And when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it every once in a while, like whenever I don't eat and don't get enough like exercise and different routines.
Any drugs or alcohol today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What have you taken?
it's been. Earlier before I went to the bathroom?
I'm gonna say if you took drugs or alcohol.
No, yeah, like, I don't know.
Hmm. Yep. It's a really relaxed panic attack. She's not freaking out, surrounded
I
by
get really
men.
dizzy.
She normally would.
Yep.
I'm really dizzy.
Your vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart here, okay?
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Me too. Oh, now she fainted? Or is it? Oh, she's sitting up.
Can I sit up so I can breathe?
Yeah, sit up. Sure. Make feel comfortable. Do you want to turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
Yeah, get your
Doctor?
damn
Yeah,
shoes off the
I'm ready.
couch.
Get your phone on that stuff. Here's her.
Kind of going down to my stomach.
No, it's her stomach.
Like right here.
Thanks, Tammy. Yeah, Kimberly's like, these guys are awful snippy. Oh, no. What now, Letecia? What? She's got a boo-boo, everyone.
Can't really breathe. So.
You're getting enough oxygen.
I know that. I feel like I couldn't really breathe. I just want like, you got, is it like some oxygen, air?
That's what I'm saying. You're getting enough oxygen. Right now, you need to control your breathing.
Okay, I'm trying.
Slow your breathing down, okay?
I'm trying.
As you know, with anxiety, if you start over breathing, then you're getting that can develop that chest pain. Okay?
No,
So
she
that's
has
probably
no
what's going
idea.
on.
I'm trying.
Donkey Estelle. Hey, Mary.
Right now, the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Okay,
They're looking for-
right here.
Yep, they're looking at it right now.
Why am I doing this? I just am breathing. That's all.
I'm sorry?
I just am having breathing problems. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Not,
Pretty consistent with your anxiety.
not like this. I don't need this.
Yeah, I got me. Did you go? Well, I'm sending it right now. Ma'am, would you like to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Your heart looks good, everything looks normal.
Yes, I want
Okay, which hospital would you like to go to?
I mean, I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, you're doing town, so Memorial's the closest. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, these poor guys.
I think we're gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
I'm getting cold.
Oh, she's so annoying. Now she's getting cold, everyone. Her tummy hurts. She's got asthma, anxiety. Okay.
Hang tight
She's
there. If you
tired.
feel like you're gonna get, then go ahead and hold on to your bag here. We're just gonna figure out what we got going on here. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna walk out here to the all your things. Are those your sunglasses? Yeah, your sunglasses.
I'm putting them in.
All right. Yep. I need to get checked this out.
She's like, yes, it worked. I'm
Oh,
out of
right,
this
awesome.
room. Thank you, Tamara.
Yeah, just kind of on that top there. Okay.
She thinks she's in the Ritz.
Your oxygen saturations are 100%. Oxygen saturations are 100%. If you're having an anxiety issue, anytime you have anxiety issues, one of the common symptoms is feeling like you can't breathe, although you're doing something. You can just blow in through your nose, out through your mouth, and take deep breaths. Yeah, so just take deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth.
Dankeschön. The judge is like, okay, how much longer of this? Okay, okay. What else is happening?
Prosecution?
We just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the stand, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Ooh, the lead detective that was on Gannon's case. Jess Bethel.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes.
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
Yes.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding
Yes, you tell them, Judge.
her experience based on other, the responses of other people that she's been in contact with.
So go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to make the view nice for you. Hold on.
Early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Who was that other person, first of all?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her?
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed that it appears to have just been recently washed prior to driving down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, that's correct.
We see the medical folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest. Is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes.
That's what I mean. I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
Yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
Yes, that's correct.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a SANE exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
Would committing a murder and being detained in the sheriff's office cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Sustained.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes,
What day was that?
the 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office.
Yes,
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
Yes, I observed that.
In that interview, and we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier, she complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes, they would go typically early on.
What about the idea that at the beginning, it's reported as a runway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes,
This is leading.
No, it does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Go ahead.
yes,
Do you remember getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
I know there were several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after she left the house on January 31st?
Yes,
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
yes.
Do you remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
I do recall asking about a passport.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't recall the date, no.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980.
You may go ahead.
Take a look at this report and when you're done. Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that. Was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay. And so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letecia.
I'm going to retrieve that report from you.
Letecia texting. I didn't do anything to Gannon. Just texting out of the blue to the detective. What?
At some point, was a decision made to travel to South Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
Letecia had fled to South Carolina, and by that time I had obtained probable cause and authored an arrest warrant for her, which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that process?
It was members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself, and also local law enforcement and members of the FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Was that a arrest actually affected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John Grusing and who is he with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay. And we're going to hear from him at a later time, so I'm not going to get into her interview with you. Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
That she would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
How long did that drive last?
More than 24 hours.
Were you with the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
What was her demeanor like during that transportation?
She was calm. She ate. She sang songs. She played trivia.
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations, meaning if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
Was she able to use the restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort of doing in the vehicle?
Yes, just to pass the time.
And was she participating in that in an appropriate way, meaning nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
That's correct, yes.
The entirety of that transport from South Carolina to Colorado, was that audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video, okay?
Correct.
Look at the judge.
But why was that audio and video recorded?
I was concerned with her previous behavior that she may do something. And so I wanted to have documentation of the transport.
Okay. So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338. Please take a look at that. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, first off?
My initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video of the extradition.
Can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro?
Oh,
Is it only a portion of that hours-long transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review that thumb drive containing that GoPro video?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents in that portion of the transportation?
It is.
And does that thumb drive actually contain two different clips? So two different files on the thumb drive?
It does, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that transportation portion?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of Peoples 338.
Mr. Cook,
Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I speak very quickly.
all right?
They're like, no, we don't like this. I'm still here, you guys. They're like, we need to approach immediately. I can't believe we're going to watch this right now. That's going to be so hectic. I think we're going to see GoPro footage. Okay, wait, now they're in the way of Letecia. That's why this box is there. So this is Detective Jess Bethel, who was the lead detective on Gannon's case from the El Paso County Sheriff's Department. Letecia was arrested on March 2nd, 2020. Gannon's body was only found on March 17th. But to think that they had to drive her back all the way for extradition, right? All the way to Colorado. And Letecia was singing, playing trivia games in the car. Yeah, they filmed that. Oh, they filmed that. We're going to see some of that, I think. Whew. What a day, what a day. Thank you all for being here. Please like the video and share it so that you can boost it into the algorithm. Other people can come and join
All
us
right.
and chat over
Exhibit
here.
338 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Here we
Permission to
go.
publish, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
Well, actually, before I get into publishing that, so what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338? Just to give some context.
The first clip is a view of Letecia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letecia moving around slightly, and that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist, and she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs,
Oh, my word.
and she obtains a Monster energy can, and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can
We're going to see
of
that.
Monster energy drink, and then struggles with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70,
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
about 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letecia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over, and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
Okay.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20
fine
minutes?
with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
You ready?
I'm just going to take the banner off. Oh, here we go, you guys. Buckle up.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
She got out of the streets.
She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. She keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me. Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. And I wouldn't use.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. Well, I don't know how to me.
Go ahead. I got it on.
I have the song.
Tisha, stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind her back.
Yep.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
Stop trying to turn.
I'm not trying to turn.
She can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please know what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility? No. Everybody knows. Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, Tisha.
Yes, it's on my arms.
Lean forward.
Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the cloth. Eating you.
Oh my word, that was so hectic. Oh, we're seeing more, we're seeing more. No, sorry.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors.
don't think so, Zepster. Thank you so much.
I got her swept. Can you turn the air on?
My t-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day. I can't breathe.
Stop.
I can't breathe.
What?
Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is cracking. Call.
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just want my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm up. It's hurting my
The
arm.
more you press against me, the harder I'm gonna press on the.
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure
ma'am.
off
This
my
is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's
Please,
Office.
off my
Need a
arm.
marked unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my.
Interstate 70.
Pulling my wrist, please.
I have Letecia Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisting.
I didn't try to
Hold
escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600 block.
Calm. We were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please put it with my wrist?
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Tisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Ow, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have the hazards on and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell them to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please.
You said you would help my arm. I pressure.
Nope. She's assaulted.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy Edward Palm, Henry Edward Lincoln.
Hurting my arm. It's hurting.
8/4/83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, ma'am, I have
I
2
did
other
not. Tell us
deputies
the
with me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have them, somebody take us or escort us to the border and then have one of our people come to the border.
Well, hurting my arm,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. You hit her with a fist. She got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She
hit
slipped them.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are from.
Nope,
but
we're all
As
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado
Are
border.
you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man?
Before you move, you have to tell me where you're trying to go, okay?
Okay.
No, I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
Okay.
I understand, but if I feel like you're
Right.
trying to pull against you, one of those two, you're trying to make.
If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off. You look like we're good. Use your time. We'll see what we can do.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put my partner, Detective Riley, on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Nice. Let's see.
Yes.
You okay?
Can you please lift up my wrist?
No. Not up for that.
After what?
Once you're.
Yes, ma'am. We're doing an expedition.
I didn't try to
Piece of
escape.
that.
I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You know
to
that.
Colorado.
Yes, I
Slipped
did.
her cuffs and
You know-
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I
it.
just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol news, if that's possible.
Relax.
I
Or
can't.
the pressure will get
But
worse.
if it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
On that, 650-719. Should just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284 westbound.
My wrist is hurting. This is hurting.
Relax.
I can't. My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not.
It is
breaking.
hurting.
The more you wiggle, the more it's going to hurt.
Thank you.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like the things are hurting my
Stop
wrist.
moving.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on
Thank
it
you,
more.
ma'am.
We've got some
Bye-bye.
right now.
They're coming right now.
Got 6 en route.
Stop trying to.
I'm not trying to resist.
Then stop
I'm
turning.
doing it to you. You're holding me for
Okay,
nothing.
stop trying to turn against
I'm
my
not
man.
trying to turn against you. You're holding me.
Go ahead and buckle her. We're gonna make sure she's not gonna get out of her restraints this time. Let's see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm hurting my wrist.
This isn't gonna happen again.
Hurting my wrist. I'm not doing anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing
Then
anything.
stop turning against.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose.
Good. We've got her in the-
See? Look what she's doing on purpose. Look.
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
So.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything to you. You're trying to choke me now.
Turn your head.
Okay, you want to bring her out?
Out of her cuffs right now.
No, we got her back in.
back in.
But they're
The vehicle.
slapped on. I mean, they're not good.
We'll bring her out. We'll lock,
Yeah.
lock them.
Pull them out.
Bring her out.
Step out, Keisha.
Oh, she choked me now. It hurts.
Yeah, redo her. You're not gonna get too far. You go get a dog. You understand?
I'm not doing anything. I didn't try.
You better run fast as you
Well, I didn't try to run away. I opened the door so I could breathe.
You guys have where are you going? Colorado? Oh, Lord, you got a wet. Yeah. Do we have a what? You have a better belly belt than this? Because you're better. I don't have it, friend. I don't.
Here, let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knees. That's what we need to do. No, they has three of them transport one person. Yes, they did. They were all, he was outside, two women inside the firm, they got on.
If we could just have Miss Bethel come back to the stand, or do you want to take a break?
I was gonna request you take a break now.
That's
Is this a good breaking
Yeah.
point? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Yes.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Are we still going to finish the rest of that video, or is it?
No, I don't think there's anything more on
Okay.
of her on there, and then
All
I'm
right.
just going to jump into finishing up with questions.
Okay, all right. Just asking. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, just give me a second. Just want to take this off. There we go. Okay. Okay. Wow. That was quite something, huh? I quickly want to do this. Hold on, sorry for that. There we go. And I just got a new document as well from the docket, but I know you guys are asking about that, what I was reading you about Letecia's past. So just give me a second on that as well. Thank you so much for being here. That I can't believe like how she behaved there, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. Where is that one? Here we go. Let's see if I can find it quickly on Google. While I find this, let me just play you something. Okay, just hold on one second. We'll take a quick little break like this. Yes, it makes me cry too. We are here for Gannon. Never forget why we do this. Why are we watching this trial? Why are we so disgusted by Letecia? We just call her Letecia at this point. We're here for Gannon. Gannon strong, Gannon's army, justice for Gannon Stauch. He was only 11 years old. When you saw her, she attacked the deputy. I can't imagine what she really did to him. And I mean, before even January 27, 2020. Whew. Tina, thank you so much. She said, thank you for all the research and coverage. Your channel has become my favorite true crime channel. Thank you so much, Tina. And thank you, Sebster, and everyone who donated stickers and things. I just wanted to answer one question earlier. One of the stickers asked, they said the judge seemed a little bit surprised. Does he see everything? I'm not too sure. I know that he would see like the discovery and documents and things, but I don't know if he'd seen that footage yet or not. But either way, I love seeing the judge's reactions as well. Okay, so we were busy looking at this article. Said thank you to Julie for sending me this information. So we're looking at Letecia's criminal past. She does have a criminal background. And this article was published March 2nd, 2020, when Letecia was arrested. So they say Letecia Stauch was even sentenced. Okay, let's start again. The stepmother of missing Colorado boy, Gannon Stauch, had been arrested for an alleged string of crimes in 4 states under 3 different names before her arrest on Monday on suspicion of murder, criminal records show. Okay. Letecia was even sentenced to prison after 1 arrest and has been convicted of charges including battery, grand theft auto, making threats, and domestic violence, according to the docs. You see that? Oh, man. There she is with L. Letecia. Letecia was arrested on Monday, that was on March 2nd, in Myrtle Beach on suspicion of first-degree murder in relation to the tragic disappearance of Gannon Stauch. We do not believe Gannon is alive, said officials 5 weeks after they first began to search for the 11-year-old. Letecia was reportedly the last person known to have seen the boy, saying he left the house through a side door on January 26th to go visit a friend. She was charged with suspicion of child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased body, and tampering with evidence. Now we know all her other charges as well, right? So they say police had never named her a suspect prior to Monday, and she herself claimed that she'd been cleared of any wrongdoing to law enforcement. Wow. Maurice, thank you so much for your $20 Australian dollars, right? Super sticker. Thank you so much, G, for all you do to keep us informed and on track with the facts. I know it's hard for you too emotionally. We Grizzlies love and appreciate you. Hashtag Gannon Strong. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And so they say, I mean, Letecia did say, well, I've been cleared. There's no wrongdoing. Oh, my word. She says so many things. She had not been cleared, however, and while police are working to extradite her back to Colorado, they have sealed the indictment filed in the case. The latest charge caps off a lengthy arrest record for Letecia that goes back 2 decades. Letecia Harden was an accomplished student who was frequently named to the honor roll and excelled in extracurricular activities when she was first picked up by the police. Thank you so much, Jill. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So she did have a criminal record. Just reminding us, in case we forgot. She was soon after she graduated high school in 2001 that she was arrested for stealing a car in North Carolina. The Robesonian reported at the time that she was found guilty of felony larceny, which was reduced to misdemeanor unauthorized use of a vehicle. For that offense, Letecia was sentenced to 45 days in jail, but given credit for time served. She was also put on probation for 18 months in order to pay just over, so there it is, $1,000. The same year, she was also charged with communicating threats and simple assault, but those counts seemed to be dropped as part of her deal with prosecutors in the felony larceny case, court docs show. It was also traffic offenses that got Letecia picked up in Virginia a few years later, but she was able to get off after paying a fine for these minor offenses, according to court records. Her next arrest was in 2010, by which time she was going by Letecia Hunt. The newly married teacher, who had graduated from Liberty University by then, was cited for domestic violence and domestic abuse in Horry County, South Carolina, court doc show. That's the same county she was arrested in on Monday. Those charges were eventually dropped, and there's no online record of the court filing. The clerks of courts for Horry County did not respond to multiple requests for comment over the past week. Letecia Hunt began going by Tisha soon after that arrest and eventually got a job teaching in South Carolina. Oh, and someone earlier also asked, Do I think that this would help her mental health defense? This video they just showed? I really don't think so. It shows how criminal, how calculated she is, you know? Yeah, DV's a big deal. Gemini says DV's a big deal, right? LSD said, do you think she off the hunt man too? I think they were divorced for quite some time. I think it was like over a decade. And then he died. So I don't think so, but we need to dig a little more into that again. It was not long before that job led to problems between Letecia and the school district, however, when she abandoned her position. Letecia left her job at one school just two days into the school year without any warning or notice. In an email sent 2 days later, Letecia claimed that she left after being subject to bullying because the district superintendent was the uncle of Gannon's mother, Landon Hyatt. Okay, one more time. So Letecia starts at the school. She just doesn't show up after 2 days. Then she sends an email 2 days later and says she's being bullied because the district superintendent was the uncle of Gannon's mother, Landon Hyatt. So any connection to Gannon's mother and she's out. That resentment for Gannon's mother was always there, huh? Always, even after Gannon's murder. Even in that interview with Spencer, it was CBS4, right? Yeah, even after that, she still mentioned that resentment. Wow. So she married Gannon's father, Eugene Albert Stauch, by then, a little over a year after divorcing her first husband. It was the second marriage for both husband and wife. The South Carolina Board of Education investigated the alleged harassment and retaliation campaign and determined Letecia's claims were unsubstantiated at a hearing. That investigation also found that Letecia had breached her contract by abandoning her post, and the board ruled to suspend her teaching license for 180 days. The order of suspension, handed down by the South Carolina Board of Education, states that Letecia signed a contract in 2015 with the Marion County School District and then attended the 5-day training program for the district before starting her job as a middle school studies teacher. According to the order, 2 days into the school year, Letecia stopped showing up at work. So here they've got a little snippet where they say, in this email, Mrs. Stauch indicated that she left the district because she experienced harassment and retaliation after requesting to be released from her contract due to a pending military move, which she claims had been denied. She also alleged that the district superintendent's niece was her husband's ex-wife and that the harassment and retaliation were due to this relationship. Wow. She threatened to file an EEOC claim unless she was released from her contract. My goodness. Okay. Calls and emails went unanswered until 2 days later when Letecia claimed that she had requested a transfer and was being bullied by the staff. We see this over and over again. We saw it in the van now. That was after being arrested in Myrtle Beach. They transported her in a van back to Colorado. She was extradited, right? We saw her attack an officer and then claim she's the victim. We saw her in the police interview as well, being the victim. We see her here, always the victim. At all times, she's the victim. Right? That's her, like a go-to defense mechanism. It's not DID. It's literally playing the victim at all times. No survival instinct whatsoever. No actual coping mechanisms. Just what appears to be, I don't know. I don't even know what to call that. So all these allegations of previous lies too. Yes, red flag, right? Okay. Maurice Australia says the Letecia personality is her real and only personality. The others are just dramatics. Yes, it's narcissistic behavior. Yep. So then they say in that email, Mrs. Stauch indicated, yeah, so we read that she left the district because she experienced harassment and retaliation. What? After requesting to be released from her contract due to a pending military move, which she claims she had been denied. She also alleged that district superintendent's niece, I mean, that's like so crazy, like the superintendent's niece was her husband's ex-wife, therefore, yeah, harassment, retaliation. Okay. An investigation into these allegations failed to substantiate even one of Letecia's claims, according to the audit, just like she had blamed Al Stauch's colonel and captain at his unit for sexual harassment. She makes up a lot of crap, this lady. Dragon tears for me, thank you so much. I would be worried she might headbutt me, right? I guess now we know why her attorney sits so far away from her, yep. The case file also states that Letecia threatened to file a complaint against the district with Equal Employment Opportunity Commission if she were not let out of her contract. It was the district who ultimately filed a complaint, though, ruling that Letecia had abandoned her position and breached her contract. This decision was also based on the discovery that Letecia had accepted a position in another school district as well that year, the order states. As a result of this breach in her contract, the state suspended her educator certification for 180 days. On her LinkedIn profile, Letecia claims to have gone back to work after that suspension and worked as an education specialist for the state until 2018. The Board of Education confirmed this, telling The Sun that Letecia took a job in Dorchester, I hope I said that right, County in 2017, and the following year in Berkeley County. She was certified to teach elementary school, special education, and secondary social studies. Can you imagine, like this one, teaching children? What? Okay, but that was as of March 2019, but it's unclear if she ever began at any schools in the area. She wrote on her LinkedIn that she was working as a curriculum developer at School District 49 in Peyton, but there was no record of her having been employed by that county. So we have that. What time did they say they're coming back from the break? I didn't pay. It was a 10-2, right? Do we still have 8 minutes or what? That's what I'm wondering. Okay, here's a document that I just got from the docket. Thank you so much. Let's see what it is. So this was dated. If we can't finish this, we'll work through it in the next break, okay? This matter came before the court during jury selection on March 28, 2023. Presentation of evidence is set to commence on April 3rd, 2023. The record reflects that Stauch entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea on February 11, 2022. Stauch had retained the services of Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Dr. Lewis performed an examination of Stauch and also had her complete some psychological testing. Now, this doctor is the one that says she was psychotic at the time. She was suffering from psychosis at the time of the murder. Okay, this court orders Dr. Lewis to provide a complete copy of her file in this matter, including notes, test materials, and raw test data to Dr. B. Thomas Gray, Dr. Jackie Grimmett, Dr. Naoko Hashimoto, and Dr. Loandra Torres at the Colorado State Mental Health Institute in Pueblo, Colorado, no later than 3 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on Friday, March 31st, 2023. Because they were delaying it so much. The third mental health evaluation, they're like, this is the deadline, people. Oh, you said at 45. Okay, so we're almost there. So I'm just going to scroll down here because at the bottom, what I looked at was this. Here they say, go. Wait, peoples, okay. A list of witnesses. So these are the mental health experts, I think, that will be witnesses, right? Dr. Christine Moore, Holly Werstein, Robert Serra. We saw him, right? We saw him already talk. Yes, and Kurt Smith as well. Okay, so let's put the court back on. Where are we at? There we go. Okay. So they've put the cameras off for now? Yeah, they come. Good
Court
job.
will
good job.
recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Right. And Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your, I assume that's what you were doing, right?
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good anticipation. You must have done this a couple times yourself, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Will is reading his book. Everybody's standing except Letecia. Okay, and the prosecutor, one of the prosecutors.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bethel, in that video that we just watched, there's references made by you and I think maybe Detective Riley about escape, and then we can hear the defendant say, "I'm not trying to escape." What was she doing that was leading you to believe that she was trying to escape?
The fact that she had slipped her handcuffs, assaulted a deputy. Then later, she opened the back door of the van, which is why I returned to that position, led me to believe that she was trying to escape
How did she open the door?
with her foot.
So when in that second clip that we watched, when you end up back in the back seat again, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You can't really see that necessarily on the video though.
No, you cannot.
There's comments made in that video about stop resisting and that sort of thing, but maybe can't see what those resisting efforts might have been on the part of the defendant. So can you describe that for the jury, please?
She was tensing her body, and she was also using her hands to try and manipulate around in the cuffs. I was afraid she was going to slip out of the handcuffs again.
In that second clip of the video, are you actually holding her feet down?
I had placed my knee onto her thigh area to hold her leg down.
Okay. Were you actually injured during that interaction?
Later on, yes.
Okay. What happened to you as a result of that?
We placed her in a mechanical advantage control hold, or a mock hold, myself and another deputy, to escort her to a patrol car. And when we did, she dropped all of her weight, and I was carrying her or escorting her with my left arm. She dropped all of her weight, which caused me to have a shoulder injury, which needed surgical repair.
Was that another effort to resist or potentially cause you to exert law enforcement authority with her?
Yes, we'd call that passive resistance.
I want to go big picture with you for just a moment, Ms. Bethel. There were a number of searches of the home 6627 Mandan Drive. Why were there so many subsequent searches that build on each other over time in this particular case?
Initially, we did not, as I said earlier, we did not have a scene per se where there was a body and evidence lying around for us to look at and evaluate. And the information that we learned was during the course of the investigation. Letecia was the person that could provide us with that information, yet she had given us several different stories. And so as the investigation proceeded, we learned new things, which made us have to go back in and then look for these new developments in the home.
So the fact that the investigation developed the way it did, was that driven largely by the defendant's own deliberate actions?
Yes.
Did she mislead the investigation?
Yes, she did.
Did that misleading the investigation start at the very beginning of the case?
Yes.
Did it continue until her arrest?
Yes.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away, is that part of that misleading the investigation?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether a sharp object was ever located in the home that was used to cause those sharp force injuries that Gannon suffered?
No, I'm not.
There were reports that we've heard from already from the medical examiner and people in Florida that there were 3 gunshots carried out, 2 that hit a pillow and 1 that hit Gannon. Were there any shell casings ever found during the course of this investigation?
No.
Were there any of Letecia's clothes, the defendant's clothes, that had Gannon's blood on them?
Yes.
What were those?
Her shoes?
Okay, but what about her clothing?
No.
Does the fact that those things were missing, a sharp force instrument, the shell casings, and bloody clothing, did that complicate the investigation?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that the drive from South Carolina to Colorado was many hours long. But you also had contact with her prior to that as well. During the totality of your contact with the defendant, did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No, she did not.
Did she ever appear to be in a different personality than what she had been in any other time that you had contact with her?
No.
Was her personality and persona consistent throughout your time with her?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to develop, based on your interactions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation?
All right, overruled.
Were you able to develop an opinion as to her sanity?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Miss Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Miss Stauch. I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Felton.
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive
That
during
was
that interview.
that was during the phone call
Okay.
leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay. And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letecia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letecia said, I have already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home, stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay. Now in the video interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't talk, stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on. And she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay. So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point, as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay. So in this, at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay. Did during this interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews at Starbucks, speaking with Gannon's father, do you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letecia and Gannon?
No.
How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to El Paso County?
Oh, we never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24
I would
hours.
say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay. What was Miss Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours? Or 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? And you said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy? Who was driving?
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay. Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities.
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van till she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy. Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Okay. And you see right there, it says DSM-5?
Yes.
Numeral 5. Do you know what this book is?
It's a mental disorder book, I assume?
Okay.
Do you know what it is, Will?
Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know in the field of psychiatry that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
No.
Okay. And did you know that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
Objection. She's already said that she's not familiar with the book.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
trying to understand where you're going. She's not being.
Your Honor, can we
qualified.
approach?
Yes, approach this lame ass defense right here. Jonah's like, a psycho Bible? And remember, in the opening statements, he called it the DSM 4 or 5, and now he claims to know all about it. So when he's like, do you know about this? My question is, do you know about it, Mr. Cook? Objection. Not a doctor. I know that's going to be quite something hearing from psychiatrists. What must I say, Denny? Objection. Yeah, Cherry. Cherry's like, ooh, you got the book name correct for the first time. Oh, yeah, he knows all about it. Mm-hmm. Suddenly. Did you guys know that Detective Jess Bethel, this case affected her so much, she resigned. She's a stay-at-home mom now.
The objection sustained. You can rephrase.
So, Ms. Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Ms. Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity is contained in the DSM-5.
Judge, I would just further object. There's no definition of sanity in that.
Well, you can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, overruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found in this book, the DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Leticia's listening in.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian, and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately into investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes.
Would it happen fairly often?
Yes.
During your time with the sheriff's office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
Yes.
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
Yes, I did.
During your time as working at the sheriff's office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes.
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
Yes.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
The jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? All right, looks like we have at least one.
Ooh, the jurors are going to ask questions now. Sometimes they ask better
Counsel
questions
approach,
than the
please.
defense. Here we go. Yes, Shalbell says, Bethel is Gannon's hero. Great job. Stefan says, this witness is devastating for Letecia. Yes. True, Wildfire. Oh yeah, we're not supposed to hear them now. It's sidebar. Whenever they approach sidebar, there's no sound. Yeah, Betty, I also love that the jurors can ask things. By the way, thank you all for being here. I hope that you are up to speed on the case. If not, there's a playlist for you. We are looking at the case of Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old boy who was murdered by his stepmother, Letecia Stauch, who's on trial here, pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. That's what they're trying to prove. The murder happened on January 27, 2020. She was arrested on March 2nd, 2020. And Gannon's remains were found 1,400 miles away from home in a suitcase, thrown off a bridge, the Escambia River Bridge in Florida. Sebster, thank you so much. BPD must be the go-to MA. I have it and she doesn't. Right? Thank you, Sebster. Wow, they're approaching. Sidebar is long this time. Very long this time. So if you haven't yet shared the stream, please share it with hashtag Gannon Strong is a hashtag that we'll use. Gannon's Army, Gannon Strong. I think his mom came up with those. And we're also sharing blue hearts in the chat and little hedgehogs because he loved Sonic the Hedgehog. He also loved Mario. But we're sharing blue hearts and Sonic the Hedgehog in honor of Gannon Stauch. That's what we're all here for. That's why we're watching this trial. We want to see justice, otherwise known as accountability, for what Letecia here did. Oh, they're trying very, very hard, huh? Greetings, Lieutenant Peter Pronzo, Harlem Raiders, former NYPD. If you guys haven't read Lieutenant Peter Pronzo's book, it's called Harlem Raiders. Go check it out.
I've received a juror question, and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that those questions are these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
I'm going to retrieve the exhibit off the witness stand, Judge.
You already did it.
Oh, okay. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Okay.
Christian Liewer.
I'm sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Liewer.
Liewer.
All right,
L-I-E.
you would step forward. Raise your right hand, please, sir.
Okay, here we go.
You
Next
swear from the
witness.
testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You got a big camera.
See too many people bring a camera up with them.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll explain.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian, and my last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Liewer.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation. And I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
In terms of certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology and science? What do you do?
We respond, or we go to many trainings within our scope of work. That includes blood stain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total callouts.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people who tendered the court Christian Liewer as an expert in crime scene investigations.
Oh, good. Witness will be so qualified.
All right. Mr. Liewer, I'd like for you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent bloodstains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso?
That is in the county of El Paso.
State of Colorado?
In the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
And in terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me. And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were tasked, briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent bloodstains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and bloodstains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent bloodstains in a crime scene, I mean bloodstains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with bloodstains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Okay. Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is the specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at bloodstains. However, when we are looking at latent bloodstains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the bloodstains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of bloodstains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You said heme?
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Liewer, do you generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
And
We can't see it.
generally, are there various markings on this exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive blue star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to the floor plan?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection.
Exhibit 442 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as you walk through your testimony here. Your Honor, is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your Honor?
Like this. Other way.
Facing the.
Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
We're good now?
Yep.
Put some follow on. Okay. Mr. Liewer, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house?
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
But if you're going to do that, you'll need to stand to one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand at one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you can see on the top of the diagram of the first section of this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway. That will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the diagram slightly?
That's fine.
over there?
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible
Yeah,
in their
that's fine.
chair?
Yeah, if you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there.
And Mr. Liewer, just so we can make sure that your voice is projected, just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. Can you all see the whole diagram now? Fantastic. So
Can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him, okay. Everybody's nodding, it's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram, you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's room. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. In the upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
Great. And so when you responded initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always go at it in the least intrusive measures. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage and his bedroom. Because I don't want to go to the most intrusive ending, I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage and work my way down. And that's the same with any crime scene. We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
450.
443 through 450, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Liewer, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial processing the morning of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during your initial processing on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 443 through 450 and permission to publish.
Exhibits 443 through 450 will be admitted.
Mr. Liewer, whatever is going to work better for you. If you want to stand between the screen and the diagram, I'll defer to you, but I will ask you to point out various locations on People's Exhibit 442.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for you, for the jury.
Now, Mr. Liewer, you've explained that you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I'm documenting the front side of the residence. So I am facing south towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we are at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part. But this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandan Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 445.
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
There are multiple case considerations we have to take into. For example, the question was if there were latent bloodstains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
Yes, we have to work within the parameters of a search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
No, we are not. We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the sheriff's office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for our documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for latent bloodstains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps in very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for bloodstains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using it throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph from that same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
People's 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taking facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, the stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit 450 is a Blue Star photograph showing the chemiluminescence of the positive reaction with Blue Star, predominantly on the rug and slightly west of the rug.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything that you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we have very high powered cameras that we can adjust those settings to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay, we did see you walk up to the stand with the camera. Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? Your Honor, permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only?
Defense?
No objection.
You may, go ahead.
Now, Mr. Liewer, you started to explain the fancy settings of your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason we use these, like I said before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with 3 settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye. We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher ISO, that means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here, there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in. But if I have the shutter speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but that can also show the chemiluminescence of blue star. Additionally, I didn't bring it up, but the aperture is an additional way to allow light in. But for the purposes of blue star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we are concerned with.
Now, what are the ideal conditions to even do this photography in?
With blue star, you have to have a dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimum light.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some light. We have to have some light present within the scene to show what the conditions look like with the blue star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
can you walk the jury through the different areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a blue star reaction that I had on my first visit on February 3rd. Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit. But I'm sure we'll get there.
So after you see this positive reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a blue star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on or what the blue star is reacting with. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have blue star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect the wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that blue star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
Mr. Liewer, do you recognize People's Exhibit 451?
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
This is the rug that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed up. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you say that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 and, oh, sorry, whoops. Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 400. and 58.
Exhibit 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Thank you.
No, no objection to those.
I'll lay the
exhibits.
foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Liewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
These are additional photographs that I took during my first visit to 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, what area do those photos show?
Generally, this is going to be along the south wall of the garage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we now move for the admission of People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Now we can show 452. All right. Mr. Liewer, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 452?
So as you can see along the right-hand side of this image, you can see the carpet that we've alluded to before. So this is facing, or this is slightly east of that carpet, looking at the floor.
In 453, what are we seeing now?
This is a blue star photograph of the ground nearby the rug.
Now, is this fair to say that this is a bit brighter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this blue star reaction, again, what is important for you to do next?
Again, what's important most is to document it in our notes and collect a sample of it.
People's Exhibit 454. What are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of a military backpack along the south wall of the garage.
455.
This is a photograph of that bag moved, so we can search for blue star reactions underneath the bag.
456.
And this is a blue star positive reaction photograph after the bag had been removed.
457.
We've rotated slightly to the east. This is a photograph of the southeast corner of the garage, highlighting those boards and the box directly south of the boards.
And 458.
This is a positive blue star reaction on the boards and on that box that I've alluded to.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 459.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, do you recognize People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is an envelope with swabs that I collected of the positive blue star reactions within the garage. And again, this is based on the label indicating where it came from with my employee ID number and the tape seals. And again, there are additional tape seals indicating that this has been examined by additional lab personnel.
And in terms of the various swabbings that you did in that area, area of interest for you in People's Exhibit 458, are those swabs contained in People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, they are. If there was a blue star reaction and it was swabbed, it is collected and placed in this envelope.
And again, is that envelope same or substantially same, given the differences that you pointed out to the jury?
Other than the additional tape seals, then yes, it would be.
Your Honor, at this time, would we move for the admission of People's Exhibit 459?
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibit 459 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Liewer, there's some particular areas that you noted in People's 458, and just to be clear, the reaction includes the boards, but it also includes another object?
Yes, it does. As you can see, the multiple boards in this photograph have a blue star reaction. But if you look at the box to the top of this image, there's some blue chemiluminescence that was swabbed, whereas the boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on People's Exhibit 442 where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely. As we can see on the top right-hand portion of the main level in the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
For that set of exhibits, Mr. Liewer, do you recognize those?
Let me take a look. So much. I appreciate you.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. These are slippery.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness. The pictures are.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right. Do you generally recognize People's Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Right. Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibits 460 through 476 will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Liewer, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
This is a photograph directly of the boards at their south end.
463.
Again, a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr. Liewer, would you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, 4. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So I previously testified that that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north arrow, and I've written top, indicating that that is the top of the board.
465.
This is a close-up image of that information.
466.
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They spanned the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
And would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they would.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell. And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a blue star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional blue star reaction photograph of that same area.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we blue star this area was move further into the laundry room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. We have not crossed that threshold yet.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph, and it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the middle of the screen, there's a blue marking on the door.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of blue star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. Again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold, and it's towards the center of the image.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
People's 476.
Additional blue star reactions along that floor between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Liewer, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. And we can also see some laundry baskets on the right hand of this image. And we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry baskets.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see we've alluded that the garage is in the upper left-hand corner. Now, as you move south, you can see the doorway. And this linear stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry room. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive blue star reactions that I viewed. However, the 3 is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. You can take a seat now if you'd like. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing blue star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noontime, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for a blue star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of blue star reactions that were observed, that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for blue star. So because we could make the house darker.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did. I responded around 6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
CSI Robert Zaleski responded with me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh.
Sure. I was confused as well.
Wow, lots of blue star reactions, huh, you guys? Damn. Let's see your thoughts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else, and have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
We're just going to move into a different.
Good stuff. And switch that one away.
Yeah.
In my courtroom. Let's bring that.
I don't
I don't think we have one that's in the have ours, and we'll take that.
Janet, who's hungry
1:20.
after that?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecutor?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
Where does Letecia have lunch, you guys? Okay, so hold on. Let me just do this. Trying to make sure you have all the best views. Dieter is working hard behind the scenes here. Okay. I don't know, man. I know they have to take a lunch break, but after all that, it is quite a thought, huh, to have a lunch break now. Like, damn, that was a lot. Okay, let me just minimize this quickly. I wanted to show you some of these new documents here. Yes, okay. Yeah, Blue Bear Arts is like, she's like, darn, I thought I cleaned that up. Thank you, by the way, to everyone who became a member, and thank you for the stickers and everything. I always put them up on the screen and then I wave at you, so thank you so, so much. So let's see what this document is all about. We saw the first page before they came back, right? Stefan says, great job, Dieter. Yeah, he's working hard behind the scenes, making sure you got the best views. Okay, this matter came before the court during jury selection on March 8th, 2020. March 28th, 2023. Presentation of evidence is set to commence on April 3rd, 2023. So these are new Letecia Stauch documents that have come out. The record reflects that Stauch entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea on February 11, 2022. Stauch has retained the services of Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Dr. Lewis performed an examination of Stauch and also had her complete some psychological testing. This court orders Dr. Lewis to provide a complete copy of her file in this matter, including notes, test materials, and raw test data to Dr. B, Thomas Gray, Dr. Jackie Grimmett, Dr. Naoko Hashimoto, and Dr. Loandra Torres at the Colorado State Mental Health Institute in Pueblo, Colorado, no later than 3 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on Friday, March 31st, 2023. There is Judge Gregory Werner's signature, if you haven't seen it before. Thank you so much, Amy Ruker. I really appreciate the sticker. Okay. So let me just quickly see this question. I see people are asking a lot about Blue Star, the reactions, right? So Blue Star, if you ever followed the Chandler Halderson case with me, they talked about it as well, of that being able to react to, I think, cleaning agents like bleach. It reacts to I think the hemoglobin or the hema in blood. And so it could be a mixture of things, you know. It's got, let me just see what I wrote you. Blue Star, to visualize blood stains, it's a presumptive test for blood. It glows bright blue in the dark. So in the dark, it glows bright blue when the protein in blood reacts with it, is what they said. But presumptive test, because that's what they're looking for, right? Okay, so let's just see what else is on here. Comes now the above named defendant, Miss Letecia Stauch, by, I wish they would change her surname. Honestly, she doesn't deserve that surname at all. My word. Go back to Hunt or Harden or whatever else it was. Comes now the above named defendant, Miss Letecia Stauch, by and through her attorney, Josh Tolini, in the above referenced matter, and moves this court to automatically exclude jurors who have a preconceived view of guilt. Of course. Obvious. I just want to see, can I not zoom in this some more? Yeah, there we go. Okay. As grounds, therefore, undersigned counsel states as follows. Due to the pervasive, intensive, and prejudicial publicity and public commentary concerning the charges against Ms. Stauch and the public outcry against Ms. Stauch, many of the jurors have expressed a preconceived opinion of her guilt. Jurors and us. Jurors and the public. So, yeah, I don't blame them, right? Yes, Lisa says, oh, it's the protein. Yes. Exactly, yeah. The Brian Koberger case as well. They had that latent shoe print. So you can't see the blood with the naked eye. And they did a latent blood test as well. Grizzly Zoom, yes, Stefan. Okay, so it's fundamental to a defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial that he or she be provided with an impartial jury. This we know. While some jurors have expressed a willingness to try and set aside their preconceived belief of her guilt, such assurances fall short of guaranteeing Ms. Stauch the presumption of innocence before an impartial jury. Most of the jurors expressing the belief that Ms. Stauch is guilty have been following the case for over 3 years in the media, meaning in most cases, these jurors have held a belief in her guilt for that amount of time. The idea that a juror can wipe their mind clear and presume Ms. Stauch innocent is an illusion that flies from the face of science. Flies from the face of science in a legal document. Okay. Despite a juror's best effort, those jurors who have previously formed an opinion of Ms. Stauch's guilt will unconsciously favor information from the prosecution that confirms this pre-existing belief. Confirmation bias is a type, this is true, confirmation bias does exist, and jurors, of course, cannot have that, right? I don't think I have the psych report here. I'm reading through what we have. We've got 8 pages. They haven't put the full psych report here. I think they're going to present that in court. Whatever documents I do have, I usually do put on Patreon. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Sarah. And Jan says coffee for Dieter. Thank you so much. He's going to need that. He's going to need that for sure. Thank you so much. Okay. So it's nice to hear this though, how, the juries are selected, how they get an impartial jury. So they say confirmation bias is a type of unconscious bias that causes people to pay more attention to information that confirms their existing belief system and disregard that which is contradictory. That is the insidious nature of unconscious bias. People are completely unaware of implicit biases they may harbor and how those biases leak into their decision-making and behaviors. Seating jurors that are unconsciously primed for guilt does not provide Ms. Stauch with an impartial jury. Further, the situation is imminently preventable. Based upon the previous 4 days of jury selection, automatically removing any juror who expresses a preconceived belief of Ms. Stauch's guilt will still leave more than enough jurors by April 3rd, 2023. And Joshua Tolini signed this on March 23rd, 26th. Why am I saying the wrong numbers? March 26th, 2023. All right, and here they say, comes now Michael J. Allen, District Attorney for the 4th Judicial District and his duly appointed deputies, hereby notifies the defense and the court of the supplemental endorsement of the following witnesses in the above entitled case and submits P45 People Supplemental Notice of Endorsement and Good Faith List of Witnesses. Jonathan Reinhardt, expert in Adobe. Janine Sanchez. We've seen Janine Sanchez on the stand already, right? El Paso County District Attorney's Office. I think Janine Sanchez. Wasn't Janine Sanchez the one that worked with Harley Hunt at the massage envy place? That rings a bell. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? I just remember the name. I think she's been on the stand already. The people reserve the right to amend, add, or change the potential witnesses that may be called at trial in response to the events that may occur during trial, and the defendant's endorsements. Further, and in compliance with Rule 16, the people reserve the right to add to or subtract from this list at any reasonable time, specifically in response to receiving the defendant's disclosures, notice of defenses, additional expert reports, or a change of plea. This list may also change based upon rulings of the court regarding the scope and admissibility of evidence. All right, so we've got that. I like documents. Thank you to the docket for these documents. The docket's got a YouTube channel, the docket 71. So we love document time. So we're looking at the latest redacted documents here. Now here they say, comes now Michael J. Allen, District Attorney for the 4th Judicial District and his duly appointed deputies, hereby notifies the defense and the court of the supplemental endorsement of the following witnesses in the above entitled case and submits the People's Supplemental Amended Good Faith List of Witnesses. Dr. Christine Moore, expert, Larned State Hospital, Kansas, Department for Aging and Disability Services. Holly Werstein, expert, and she's from Colorado Springs. Robert Serra, expert, retired or resigned deputy. We've seen him on the stand before. and Kurt Smith, expert, El Paso County Sheriff's Office. The people reserve the right to amend, add, change potential witnesses that may be called at trial in response to the events that may occur during the trial and the defendant's endorsements. Okay, so that's what we have. So there's nothing riveting on there, but at least we've seen the latest documents as well. Okay, so what? They said they're coming back at 20 past 1. Am I correct? Was that the right time? Let's just see. Denver time right now is 12:01. Did they say 1:20? Is that correct? Objection. Okay, so Sprayed Love says she explained the blisters bleeding to cover. That's aware of what may happen if there's evidence. I see also, I wrote here, not a professional artist. You were saying you think that maybe Gannon knew something, like I've seen a few people comment that. What do you guys think it would be if Gannon had some dirt on Letecia, knew something that she was up to, some kind of secret? I don't know if that could be a motive for her to, make sure that secret's never exposed. What do you think it is? Lily, thank you so much. Glad I found this channel. Chat is Love Eyes. Yes, back to work. You can listen at work. Just pop those earphones in. Okay, no, I'm not encouraging you to be naughty. I know some people are naughty and they listen at work. Thank you for listening. Heather, nice to see you here as well. And 1:20. Donnell says 1:20. Whack-a-mole time. No. Anita, you need to check out my second channel to meet Dieter. Dieter is the Grizzly True Crime video editor. Okay. Kathleen says an affair or something financial. I also wonder. And I will take a break. Don't worry, Max. We're going to take a break. It's an hour 20 till they come back. So we talk a bit and then I'll take a break. I will. An affair or something financial. I'm wondering if this Iguardo story has any little grain of truth in it, huh? But then it doesn't make sense to me. Like, I thought maybe she was having an affair with Iguardo, who's a real dude. He was a real, I'm still not clear what his job was, but like a handyman or a carpet guy or something. I don't think that's just a fictional character. Real guy from the neighborhood, right? We're yet to see. But I wonder if she was having an affair at all, especially whenever Al went away. Especially with her Google searches, like find me a new man, find me a man without kids, find me a man with kids who will pay me to look after the kids. Like what? She was definitely looking to start a whole new life. She was looking for an apartment. She was looking for a whole life without kids. And she had this delusion that she was going to be an air hostess, a flight attendant with Spirit Airlines, which I wonder why Spirit Airlines. But she said she got all these offers, right? Yes, a pinch of truth. Is it a pinch or is it a grain? The debate continues. USA versus UK, right? And here I am, South African in the Netherlands. So Eileen says, is it possible he saw her search history and possibly saw her meet with another man? I also wonder. I wonder that too. Okay, so Shauna says, is the courtroom feed fuzzy on your end too? You're crystal clear. So I'm guessing when I showed you the full view, you could see that the TV screen is this big, okay? So I zoom in using my software. I zoom into that TV screen to make it full screen so we can see what they're showing instead of looking at it like this. That's why it's fuzzy. It is a compromising quality, but at least we can see what the hell are they showing on that TV, right? This as well. Didn't she burn Gannon? Perhaps she worried. I just wonder. Like, I don't know if that's... I'd wonder about this. But if he said, you know what, I'm going to tell that you did this. I just think either, especially with her domestic violence background, maybe she was torturing him or abusing him for a long time. And he's like, I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell on you. It could be something like that. Right? Angela's like, spirit because it's fantasy. Yes. Okay. Let's see what else you guys have got to say. Okay. Let's see here. I just want to quickly check those stickers because there's some of them that had questions that I missed as well. So I just want to make sure that I check that. This is the thing. It seemed like the SA event with Iguardo was maybe her getting caught. I mean, with her, there's always just a tiny little bit of truth in the crap that she comes up with. Just a little bit. She takes it and she just cherry picks stories. Like when she phoned in to book her from work on Monday, January 27th, 2020, the day that Gannon was murdered. She booked off from work at like 4:30 in the morning saying she can't come into work because her stepdad was hit by a car and killed. Now, that's actually a true story. Her stepfather was hit by a car and killed, but not then. decades earlier when she was 21. Okay, so a decade and a half earlier, because she was 35 at the time that this happened. Yes. Cece's like, shut the front door. Guardo was real. Yeah. And Julie, I mean, she would make a terrible flight attendant because the way she handled the fire emergency, the way that she has asthma and anxiety, but has no anxiety meds with her, no asthma pump with her. Like this lady, oh my word, she cannot plan anything. No. Right on Josephine says, I think it's possible Gannon walked in on them. I'm wondering about that too. Maybe it's a combination of lots of things, but that amount of rage, that amount of everything she did to Gannon, an 11-year-old boy, what did he have on her? What did he know? Why did she need to delete him, basically? She was like, I need to get rid of this problem. Why? So why do we ask ourselves this? As horrible as the question is, we're just trying to understand. If you haven't seen my necklace yet, this I bought in honor of Gannon. It's a blue crystal heart. So it arrived yesterday or so, or the day before yesterday. So I wear that in honor of Gannon. So thank you also for sharing the blue hearts in chat and all of that. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's quickly see some of these stickers, some of the questions you had. And thank you to Fiddle Dee. You said a little something like a blankie for your hammock. Thank you for that $50 super sticker. I just want to remind you guys, YouTube takes half of everything that you send here. They literally are like, ooh, fun. So they take half. So if you want to directly send things, that's the best is PayPal. Okay, so Becky G said, didn't she say in her letter to the judge that she had no record? Good point. She did. She did say that. She said she has no record. We looked at her letter to the judge a few streams ago. So, and it's also on the playlist as well. She did. She lies about everything. I mean, honestly. And what did you guys think of that video that we saw, the GoPro video of her suddenly? I mean, her demeanor was scary in that. When she had her hands like that and the way she was doing her neck and just everything, and then she got her hands free and attacked the deputy, that was scary. Thank you, Cherry. Music MKR said, oh my gosh, she's so narcissistic. And Tina said, thank you for all the research and coverage. Your channel's become my favorite true crime channel. Thank you so much. Hooting Annie says, this monster makes me sick. And Janet, there we go. Janet said, does the judge know the evidence beforehand? His body language was interesting when this line of questioning started. Yeah, I saw his body language because at some point then he said, I don't know where you're going with this, with the way the defense was going with their questions. It was like, I don't know where you're going with this, man. Yes, thank you so much, Holly Monster, for sharing blue hearts and little hedgehogs for Gannon. That's true. She did say no adult record, but it's still a lie because she did have an adult record. She did. Oh, yes. Karen Kennedy says, I agree the abuse with Gannon had been going on for a while, just not enough to show. Then it went too far, planned. I really still wonder about that candle incident. What the hell really happened on Saturday, the 26th? Because if you guys forgot this, do you remember that Letecia, one of her original stories is that Gannon cut his foot in the garage, okay, on January 25th, on a Saturday. He cut his foot in the garage. She says he sat on the back of her car and they bandaged it up. Now, her car wasn't in there like that because we could hear now. It's like a workshop. It's difficult to get a car in there. You'd really have to want to get that car in there, which she did eventually. Remember, she told her daughter as well to reverse her car in there. Sarah Lee's G. Thank you so much. Loving that you are live streaming this trial, G, and keeping it grizzly as always, making sure you take care of you too. Thanks for your amazing work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So on the Saturday, she said that Gannon cut his foot. I just remember this the other day. I'm like, wait. He cut his foot. They bandaged it up. So she's explaining why there would be blood in the garage, right? Or on the planks, which we just saw, the blue star reaction, right? Cut his foot. What did I say? Cut his foot. And then the next day, on Sunday, she says they went hiking to the Garden of the Gods for 6 miles. Okay, so one day he's cutting his foot. And the next day is on a 6-mile hike? I don't think so. None of her stories make sense at all. You know? And then on the Monday, she books him off from school saying he's got stomach problems. But then they go to Petco twice? Why? And he stays in the car? Like, I don't know about you, man, but when I haven't been to a Petco, we don't have those in South Africa or the Netherlands. But when I go to a pet store and there's any animals in there, I don't care if it's rats. I'm going in and I'm looking. I love pets. So I just want to see all the pets and just browse around. Why was he in the car both times? And she's like looking out the window. We're going to possibly hear from a Petco worker because they are on the witness list. The document is on Patreon if you want to check out that whole binder. I posted it again yesterday, I think it was, so that it's fresh. It's from March 16th. I posted it again, right? Right on Josephine says, what's around the Petco? What other shops? Good point. I mean, she says she went for Dunkin' Donuts and all of that, right? Tammy Donaldson says the GoPro was very wild. But to think that he cut his foot, but then he hiked 6 miles. Then she says he pooped his pants 3 times. Like, sure, let's just degrade the victim, because at that point, she'd already murdered him. Okay, so she says he pooped his pants 3 times. And then what? And then on Sunday night, she's telling Al he's not going to school the next day because he's really sick. He's got stomach problems. So he didn't have all those problems on that long hike, besides, of course, her saying that he pooped his pants. Okay, 3 times. Like, how do you even explain that? Like, none of her stories make any sense, right? Then on Monday, he's booked off from school. You're booked off from work because you say your stepdad got hit by a car. That's extreme. Instead of just saying, hey, I can't come into work today because my stepson's really sick. That would be normal. Or I can't come into work today because I'm not feeling well. Normal. She's like, hey, can't come into work today because my stepdad got hit by a car. Yeah, he was killed. What? Like, to have such an extreme excuse? And to think that that's before murdering him. Wow, that's scary, right? Annette says, gee, thanks for how hard you work on these cases. You are amazing justice for Gannon. Thank you so much. DM13 says, has his little sister given testimony? No. She's only 11 years old now, so I'm not sure if she will. I don't know. I didn't see her on the list. But if you see her on the list, if you're on Patreon, let me know. I didn't see her name. Lena? Yes. I know, right? Chacha Dodd says, no way Gannon hiked 6 miles even with an uninjured foot. No way that she did either. That one? I don't see it. I don't see it. Michelle Rigeri says, I think she was poisoning him. She could have been, right? I was also looking at what medication he had in his system, especially because she was mentioning her medication. He had acetaminophen and hydrocodone in his system. And then when I look up what is that acetaminophen, it is like paracetamol, right? It's like painkillers in his system. So that must have been from Saturday. So still, I wonder, what the hell happened on Saturday with that candle? Why is there a sock in the candle? Why is the candle in the trash like that? Why is there wax on the carpet like that and looked weird? And then why does she cut a piece of the carpet out? Weird. All of that. Cute. Angie Leah says, I take my puppy to the pet store to visit the animals. Okay, sorry, I was still busy here. I'm busy with 10 things at once. Hood and Annie said, best channel ever, Amen. Thank you so much. Because you wrote you have the butt channel. I understood what you meant. Thank you so much. The BUT. And thank you, Tammy. You said, I'm here now. Work done. Thank you for the stream, G. Mods, yes. Okay, so I think that's all the questions. Sebster said, no signs of anxiety, just boredom. And you love the judge. Yes. I'm not T-Pain says the candle incident happened in some way. There's something that happened there, because when we saw the pictures of the couch as well, the couch has got all these like smoky burn marks. Like, and she's like, I'm not a professional. I can't explain what the fire was really doing, but it was weird. Something happened on Saturday. And I do not believe that they went hiking on Sunday, even though she says that there's a time-stamped photo. Show us the photo. Right? That recording was so bad, right? Jody Brown says, I felt like on the burn recording, when Gannon said he was just worried about his burns, he was just not. What was she saying? He was afraid. When Gannon said he was just worried about his burns. Yeah, he said something. Remember that recording was so hard to listen to, because he said, I'm just worried about my burns. And she said, shh, shh, shh. What are we going to sell? We could sell the couch. We could sell, like, what in the hell is wrong with her? Oh, my word. And why is she talking like that to an 11-year-old? It makes no sense, right? Damn. Nancy H says Percocet is a combo of oxycodone and acetaminophen. Wow. Okay. Nomi says she was trying to burn evidence. Very, To think that the whole thing snowballs. Something happens with the candle and the carpet and all that. The carpet's cut out. Now Iguardo's in the picture. By Monday, there's an Iguardo coming to fix the carpet. She gives him the code. They busted her ass though with the whole ADT thing, ADT in the garage code and all of that. Very interesting. How everything just, she needs to make her own actions into stories, but they make no sense. Like not even in a movie. If you try it's like waking up from a dream and trying to explain that dream to someone, and as you do, you realize this is just crazy. Like, what am I even saying? That's how she explains things. Yeah, don't believe the hike either. And 2, Anne Rasmussen. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. DKK super sticker. Denmark, right? Amber says acetaminophen. I just want to check the. Yeah, they say acetaminophen and hydrocodone were found in Gannon's system. Autopsy results revealed. Let's just see if I can see these articles. Okay, let's bring that here. So here they say, Gannon Stauch autopsy results revealed. Accused killer's stepmom busted over fake. Remember the fake polygraph test? Whoa. To think that she got banned. Oh no, don't show it. Wait. Hold on. Oh, come on, people. Crime Online. Why are you showing that photo? Okay, so I'm going to have to read it to you like this because I can't show that. Testimony continued Monday morning in the Letecia Stauch murder trial with the medical examiner explaining wounds found on the body of 11-year-old murder victim Gannon Stauch. Dr. Susan Ignacio, who identified herself as an associate medical examiner in Largo, Florida, testified that she took part in Gannon's autopsy on March 18th, 2020. So his body was found March 17th. Sorry that I'm looking to the side like that. I refuse to show those autopsy photos. I can't believe this article just has them like that. As Crime Online previously reported, prosecutors say Letecia Stauch stabbed, shot, and beat her stepson. Wow. Gannon, inside. So a lot of people in the chat are very confused about the video, the surveillance footage that doesn't, you can't see Gannon coming home. So now you're like, but what did she do? And a lot of people still think that she killed him on this trip to Petco. But no, he got out of the vehicle because, one, there's apparently a shadow on the other side under the car. So it's someone getting out on the other side, which I think she would have instructed him to, which is weird to me. 2, we know from the evidence that he was murdered in his bedroom because of all the blood spatter, the blood on the mattress that seeped through onto the carpet and into the cement as well. So that's how they know it happened. A violent event happened in his bedroom. Copper Horse, welcome to membership. Yes. Cassandra says, why the overkill? I also wonder if because I don't know if neighbors heard the shooting, although I think, wasn't it Detective Jess Bethel that said some neighbors said they did, some say they didn't? I remember something like that. But some have speculated that she may have even put his body in a suitcase, taken him out to drop the suitcase in Douglas County on South Perry Park Road. We've done map time for that as well. I can show you this quickly. Wait. Yeah. This. Okay. So here's the house, 6627 Mandan Drive. And look how far the Petco is. And then she drove all the way to the South Perry Park Road. So at the time when she was doing that police interview and taking a nap and eating Hot Pockets and all that, his body was likely in a suitcase here at South Perry Park Road. Yes. Can you believe it? L. Dot says the GoPro video proves how vicious and strong she is. Very capable of doing the murder without being in different characters. Ooh, that's true as well. Oh no, don't worry, Ellen. You're safe here. I will not show it. I didn't show it. I will not show it. It was blocked out when they showed it in the court. I was like, wait, what? Immediately block that out. No, we have to respect the victim and their family. You know, and a lot of the public, that's us, okay, we're all the public, feel like, I see, you know, there's a narrative of like, we have the right to see this. We should see this. Or like, we're adults, we can see it. No, like have some empathy for the victim and their family. We do not have a right to see it. You know what I mean? So I will not be showing those photos. Okay, well, little rant over. Done. Okay, let me just go back to that article. Let me try bring it to the screen so I can at least look this way. Okay, so they say, according to Ignacio, Gannon had 18 sharp force injuries. He also had several lacerations across his chest caused by a sharp object. We still don't know what that is, and we heard today that I just want to see what's going on there. We heard today that they haven't found that the weapon, the whatever caused the sharp force injuries, or her bloody clothes. They did not find that. So that's or the shell casings either. That was interesting. So he has several lacerations across his chest caused by a sharp object, Ignacio said, such as a knife or a blade. I really hope it's not a box cutter or a carpet cutter, because she was talking about that at some point. Oh, she said some scary words the other day. Armchair Tay says, say a G loud and proud for the people in the back. Yes. Honor and respect for the victim and their family. The victim tried to defend himself against the attacker, causing numerous cuts on his hands that likely happened when he put his hands up in defense. Ignacio said the victim had 4 cuts on the back of his right hand caused by a sharp object and another sharp force injury on his left hand. So, a toxicology report indicated that Gannon had both hydrocodone and acetaminophen in his system. Let me just quickly type. I'm going to put that in the chat so that you can see it. Maybe some of you know exactly what that is. Where is it now? My little window went away. This one? Yeah. Ignacio testified that the victim had hydrocodone in his system for 12 hours or less before death, as seen from samples taken from his liver and spleen. The amount of hydrocodone given to the victim was unclear due to the body's decomposition. Gannon's father, Al Stauch, took the stand briefly and testified that he had been prescribed hydrocodone for a finger injury, but didn't finish the prescription and left the medication in a drawer in his bedroom. He said he never gave his son the medication and only he and the defendant knew where the medication was. Welcome to membership, Stefanie S. Okay, Special Agent for the FBI, Violent Crime Task Force, Andrew Cohen, also took the stand Friday and said Letecia Stauch attempted to obtain a fake lie detector test from a company called fakepolygraphtest.com, and that really does exist. Okay, I can put this back up now because they don't have the pictures. Fakepolygraphtest.com. To think that a company that provides such a terrible service blocked her is just quite something, right? Welcome, Stefanie. Leanne Costello says, I want to know why Bethany is no longer working for the El Paso Sheriff's Department. I would think PTSD. This case affected her so much, and it happens to actually a lot of detectives, especially in cases involving children. It is just so terrible that they resign. They take their package and they're out. They're out of there. And I understand, right? Yeah, so Magnetic Janice says, okay, so he did have a script for it. So there were some pills left there. Oh my word. Ryder Josephine says, I've had to take it after an amputation. Whoa. Jackie Norman says, today's testimonies have had me glued to my screen. Thanks for covering this. Gee, it's my pleasure. And hashtag justice for Gannon. Yes. Someone said, did she confess? Carrie? No. Oh no, she didn't confess. Her defense is saying not guilty by reason of insanity. That's what they're going for. And she's hoping to, rather go to a mental hospital than stay in jail or in prison for the rest of her life. Then go to prison for the rest of her life. She's currently in jail. Christy says both hydrocodone and oxycodone are very similar and both used to treat pain. However, oxycodone is a bit stronger. Thank you so much. Magnetic Janice says, why would he have been prescribed an opiate unless he had a horrific injury to his finger? And I wonder what caused the injury to his finger with her freaking DV background. I wonder. But he didn't testify to any of that. He hasn't said anything about DV, but she's got a history of DV. I wonder who the victim was. In those cases. Okay, so the amount, okay, we don't know that. Yes, we've seen that. A recording played between a customer service associate at the company and the defendant indicated that Stauch never received the test results after the questions she answered on the test were against company policies. According to Cohen, the defendant tried to order the fake test to show her husband that she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's death. Also taking the stand Friday was former evidence technician EPCSO Christina Cervantes, along with Detective Michael Bauman with EPSO and Sergeant Kurt Smith with EPCSO. Letecia Stauch is facing charges of murder in the first degree, ×2, also with a child under 12, right? Tampering with a deceased human body, tampering with physical evidence. If I didn't make that clear, murder in the first degree is listed twice. It's not that she has 2 counts, like 2 victims. It's murder in the first degree, and then again murder in the first degree, because the second one is because the victim was a child under the age of 12. Okay, so let's see the time. So we're going to come back at 1:20. Yes, so now it would be lunchtime. I'm going to put this up for you. Just hold on 1 second. I'm going to go say hi to Mr. Grizzly because he just got back from work. Well, about 2 hours ago now. Time flies when we're here live streaming, right? Welcome to membership, Linz K. Okay. Cha-Cha Dodd said, Al said he cut the tip of his finger off. Lots of nerve endings. Ooh. Okay, I'll cut the tip of a finger. Probably because he did all that. He did a lot of I can't remember that. It's too much in the files there. He cut the tip of his finger. Yeah, doing a wood project. Okay, that's what I was going to speculate. That makes sense because he did a lot of wood projects in the garage there. He cut a lot of wooden planks and did a lot of woodwork. Yeah, yes. All right. So let's do. Wait. Oh, yeah. I'd have to remove. Okay, everyone, can you hear me? I'm back. Time goes so fast, huh? Okay. So, let's get this all ready for court. Afternoon session, right? This one. Okay. Let's see what you guys are saying. Okay, so Ryan Josephine says, I don't believe everything others say. What? I don't believe everything others say. It's not documented. She is not. Ooh, what are we talking about? Okay, yay, we're back. Yes, we're back. I hope you can all hear me nicely. Let me fix this necklace. There we go. The necklace for Gannon. Thank you for sharing all the blue hearts, especially, in the break. You guys are so amazing. Thank you for staying here. I was lurking, okay? Lurking while making sandwiches. All right. Thank you, Lynn. You say Gisela is par excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're looking here. You can see the court is not quite back yet. They're coming back in 3 minutes. And let's see what the rest of the day brings. I wonder what else we're going to hear, huh? You hear me loud and clear. Very nice. Oh, we're still talking about the blue star, right? Reacts to iron. Yes. Cherry said, welcome back, G. Hope you're comfy. I am indeed. Thank you, Alice. Yes, everyone, if you could please hit the like button and share hashtag Gannon Strong, hashtag Gannon's Army. You can also share hashtag Letecia Stauch Trial because that's how it's categorized on social media, and also Grizzly True Crime. That would be great. Okay, so I'm just leaving this here so we can see when they pop back on. We will hear it as well. Sorry, sometimes. Oh, my bad. I didn't block anyone, right? I didn't mean to. I was trying to unhide messages because you can share these blue hearts, yes. All right, so I wonder if Christian Liewer will be back. CSI. Oh, we had a CSI detective there showing us the results of his search. And he was there on February 3rd, twice, lunchtime and in the evening, and also on February 5th after lunchtime. Yes. MN Mom, Jane, thank you. Betty Churchill says, so happy you are doing this, G. Jessica, the timer scared me too. I didn't know it actually makes a noise when the timing stops. I was counting down for when I'm going to be here. At least you know, you were alerted. I'll be back. Okay. Well, it's supposed to scare you awake. Hello. Oh, we're here now. Okay, so let me quickly have a look here. What we have. Just quickly gonna do this. Yes. Sorry, I just want to remind you, if in case you didn't know, what Letecia Stauch has been charged with. I saw there was a debate in the break going on of her admitting to doing it or not. Through her defense, I believe, of course, one has to, right, to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. That is, in a way, admitting you did it. That's what they're fighting for. So, yeah. Now, the counts, the charges she's facing is count 1, murder in the first degree. Count 2 is also murder in the first degree because that second one is for a victim under the age of 12. Count 3, child abuse resulting in death. Count 4, tampering with a deceased human body. Count 5, tampering with physical evidence. So count 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 is a crime of violence. Pernille says, careful with the Starbucks coffee, Naji. Oh, you know I had that in my lunch break. Not Starbucks coffee, it's a Frappuccino, just to clarify. Because I told you guys yesterday, I can't stand Starbucks coffee. Like if you actually go get a hot coffee, oh, no, it's horrible. This was like a Frappuccino thingy. Okay, let's just zoom in a little more. There we go. Okay. Also, I saw in the break that I think it was Tammy or one of you mentioned that when we were listening to the calls between Al Stauch and Letecia, I need to go re-listen to that. There was a sentence that he said when they were talking about the candle wax, like, oh no, did you try to do to him what you were doing to me? Something like that. We got to pick up on that sentence again. If you find it with the timestamp on the stream that we did, wherever you find it, just send it to me on email, okay? grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com, but I'll be looking for that as well, because that's interesting. Yes. Paula says, just poured coffee. Me too. Okay. As soon as they're on, I should be able to hear it. Did you see? They're going to come back any minute now. The time now is 21 past. They said 20 past, right? Where are you? Yes. And Lexi says, Starbucks is gross. I agree, G. Yes. That's the thing. Max Collins says, what will the psychological evaluation say? Looking forward to hear that. I mean, looking forward to it, but in a way as well, it's going to be hard because some of these experts they're probably going to argue in favor of the DID, and I'm just like, man, insanity and DID, they're just those two just don't go together. DID is a sophisticated coping mechanism, and she's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. Yes. Okay, we're waiting. We're waiting for the all rise for the jury. So Liz said it gets worse. Not only is Harley Hunt asking for donations as she has lost her mother, but now she's being sponsored by by a suitcase company? Where are you seeing that? Is that on Instagram or what? She's being sponsored by a suitcase company? No. Wait, let's see. I can't see it. Let's quickly look at a story here on Instagram. She said, come do Pilates with me. Okay. Not playing the sound here. Kirsten, no. DID is not insanity. Sorry, I'm just looking at what she's doing here. Go like this. Come do Pilates with me. Okay. Right. I don't see the suitcase sponsor. Tell me where you see that. What? That's really not cool. And why would she accept that as well? I mean, damn. Yeah, Mary, I really do. It's the pilot and the swimmer in me. I was a competitive swimmer and then an airline pilot. So you can imagine that every second counts. So when they say 20 past, I'm like, well, it's 23 minutes past. Where the heck are they? Instagram, Pernille? I'm looking. I can't see sponsorships. Oh, there. I see it. I see it.
Right.
Look at that.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. And
Yay,
Ms.
we're
Gratiano, you can move that once the jury gets in and whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that.
so big in the courtroom. Sorry. Oh, there's Letecia. Like, where does she have lunch?
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
What is Will looking at? Will Cook looking at something.
Yeah.
What? Thank you. Latvian homestead.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, stand up, Letecia, stand up. No, we're not seeing the judge yet. Oh, she's all animated today, isn't she?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Mr. Liewer. That's where we will resume. Ms. Gratiano.
Yep. And we'll continue on. Well, good
There he
afternoon now.
is.
Everyone.
Your Honor, permission to approach to move the easel?
You may go
Can't
ahead.
see the judge. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. She's talking to a lawyer, you guys. There. Oh, sort of.
Mr. Liewer, we were at a good point where you've now transitioned to another part of the house. I would like to take a moment to take a step back. There are two exhibits, I believe, in front of you.
I just have the one.
Sorry?
I just have one photograph.
One photograph. And what photograph exhibit is that previously admitted?
This is People's Exhibit 446.
I'll project that. Mr. Liewer, if you can take a moment to point out some specific items that we see in People's Exhibit 446. Next to the boards, you testified about a bag that you'd moved, done some Blue Star on, but can you point out that bag in People's 446?
Absolutely. So as you can see in the center of the screen, you see a blue bag next to the boards that I've testified about. This bag appeared to be a softball bag or used for softball materials, but I did not open it to examine what was in there.
Oh,
And
boy.
can you point out that bag? To be clear, there may be maybe two bags in that particular photo. Can you point out each of those bags?
Absolutely. I'm going to stand up if that's okay with you. Go ahead. Thank you. So as you can see in the center of this image here, the blue bag I was referring to earlier, there's a big E in the middle of it. But additionally, there's a box to the south end of the boards. There's also another Easton bag with what appears to be a pink softball bat as well.
Thank you. Now you'd explained that your work on February 3rd of 2020 was split basically into two parts. The second part was to maximize the advantage of what?
We wanted to respond again in the evening to take advantage of the darkness so we could see the Blue Star reactions if present.
Okay. And in terms of that, were you able to document any Blue Star reactions that you noticed?
Yes, we were. We were able to document it via notes and some photographs. There was a camera malfunction during my response, which I can explain in further detail.
Go ahead.
So I mentioned before the shutter of a camera is what opens and closes for a photograph to be taken. And that when we take our Blue Star photography, we want to make sure the shutter is open as long as we can to get as much light in. So traditionally, if you have a shutter that is open for a very long time, you're going to have a brighter and brighter photograph. With my camera, there was a shutter issue where I had my shutter open for a very long time, 30 seconds, and my pictures were coming out almost completely dark. And there was a weird noise that my camera was making. So we equated this to a shutter malfunction. So instead of trying to photograph and continually diluting the blue star reaction, we decided it would be best to make a note of it and sample it directly. Because if we kept trying to photograph the reaction, eventually that would continually dilute the sample, which would make it more difficult for a DNA sample to be pulled from it. So in a long-winded answer, we had issues with the camera shutter. So instead of trying to photograph it, we took swabs and noted it immediately. And the camera was eventually replaced that year as well. So,
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, previously provided to the defense.
All right, go ahead.
To familiarize yourself with the exhibits that I've handed you.
absolutely.
I wonder what Letecia and her attorneys are flapping through like that for.
Mr. Liewer, do you recognize those?
I do. These are photographs that I took during my second visit or the evening of February 3rd, 2020.
And in terms of the documentation that you did, you were able to actually use your camera, but as far as some of the documentation for lighting and things like that, that became problematic with the Blue Star, right?
That is correct. During the second visit we were there, the CSI Robert Zaleski had his camera. I did switch to that momentarily to photograph some Blue Star reactions, but overall my camera was having those shutter issues. So again, we predominantly decided that it would be best to note and swab.
And our People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day.
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502.
Exhibits 477 and 486 through 502 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. Mr. Liewer, what we have projected here is People's Exhibit 477. Why did you document this?
This is an overall photograph of the storage room that's in the basement. And depicted on the diagram here, we have the child's bedroom in the southeast corner of the bottom half of this diagram. And that storage room just north of it, that's what I'm photographing here. And when we do our crime scene processing, we will take overalls of every room to document how it looks before we begin our processing. So this is one of those photos. In relation to where this location is at, it's in the northeast corner of this room facing east. So when you walk in, it's the wall on the farthest.
And as a part of the Metro Crime Lab, fair to say other members of the team also did crime scene work in that room as well?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if we can mute the screen so I can move forward.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what Lee said. I know, right?
Great, thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and unmute it. Appreciate it, Your Honor. Oh, I lost it. Thank you.
What are we
Now, as
showing?
you move forward throughout the house, continuing your documentation with specific areas of the house, what are we seeing in People's Exhibit 486?
This is a difficult photograph to recognize because we don't have any labels for it. Traditionally, when we see visible possible bloodstains, we will label them. But with how small what I observed here was, I didn't want to lose it. So what we're looking at here is that first landing. And when I refer to the landings, the first one, we're referring to going downstairs. So the first landing is the first one you hit when you're going down the stairs. The second one is the second landing when you're going down the stairs. So in this diagram, in the center of the top level, it's going to be this north wall of the first landing. And it's kind of, you can't see it, but there's a zoomed in photograph.
Okay. The zoomed in photograph that you're referring to, would that be People's 487?
Yes, it is. That there was a red possible biological sample on that north wall that we thought it would be probative to take a sample of.
People's 488. Can you orient the jury as to where we are now?
So now we are in the southeast bedroom, or Gannon's bedroom. And this is the location. This is right when you're standing in the doorway. So we're standing in the doorway at the top left side of his room on this diagram, facing the southeast corner.
People's 489.
This is another photograph of that corner. However, now we're standing in the northeast corner facing southeast.
People's 490.
This is the direct east wall of that corner we were just referring to.
And based on what you're looking at here, photographing this particular wall, are there any apparent abnormalities that you're seeing when you look at this photo in terms of blood?
Overall, no, but there were observations later made, but at the times there weren't.
People's 491.
So this is another photograph of the southeast corner. It is very yellow because we will take a photograph before we do any blue star without any flash photography. So it will come out usually this yellowish hue. So this is the photograph I took before any blue star processing. And then any photographs subsequent to that will be of that blue star reaction in the same exact location.
And Mr. Liewer, are you familiar with what object generally is in that corner of that bedroom?
I was informed that there was a bed there at one point.
And by the time you'd enter that room, had that bed been removed?
Correct. I did not observe a bed in that corner. However, I did observe a bed in the southwest corner, so on the opposite side of this corner.
People's Exhibit 492. Can you explain to the jury what you've documented here?
This is the photograph from that corner. This is a blue star reaction. This is after I did switch cameras on the second visit or the second processing. But this is a blue star reaction with blue and whitish blue chemiluminescence around that southeast corner.
And Mr. Liewer, would you be able to use the pointer to distinguish between the floor versus the wall area?
Absolutely. So with this photograph being so dark, it may be difficult to tell, but towards the bottom of the screen here, you can see kind of a white upside down V. To the upper left side of that V is the east wall of the room. To the upper right hand side of that V is the south wall. And then directly below that upside down V is the floor of that corner of the room.
And based on the color of the reaction that you see here, is there anything that you can say or opine as to the color and what that means?
So with it being a blue chemiluminescence, it is presumptive positive, is a presumptive positive reaction with blue star, indicating that it could be blood.
People's Exhibit 493. What are you looking at and documenting here?
This is another photograph of the same reaction. However, the spray has been distributed differently, so that's why there's a different appearance now. But again, this is another photograph of the presumptive positive reaction in that corner of the southeast bedroom.
Compared to People's Exhibit 492, would 493 show a greater height of the wall? Or is that just additional spray that you put to document that?
I wouldn't make any conclusions based on that alone, but because when you're spraying with blue star, you're spraying where you can. You may not be hitting every single possible area, possible blood stains, but I will say the reaction does span a higher level in this photograph than the previous photograph.
People's Exhibit 494. What are you documenting here?
So once we saw the blue star reaction in that corner of the room and some discoloration on the carpet, we thought it would be probative to cut the carpet up to see if we could see any visible possible blood stains. And at that point, when we cut the carpet up, we saw a reddish brown stain consistent with blood stains on the underside of the carpet.
And as we had gone through the prior exhibit showing the carpet, was there any discoloration that was apparent on the top of the carpet as you documented?
Yes, it was darker and brown, but it was faint, but it was still present.
And can you point out, let's see, on People's Exhibit 495, what are you specifically showing in here?
This is a zoomed in photo of the underside of the carpet, kind of highlighting that reddish brown that area of possible blood stains.
And given that you're seeing some possible blood stains soak through the carpet, what's the next level or layer that you're interested in?
When we're concerned about absorption, we're going to continue on to see how far down it goes. So with carpet, traditionally, there's also padding underneath. So we pull that padding up, which will then have the concrete sublayer. So we're just trying to see how far down that absorption of any biological material would go.
People's Exhibit 496, what have you documented here with regard to the padding and the concrete flooring?
So as I alluded to, we're going to keep searching further down. This is after that padding has been pulled back. So now you can see there was an amount of saturation through the carpet and the padding that resulted on the concrete subfloor.
And to be clear, the padding that we see with a large reddish spot, would that, if it laid back down, would that go directly over the corner area of that room below the socket?
Correct. Any of the reddish stains you're seeing in this photo would have been superimposed on top of each other.
So you're essentially peeling back layers of an onion, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And People's Exhibit 497, what are you documenting here?
It's the zoomed in photograph of the underside of that carpet padding, highlighting that reddish brown possible blood.
In 498?
Similarly, we're looking at that same staining on the concrete subfloor now.
499.
As we kept pulling carpet back, we observed additional areas of possible blood on the underside of the carpet. And here we're showing how far we pulled the carpet back and seeing additional possible blood stains.
People's Exhibit 500. This is a close-up photo, but what are you focusing on here?
So this is slightly rotated from the previous image, as you can tell by that cutout L. But now in the center of the screen, you can see sort of a brownish stain there as well. We thought that was consistent with possible blood stains, so we wanted to document and collect that as well.
People's Exhibit 501. I do see what you see here is now some layers of measurement that you've applied to the back of the carpet. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at that same photograph that we just observed, but this time I put a scale down showing the size and dimensions of that possible blood stain.
People's Exhibit 502.
This is a further zoomed in photograph of that same area.
Now, as you explained, noticing that you likely think that it may be blood, are you going to blue star these areas?
No, when we are using Blue Star, we will exclusively use that for latent blood stains. And the reason is if you have visible blood stains, you can sample that and test it later. However, you do not have that opportunity with latent blood stains because they are invisible, you can't see them. So if we were to have visible blood stains, all we're doing is diluting it further for any subsequent DNA testing. So when we saw this, we didn't want to test it any further. We wanted to cut it out and collect it in a way that it would be preserved best as possible.
You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 503 and 504, previously inspected by the defense.
You may, go ahead.
Now, Mr. Liewer, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 504 and first here,
Oh boy.
503.
Perfect.
You recognize it?
I do. Could I look at the seals real fast? Yes, I do recognize this. This is that carpet that was directly in the southeast corner of the bedroom, and it also includes the padding. And again, I recognize this based on the label indicating where it was at, having my employee number, and then the tape seals on it having my initials. However, with it being having the package been open, there were additional analyses done by additional forensic personnel.
No, and that's specific to People's Exhibit 504. I think just below that is 503. Can you also take a moment to inspect People's Exhibit 503 as well?
Absolutely. This one was 503.
Oh, okay, 504 then. And in terms of People's Exhibit 504, you recognize it as well in the same way?
Yes, this is the carpet sample from that second area of possible blood stains we observed. I separated them out because there was enough of a delineation between the one blood stain pattern, possible blood stain pattern, and the second one. So this is that carpet and that padding, again, with the label and the additional tape seals that it is the same item.
And would you say that's in the substantially same condition as when you last collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 503 and 504.
No objection. Exhibits 503 and 504 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, as you move forward in the room, you're continuing to document the different stains, et cetera, that you see in the room. What else, in addition to blood, were you also tasked with looking for? In terms of defects, projectiles, that sort of thing.
So when we were initially called, we were told to look for blood stains and defects, or latent blood stains and possible projectile defects. During that search, we didn't observe any additional or any defects at all, but we did do the searches for the latent blood stains.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
You may, go ahead.
Do you generally recognize those?
I do.
How do
These
you
are-
recognize?
Sorry.
It's okay.
These are photographs that were taken the evening of February 3rd during my scene processing.
And they include People's Exhibits 505 through 509. Are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
Exhibits 505 through 509 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lee, we're seeing a lot of photos of carpet. How many photos would you normally take at a scene?
So during a crime scene processing, it's not abnormal to have anywhere between 500 to 1,000 plus photographs. Most photographs we use are to show the conditions of the scene before, during, and after our scene processing. However, there are times when we take photographs, we'll have placards out, we'll have labels out highlighting particular items. But during a search warrant, we're documenting as we're searching.
Okay. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 505 here, what was important again for you to document closely here?
As you can see along the right hand side of this image, that's the original possible blood stain that was under the carpet. What we're looking at here is an area on the concrete subfloor under that second possible blood stain that we observed.
People's Exhibit 506, we see some measurements here. What are you documenting?
This is additional possible blood stains that were on the concrete subfloor under that second pattern we observed.
And is the idea behind putting this sort of measurement indicator to give you a sense of scope, some sort of frame of reference?
Absolutely.
People's Exhibit 507.
Again, this is a photograph of that first area of possible blood stains. but now a scale is included to show the overall dimensions of that possible stain.
And Your Honor, permission for the witness to publish People's Exhibits first 503 and then 504 to the jury by walking past the jury box.
Oh, yes, you may, go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, if you would go ahead and walk 503 past the jury slowly so that they can review it.
Yes, we can't see him now because he's going to the jury. This witness is Christian Liewer, a crime scene investigator from Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab, and he was at the house on February 3rd and 5th, twice on February 3rd, once on February 5th.
This is People's Exhibit.
Oh my word.
503.
They have the carpet there.
And you can see in my left hand is the carpet, in the middle is the carpet padding, and in the right hand is the original packaging that I placed the padding and the carpet into.
And based on the way that it's packaged, you're actually able to show the jury the other side of that carpet as well.
Correct. It's placed in this packaging for display purposes. This is not something that the lab itself would do. This is the underside of the carpet padding and the underside of the carpet itself. Now that it's flipped, in my right hand is the underside of the carpet. In the middle is the underside of the carpet padding, and in my left hand is the underside of my packaging.
Thank you, sir. And if you would do the same with People's Exhibit 504 as well.
So I'm trying to catch a glimpse of him when he shows the carpet like that. Showing the jury.
This is People's Exhibit 504. This is that secondary carpet area that I alluded to before. In my left hand is the packaging. In the middle is the upper side of the carpet. And in my right hand is the upper side of the carpet padding.
And if you would show the jury the back side of People's Exhibit 504 as well.
Same thing now, but in the left hand is the padding, all the underside. In the middle is the carpet. In the right hand side is the packaging.
Thank you. We talked about various abnormalities that you would be interested in documenting. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 508, is there anything that's of note for you and why you photographed this?
Yes, I photographed this highlighting a chip in what looks like the windowsill. Towards the center of this image, you can see a white windowsill with kind of what appears to be missing paint. This was consistent with being in the area of where the bed originally was. So I thought if an incident did occur there, based on the blue star reaction and the amount of possible bloodstains, this may be noteworthy.
And what we see in People's Exhibit 509, would this be the close-up of that defect that you observed?
Correct. I can't determine what that came from. Again, I'm sure we all have nicks like that somewhere in our home, but I thought it would be of interest to photograph just in case.
And as you noted, there were various reactions along the wall of Gannon Stauch's bedroom. And there was a particular area of focus that you had with regard to an outlet. Can you explain to the jury what you noted there?
Yes. So in that southeast corner where the bed originally was, there was an outlet cover along the east side of the wall, kind of towards the floor trim. With that being said, when we observed the outlet cover, there appeared to be dilute possible bloodstains. So we photographed it and collected that item.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 510, 511, and 512.
May, go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, I handed you People's Exhibits 510 and 511. We'll take those to start. How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took during the second visit of the outlet cover in that southeast corner of the southeast bedroom.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's Exhibit 510 and 511.
510, 511 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish as well.
You may.
So here what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 510. Does that depict that outlet you were talking about?
Yes, it does. And as you can see, I've alluded to the upside down white V in the photo many times. This is, again, that southeast corner of that room. And along the east wall, you have that outlet cover towards the center of this image.
People's Exhibit 511 for scale. What are you noting here?
So I put a scale on there to outline the dimensions of the outlet cover. But then when you examine the outlet cover more in depth, for example, along the right-hand side of that cover, you can see very faint reddish brown staining consistent with dilute blood stains. So I'm documenting the outlet cover as well as any possible stains on that outlet cover.
And Mr. Liewer, can you point to those areas that you're noting specifically for the jury?
Absolutely. So on the bottom part of this electrical outlet, you can see some what appears to be brownish staining under that first, the bottom part of that outlet. And then additionally, you can see some, it's faint and difficult to see on this screen, but you can also see what appears to be some flow marks or very dilute marks with linear orientation.
And People's Exhibit 512 is not a photograph. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the outlet cover, again, based on the label with my initials and my employee number. And there are additional seals on here indicating it's been examined by further forensic personnel.
And in terms of, again, the method that you use to process, would you have swabbed this? What would you have done to this particular area?
Again, I would not have swabbed this because I want to make sure the sample is unsaturated as possible. With that being said, we did blue star this corner of the room. We knew there was a reaction in that corner of the room. So I would note that there was a blue star positive reaction in the outlet cover, indicating that there is presumptive blood present. So there's no further swabbing that needed to be necessary, and it would be handed off to the DNA unit.
Now, you had mentioned dilute, some dilute blood stains there. Can you remind jury what you mean specifically about dilute?
Yes. So obviously, when you cut your finger, you have very red, thick blood that comes out. And then when you try to clean it up, like if you're in the sink, when you wash it off, it starts to appear runny and starts to become a little bit more clear. That's what I'm alluding to here, is that when I say dilute blood stains, that you have very clear, very faint reddish brown staining instead of the very obvious present red color of blood.
In terms of this, you've sprayed this area with Blue Star. Is there anything that you would have noted as it related to the Blue Star reaction in this area? Is there anything that could have told you or anything that you noticed there?
Other than the reaction being blue, indicating that it was presumptive positive for blood, there wasn't anything else that I noted outside of the reaction.
And so the volume of Blue Star that you spray, how would you describe it? Is it a fine mist? Are there large droplets? What is it?
It's a very fine mist. So it's a standard spray bottle that you receive. It's not like a Febreze spray. It's more of a, you pump a few times, and if you usually will get a reaction after 2 or 3 pumps. So we try to hold off after using as much as we need to see the reaction.
And so in terms of, you're noting that there's dilute bloodstain marks, what appear to be that on this outlet cover, would that have been due to the Blue Star spray creating that? Or could that have been done, for example, by something like cleaning?
It could be both. Because the Blue Star is a liquid that is water-based, there will be some dilution, but the amount you're spraying isn't going to dilute it to this level.
Okay. And based on what you're seeing with the outlet cover, you're working outside in, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to take that outlet cover off. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to see what's underneath the outlet cover.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked and previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 513 to 515. 516, and 517 as well.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Mr. Liewer, I'm handing you People's Exhibit 513, 14, 15, and 17. But before I get there, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid by the witness, people have moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 500.
Defense?
No good.
512 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, can you take can you take a moment to review that?
Absolutely.
Now, you explained that you collected the cover, which is People's Exhibit 512, but you also mentioned that you're going to work outside in. And so, Your Honor, if I haven't already asked, permission to publish as well, People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
You may. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh.
Actually,
I thought I
did you ask to admit those?
I thought I did without objection, but Your Honor, permission to formally admit People's Exhibits 513 through 515
Through 517.
through 517. I just thought I would take them in kind of different chunks or different items.
Mr. Tellini?
No.
Exhibits 513 through 517 will be admitted.
We're seeing Gannon's room and blood evidence.
Now, what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 513. Can you explain what you did now in terms of processing this area?
This is a photograph of the electrical outlet itself with the cover removed, highlighting what could appear to be on the outlet itself.
People's Exhibit 514.
This is a photograph from a different angle, slightly askew and up to the right of the outlet cover, because we observed dilute possible bloodstains. And this is a good example of that reddish brown color. Instead of a very strong solid red, it appears that there's a clear middle with some of that coloration on the outside. So this would be a good example of possible dilute blood.
People's Exhibit 515.
Another photograph just from a slightly different angle.
Great. And on the witness stand before you, you have People's Exhibit 516. How do you recognize what that is?
These are the swabs of those possible bloodstains on the cover. On the outlet itself, because I wasn't going to remove the cover based on possible electrical hazards, and it's easier to swab it than take it with us. But I identify it based on my employee number on here and the tape seals on the back, with additional tape seals on here indicating it's been tested.
And so, for example, do you need to open that envelope to know that those are the swabs that you collected?
No.
Okay. For those reasons, while the defense hasn't objected, Your Honor, I would ask if People's Exhibit 516 can be admitted as well.
No good. 516 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Yes,
and
Liz.
sir, I believe you have People's Exhibit 517 as well. How do you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the room I took after we had removed the outlet cover and finished cutting out the carpet from that corner.
Okay. And when you exit or finish processing a room, are you also documenting that as well?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that when we are taking our photographs of our scene, it's before, during, and after processing. And we want to document how we left the area after we finished processing as well. So that's this photograph.
Great. And again, Your Honor, while not objected to by the defense, based on that, permission to admit and publish People's Exhibit 517.
517 will be admitted. You can go ahead and publish.
Okay. And so here, this is the last documentation of the work that you did in Gannon Stauch's bedroom.
Correct.
Based on the overall observations that you observed specifically related to that corner, what was the next step in terms of processing the scene at Gannon Stauch's residence where he lived?
So now that we had observed what appeared to be a larger amount of possible blood stains, indicating that there was a potential bloodshedding event, there was going to be, it was going to come down to trying to find what could have caused that. So whether it be a blunt force instrument or a firearm or whatnot, it would have to be trying to narrow down and collecting anything that we could regarding a possible injuring item.
And where were you directed to document and search?
During my overalls, I said I photographed the entirety of the house. There was a firearm, a pistol located in the upstairs master bedroom on a chest of drawers that was of interest now because of the possible bloodshedding event.
And you're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 478 through 483.
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those?
Gannon's room, you guys.
I'll take a look real fast.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are additional photographs that I took within the master bedroom of the room and of the handgun we observed in on the evening of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 478 through 483.
Defense. 478 through 483 will be admitted.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, can you mute the screen just to be safe?
Oh, yeah.
Can I unmute it, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Liewer, can you explain what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 478?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom on the main level of that 6627 Mandan Drive. We've alluded a lot to the southeast bedroom in the basement, but referring to the diagram, you can see at the top right hand of the main level, when you walk through the laundry room, if you keep walking south, that is the master bedroom on the main level with the doorway at the northwest corner.
All right, and just for the purposes of the record, you're pointing to the diagram on People's Exhibit 442?
That's correct.
Great. Projected behind you, 479. Again, what are you moving forward in the room for?
This is another photograph of the room, but now we're standing in the northeast corner facing the southwest corner.
People's Exhibit 480.
We're facing the chest of drawers that was in the southeast corner of the bedroom. And in the center of the image, you can see a black rectangle. That is the firearm that we collected.
People's Exhibit 481. 481.
This is a mid-range photograph showing the firearm itself now.
And 482.
This is a close-up of the firearm before I've rendered it safe. Whenever we collect firearms on a scene, we will render it safe. We'll check the chamber for any ammunition and we'll remove the magazine, but we want to photograph it in its condition before we do any of that. So this is that photograph.
And again, did you collect this particular firearm?
Yes, we collected this firearm.
Okay. People's Exhibit 483. What are we looking at here? Where is this taken?
So now I've placed this on an envelope to show, to have a cleaner area to take the photograph. But as you can see now, the slide is locked back. There is no round or cartridge in the chamber, and there's a scale above the gun helping indicate size.
Now you had indicated that based on what appeared to be some sort of bloodletting event that occurred in Gannon Stauch's bedroom. Is this what allowed you to then seize and take this particular firearm?
Yes.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 484 and 485.
You may go ahead.
Yes, I recognize these.
How do you recognize those?
So the box that I was holding that contains the firearm that we collected here. I recognize that with the label and my employee number, as well as the tape seals. And then the envelope that I was holding, which is People's Exhibit 485, that is the magazine from within the firearm, containing approximately 16 cartridges.
Now, at this time, I'll direct your attention to People's Exhibit 484. What can you tell based on the markings on that box?
I can tell that it's been processed for fingerprints as well as DNA sampling, and that it appears that there have been additional exams done by the firearms unit as well as the DNA unit.
Okay. And at this time, would you use the scissors that are next to you to open that box?
Absolutely.
And to be clear, while you're doing that, when you receive a firearm and you take it into evidence, what have you done specifically with this particular firearm that we see photographed in People's Exhibit 583?
So when we collect a firearm, when I say render it safe, what that means is I will lock the slide back. That will disengage the firearm. And when that occurs, a chambered round, if there is a round within the chamber, that will also be expelled. So now there's no cartridge in the chamber that can be fired. And I will also remove the magazine, meaning that there is no ammunition in the gun and that is not able to be fired with the slide lock backed.
And when you checked the chamber of this particular firearm, was there a round in the chamber?
There was no round in the chamber.
Okay. Do you recognize, after you've opened the box, People's Exhibit 584 before you?
May I handle it to observe the serial number?
Your Honor, just to confirm, that particular item has it still been in the state that it's been rendered safe?
Yes, it is safe.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to further inspect? Sorry.
Got to put some gloves on. I'm just pointing it in a safe direction.
And Mr. Liewer, why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely? Is that to ensure that is in fact no chamber in the round, et cetera?
Correct. I'm ensuring that there is no chamber in the round, that it is a safe firearm, and that it has the same serial number as what is labeled on the label.
I guess I should say round in the chamber.
Correct. So I remember with this firearm, there is a particular grip cover that is covering the serial number. So to preserve the evidence, I'm not going to remove that cover, but it is consistent with the firearm that I observe here, especially with that grip cover being there. It's giving me a friendly reminder.
Okay. And would you say that's in substantially the same condition as when you last handled it and booked it into evidence?
I would. There is a yellow discoloration on it now, which is indicative of something we do when we fingerprint process our items of evidence. But other than that, it is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to admit People's Exhibit 404 at this time.
484.
484.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Defense. As long as 484.
It's 484.
484 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury by the witness walking past the jury box.
You may, go ahead.
So as I'm walking by, for you guys to take a look at that discoloration I alluded to before. As you can see in the photograph, the firearm is black, but now there's this greenish, white, yellow hue on it. That is a process that we do when we fingerprint process, and that's why there's this discoloration. But again, there's also no magazine here, and there's no chambered round. I would have collected the magazine separately from the firearm.
Thank you. And now for People's Exhibit 485, how do you recognize that exhibit?
This People's Exhibit 485 is the magazine that was collected from the firearm itself.
And it's in an envelope. Do you need to open up that envelope to be sure that that's the magazine that you collected?
I do not. There are additional labels and seals from individuals within our lab, which would have it be in substantial condition as it was collected.
And Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 485.
Okay. 485 will also be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Liewer, you explained what you noticed about the magazine and the cartridges. Can you remind the jury what you observed with regard to how many cartridges the magazine appeared to have a capacity for, and how many cartridges you observed as an approximation?
Yes. So whenever we have a magazine for a firearm, there's usually an indicator on the magazine saying how many it can be loaded with. That number may not always be true, whereas sometimes someone can force an additional cartridge in. So for the purposes of this magazine, I put an approximately 17 round capacity magazine. And on this magazine, there were window spots where you could see the cartridges. And I could count 16, but sometimes that number is deceiving because one could be hidden in there. So I put there are approximately 16 cartridges within. So in total, it's an approximately 17 round capacity magazine with approximately 16 cartridges within.
And specifically, again, that magazine was found in relation to the firearm, with the firearm?
Correct. It was within the firearm when I collected it, and I removed it and collected it separately.
And is that pursuant to the policy that you have with the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes, with our policy, we cannot put loaded firearms into evidence. So we will always remove the magazine. And additionally, when we have magazines with ammunition in them, we do not want to remove the ammunition from within because it may destroy fingerprints and any DNA evidence. So instead of pulling out the cartridges and counting them, I believed it would be most probative to preserve the fingerprints and DNA if present.
And based on how you make that item of evidence, that firearm specifically available, is it now available to other members of the Metro Crime Lab for additional processing?
Yes.
Testing?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
You may, go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, I'll first take 518 and 519 separately. Do you recognize each of those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 518 are the swabs of the blue star presumptive positive reactions I observed in the stairwell between the main level and the basement. And then People's Exhibit 519 are the presumptive positive blue star reactions within the basement level of the residence, which would include the storage room and the southeast bedroom at the base of the stairs.
And so you saw a number of photos in the basement level of the residence, some nearby Gannon's room and nearby those stair areas. Those swabs generally taken from those areas?
That is correct, yes.
And just to be clear, can you also point out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury where those swabs come from?
Absolutely. So I mentioned the camera malfunction before. So again, what was most important was collecting those samples and noting it. One way to diagram where those came from is to include them in my diagram here. So on the main level or the top part of the diagram here, we're focusing now on the green dots. The green dots in my diagram represent blue star reactions on my second visit or the evening of February 3rd. So as you can see here, we have one on the first stair set going downward. We have one that looks like it's outside of the stairwell. That was an error on my part. That one was within the first landing of the stairwell. I placed that incorrectly. That is my fault. We have a blue star reaction on the second landing, the second set of stairs going downward, and then on the bottom half of this diagram, now that we're in the basement level, we have one right at the base of the stairs, the floor right in front of the storage room in Gannon's bedroom, and then we have a green dot within the storage room and within the southeast corner of his bedroom. So essentially, we have blue star reactions along the stairwell and then at the storage room at his room as well.
And what would have been the path of travel if you traveled, someone were to travel from the basement area to Gannon's room? Can you point out on People's Exhibit 442 what that path of travel would have been?
Actually, the most direct path of travel between Gannon's room to go upstairs into the garage would be out his room, up the stairwell, and then directly to the garage. And as you can see here, we have blue star reactions in that general pathway.
Thank you. I've also handed you People's Exhibit 520 through 527. Those are different, right?
These are different.
Okay, what are those?
I responded to the address on February 5th for another search, and these are photographs that were taken during that search.
Okay, and are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw on February 5th of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
Thanks. Exhibits 518 through 527 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibits
No.
520 through 527.
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, YouTube's gonna love all this gun show, huh?
Mr. Liewer, behind you is going to be People's Exhibit 520. Can you point out to the jury what you've documented here?
Yes, so there isn't a mid-range photograph showing what this is, but at the bottom of the screen, you can see the red washer and dryer we've mentioned before. So what we're looking at here is the top of that washer and dryer in the laundry room. And what's of interest, or what was of interest for us in this photograph, was a bottle of vinegar on top of one of those appliances.
And based on seeing, again, the bloodletting event, or at least what had occurred, the remnants of something in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, what was the specific scope of what you were looking for on February 5th of 2020 now?
We wanted to document and search for any cleaning products because now that we had a bloodshedding event with dilute possible bloodstains, there was evidence that there may have been possible cleanup. So we wanted to search for any possible cleaning materials that would have been used in that action.
Okay. People's Exhibit 521, what is this a close-up of?
This is a close-up of a bottle of distilled vinegar from top of one of those appliances.
People's Exhibit 522, where are we at? Can you orient the jury now what we see and what room we're in?
Yes, now we are in the kitchen, which is on the main level of the home. And now we are looking under the sink because we wanted to pull out any cleaning supplies that would have been for carpet or upholstery, not specifically for any dishes. But this is a photograph of the under sink doors open with some products pulled out.
People's Exhibit 523, what are you close-up documenting here?
This is just a close-up photograph of the contents that have not been pulled out from under the sink.
People's Exhibit 524, what are you documenting here?
This is a zoomed-in photograph of smoke and odor eliminator, a bottle of it under the sink.
And in People's Exhibit 525, what are some other cleaning products that you notice below the cabinet?
Again, this is the other side of that sink cabinet now, where there's a box of Arm & Hammer cleaner under the sink, or baking soda, I believe.
People's Exhibit 526, is that a close-up of that box you're referring to?
Baking soda.
People's Exhibit 527, is this the overall shot of the various substances that you found under the kitchen sink in that cabinet area?
Correct. This is with some of the contents pulled out.
And you can take a seat. You've walked us through at least 3 instances that you were present to document in the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive. Those 3 dates were 2 dates with 3 instances that you searched. Or what again?
February 3rd around 11 o'clock, February 3rd around 6 p.m., and then February 5th closer to the lunch hour as well.
And while you were present on scene, was there any obvious signs of blood or a struggle that you observed on any of those times?
So when we responded on February 5th, it was much more lit in Gannon's bedroom, and we had many individuals focusing on the walls, and we observed very, very tiny non-diluted blood stains or possible blood stains. So we called in one of our crime scene investigators to help document those blood stains.
And another member of the Metro Crime Lab team would have done an in-depth review of those smaller, very clear blood stains.
Correct. They would have done a documentation of those stains, which would have allowed them to do any blood stain pattern analysis going forward.
That's not your area of expertise, right?
That's not my area of expertise.
To be clear, the 2 times that you were present on February 2nd of 2020 and February 5th of 2020, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not see any cartridge casings during any of my visits.
Aside from the gun, did you see any other items such as a knife that would have been misplaced or in another area of the house?
I did not see any knives in any odd places in the house.
Okay. In terms of documenting what you saw and observed in Gannon Stauch's bedroom or other areas of the house, such as the master bedroom, was there any obvious signs of blood-stained clothing?
No, I did not see any bloodstained clothing. I did collect a sheet with apparent blood or possible bloodstains on it from the additional bedroom in the basement. I was informed it belonged to the teenage daughters.
Ms. Gratiano, do you have a response?
Your Honor, he's just testified that he's collected it, but also in his practice as a CSI, he's relying on information from other members of law enforcement in the collection of evidence.
And without further foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Specific to that particular item, were you given some additional information in terms of other members of law enforcement, either a supervisor, that had evidentiary value? Potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role as a CSI, in the collection of evidence, are you relying on information and or briefings that other members are providing to you to collect evidence?
Correct. There is a level of requiring information from individuals so we can place the scene. For example, if I did not know the southeast bedroom was Gannon's bedroom, we would have started searching in other places. So when we are provided information, it's to help scope down our search, and which can also help with identifying items of evidence.
Okay. And so based on a briefing that you had received, did that particular item become of evidentiary interest in the investigation?
It did, with there being possible bloodstains on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. So let's go to that, what we were just talking about. That, was it a sheet or a comforter?
it was a comforter on the bed that I collected, and I collected an additional sheet from the closet of that room that had a blue star reaction.
And
So
that's
there's-
an, that's
I
an,
apologize.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
That's from, it's from the northwest bedroom.
Correct. That's the basement northwest bedroom.
And based upon everybody that was there and also based upon what was in that bedroom as far as color schemes, clothing, so forth, that appeared to be the bedroom of a teenage girl.
Correct.
You're aware that Ms. Stauch has a 17-year-old teenage girl by the name of Harley Hunt.
I did not know the name, but I knew that a teenage female resided in the home.
And there was actually there was a blood stain on that mattress, and that mattress was collected.
We did not collect the mattress, but we collected the comforter because the comforter was superimposed on the mattress. You could say that the possible blood stains were transferred or transferred onto the mattress. So we collected the comforter in lieu of the mattress.
Okay, because it looked like there would have been whatever that blood stain was, would have been the same source of blood, both for the comforter and both for the mattress.
It
in
appeared,
your opinion.
It appeared consistent with that, yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to collect the mattress. You can just collect the comforter, and that will be enough to tell you whose blood that was.
Correct.
And then there was also stuffed in the laundry basket of that same teenage girl's room, a sheet.
Correct.
That sheet looked like it had blood on it.
It had a blue star reaction that we documented.
Okay, and a blue star reaction would indicate that there may be blood on that sheet.
Correct. It would indicate that there is possibly blood present on that sheet.
So in the teenage girl's bedroom on that February 5th search, you found 2 items that appeared to have blood on them, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Well done. Trying to throw Harley under the bus again. Ah, so annoying.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Liewer? All right, looks like we have one. All right, council approach, please.
Oh, jury questions. Mm-hmm. Oh my word. Oh, devil woman, imagine it. I mean, are they trying to prove that she's insane, or are they trying to prove that Harley did it? Because you never know. The way that defense says it, sometimes they brought up Harley much more than insanity, right?
Mr. Liewer, if Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, how is testing accomplished to separate Blue Star from an actual blood sample?
So blue star is reacting with the heme component of the blood, whereas when we have a DNA sample, they're looking for DNA within different components of the blood. So the blue star itself is not overriding the DNA because the DNA component is still present in the sample.
That may have answered this question, but I'll ask it. Does Blue Star impact or affect the actual blood sample?
What would impact the sample is how much we're spraying or diluting the sample, but blue star does not negatively affect DNA processing further on down the line.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question or those questions only. Prosecution?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you all.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Judge, our next witness is an expert and we need to gather some exhibits together. And I'm wondering if we could just give the jury about a 10-minute break to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or if you want to do the afternoon break too.
No, we'll probably do 2 of them because it's a little bit early. So what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. Again, you may not discuss the case among yourselves, may not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Ew. What is Letecia doing now? Van's like, thank you, sir. See you later. Mm-hmm. Scapegoat. That's what they're trying to do. Yes. Insanity or as a backup scapegoat.
Should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Who is the next one?
Stefanie Happ.
My thought would be that we go with her until like 4 o'clock, then take about another 10-minute recess or so, something like that. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there for like 2.5 hours. So.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay, let me just quickly do that. I'm over here, guys. Okay. Tea break. Okay, I just quickly want to go top up my water and just put some cream on this. When I get a little stressed, I get these little things. So I'll be right back, okay? Stretching time is a good idea too. So let's all do a Grizzly stretch, Grizzly True Crime community stretch. Not like Letecia in her freaking police video, okay? Not like that. Let's see if I've got the nice background on for you. I'll be right back. I won't be 10 minutes. I'll be back in, let's call it tops 5. Let's do, yeah, let's play this one. I'm back. Okay. What am I dropping? Drop my pen. Okay. So we are back. They're going to be, how many more minutes? I don't know. 5 minutes or so? That was hectic seeing Gannon's room, with like a couple little toys and stuff. The one thing I want to clarify is the gun. I thought they said it was found in the master bedroom. But was it found in the master bedroom as in Letecia's room, or was it found in Harley's room? That's what I still want to know. What did you guys get from that? I got to go back and check that out. Shell Bell says, OMG, Harley was a teenage girl. Could have been her own, right? Okay, I quickly want to show you something, which is, took it off. Van's like, hey, G. Oh, hey. It's been a while. Okay, let's go find Harley Hunt's Instagram quickly here. Like that. Okay, make it big. I want to see this. Play it. Play it now. Hello. Oh, there's no sound. Oh, damn. It's all her sponsorships. Okay, I'm trying to see because somebody said earlier that Harley's been sponsored by a suitcase company. Yeah, okay, master bedroom. Cool, cool, cool. Good to know. That's what I thought.
Naturals. I'm super excited. It's just going to promote hair growth and just make my hair thicker, more voluminous, and it's literally called Route 66 and it's vegan free spray. You just have to spray it directly.
Carry on, carry
I'm
on.
going to do right now. I'm about
Hey guys, it's Bailey here at Touch Med Spa. We are an angle. Is it also?
No, we don't want music strikes. I just want to
so I
see.
got these cute blue light glasses sent to me. Personally, I love blue light glasses, and I just kind of want to show you guys them because they're literally so adorable. So the first pair that I got, it came in this cute case like this.
So this is Leticia's
And,
daughter. She was 17 at the time.
look like
But someone
this.
said she has a suitcase sponsor now.
These
And I'm
are
like, wait,
definitely-
what? She's got a lot of sponsors up there.
Hey guys, so I'm going in for
No.
Nothing feels.
You know what? Stop it. We don't want to get copyright here.
I just got to Touch Med Spa. I'm super excited and it's amazing. But I'm gonna bring you guys along with me.
Show the suitcase one. So what I'm looking for,
Hey everyone, I just wanted to come on.
in case you're wondering, what am I doing? I'm looking at Harley's Instagram. Someone said a suitcase company literally sponsored her, and I think that is so tone deaf and so inappropriate. Never mind accepting it. Come on, come on. Okay, we're looking. We've got cleansers. Uh-huh. I don't see no suitcase yet. We got that. Okay. That's a drink. Okay. So far, so good. We've got a hydro jug. What's this? Hair colors. Okay. No, man, I didn't see nothing there. Did you see it? I didn't see anything. I didn't see no suitcase. Somebody said it. I will need to find it for us and be like, sorry, what? Maybe it's from like an older post, but she on her stories, she's got sponsors and it's not on there. There we go. Okay. You're like, I really hope that's not true. I know, right? Let's take box one off there. Voluminous. Yeah, so I wonder when she'll be testifying. I know we're all waiting for that. I have no idea. This is only week 2 of possibly 8. This is supposed to last 6 to 8 weeks. Sorry, I just got caught ready there for when we got to put it on. Okay, yeah, I like to verify the type of thing. That's what we're trying to do there together in this break of like, wait, let's look. But under her sponsorships tab, I don't see a suitcase one. Unless it was deleted, right? It could have been from a while ago because there was a video that she had on her YouTube channel before explaining how difficult things have been and stuff like right after, the murder. But I haven't found that video again either. So there might have been some stuff that's deleted. Yeah, Black Widow is like, I don't want to snark on her. Me neither. I don't want to snark on her either. The Insta is Harley Hunt. Yes. That's the thing. Emily says it's probably a sick joke that's grown legs. Mm-hmm. Anywho. I'm just going to do a quick scroll there. Okay. So they're getting, you must see how much, how many exhibits they have right in front of Letecia. I'll show you that in a moment when they come back, when they put the cameras back on. It's like a whole tray with all envelopes and things they're going to go through. Probably not all today, right? And there's little framed pictures of Gannon as well that I saw there today in the court. I've just been zooming in for you guys on lots of things that you want to see. I know everyone wants to see Letecia up close. I don't know why. Do we really want to? And someone was saying that she was flipping people off during this whole thing. I didn't see that. I saw once when she just moved her finger or whatever. I'm not sure if she's doing it on purpose or not.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Are we good to go?
We are, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. So you have everything you need.
Yep, all on the table in front of the witness stand there.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Not from us, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and do it.
There's Letecia.
Somebody was smart. Either that or it did it on its own.
So, I don't think so, because the clips, I pull the clips at the whole clip.
And it usually tips the other way because the paper on it.
Yeah.
So. They don't work.
Let me show you like this week.
If they stay up.
See all the envelopes
Just
here.
remember the guy that almost got hit in the chin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or 3 photos, I should say.
All rise for the jury, please.
Welcome to all the new members. Check out the members only playlist for some snark if you want.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Stefanie Happ.
Ms. Happ, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Leticia's always like, the horror hog for that. Sis.
You swear affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. And you?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, my name is Stefanie Happ, Happstefanie. I am the senior firearms examiner with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
So what education do you have that allows you to do that job?
My education consists of a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics. I received that from the Metropolitan State College of Denver. During my degree program, I was required to complete an internship, and I did so with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department's Crime Lab for a period of about 2 years. While I was with them, I had the opportunity to work in all the different areas of their laboratory, so I got a good understanding of a variety of different forensic analyses. I had training in latent print processing and examination, crime scene investigation, controlled substance analysis, and question document analysis. After my time with them, I spent a short period of time with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and then I was hired in my current capacity in October of 2007 as a firearms examiner, and that's where my firearms training began. That first year was very much like an apprenticeship where I simply shadowed the senior examiner so that I could get an understanding of the types of things I would be asked to do. After approximately a year, I was accepted to the California Criminalistics Institute, where I completed an additional year of intensive study in all the different types of firearms-related analyses. I had training in serial number restoration, shooting incident reconstruction, a variety of armorers courses that were designed to teach me how to identify how different types of firearms should work and how to identify abnormalities if there were any present. I spent a large period of time focusing on the microscopic tool mark comparison process as it relates to firearms as well as other types of tools. At the conclusion of that year's period, I returned to the crime lab and I completed a series of competency and proficiency tests and became established as the primary examiner for the lab. To date, I've had over 1,000 hours of training with respect to all those different types of firearms related analyses and thousands of additional hours of research and study in the lab.
Thank you so much for covering all that. Easiest question I've ever asked. Have you been qualified as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
To date, it's been 145 in both local and federal courts.
So when you say local, do you mean the 4th Judicial District here?
I do, as well as the 18th.
So up in Arapahoe, Douglas County areas?
Douglas, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on her excellent answer on her qualifications, I would move to have her qualified as an expert witness as a firearms examiner.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So let's get some groundwork stuff out of the way just so that we're all talking the same language. You mentioned tool marks. Tell the jury what we mean when we talk about tool marks as it relates to firearms.
Tool marks as it relates to firearms. In this particular instance, we would be talking about the firearm acting as the tool. And that firearm has a series of components, like the barrel, for example, that impart different markings on the surfaces of the fired ammunition components, like the cartridge cases and bullets. So the tool marks are produced by the firearm on the surface of the bullets and cartridge cases.
And then when we're talking about a cartridge or a bullet, tell the jury what we are talking about there.
I'd be happy to. Would it be all right to use the demonstrative piece?
Yes, did you bring your demonstrative? So yeah, go ahead and bring that out. It's just a demonstrative of a bullet components.
So this is just a large plastic demonstrative piece. It depicts, rather, a cartridge of ammunition in its unfired state. When a cartridge of ammunition is fired, the firing pin component of the firearm contacts this silver portion right here, the primer. The primer contains a shock-sensitive material that, when it's struck, ignites a powder charge that's located inside the body of the cartridge. As that powder charge burns, there's a very rapid buildup of gases, and it's those gases that are responsible for forcing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and almost simultaneously forcing the action of the firearm open so that the cartridge case, or the empty piece after it's been fired, can be extracted and ejected or kicked out of the chamber of the firearm, readying the firearm to be loaded the next time. So the cartridge ends up in two pieces. We have a bullet or a projectile. Sometimes fragments or pieces of the bullet and projectile are recovered. And then we have the cartridge case.
In the way that you're describing using that particular demonstrative, is that for a semi-automatic firearm?
That general description would cover most firearms, but semi-automatic would fit in that.
And then as far as handguns go, tell the jury the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic.
So with a semi-automatic handgun, and to be clear, when we're speaking in those terms, semi-automatic means one cartridge of ammunition is fired for each pull of the trigger. With a semi-automatic firearm, the primary difference, other than the way it looks, but in terms of its function, is the cartridge case is extracted and ejected and often found left behind. With respect to a revolver, the cartridges of ammunition are loaded into a cylinder, and those fired cartridge cases remain in that cylinder until the operator chooses to manually remove them.
As it relates to this particular case, did you have a chance to review items that were recovered from autopsy?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to start out by showing you People's 89 that was previously admitted by Holly Smith, a crime scene technician from Florida. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did not evaluate this specific item.
Okay. Those little plastic red tips, do you recognize what those are?
They appear to be consistent with the polymer plugs that are incorporated into various hollow point designs of bullets.
Did you send over some pictures to give us an example so that the jury understands what we're talking about, the polymer plugs?
I did.
And, you know, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish 2 demonstrative photos of Hornady rounds of ammunition that show that polymer plug.
Has the defense seen these?
Yes, they have. And
Is there an objection?
No.
All right. Go ahead.
we're pulling them up now. So this is the first, just please describe what we're talking about there.
Sure. This is an actual live cartridge of Hornady ammunition You'll see the projectile or the bullet is the copper colored portion sticking out at this side here. The cartridge case is the silver or nickel colored portion on this side here. You can see in this profile picture, the nose of the bullet located right here has a material that's placed inside. This particular type of bullet is referred to as a hollow point bullet. It's a bullet designed to expand when it comes into contact with tissue. That expansion is to facilitate staying within the target at the time it enters. It's also to facilitate a larger wound track.
Does that mean basically that the bullet head is the way I'll say it, expands so that it has more friction?
It opens up, looks very much like a mushroom. It's actually called mushrooming. So the top of that opens up like flower petals and it increases the diameter of that projectile.
Okay, and if we could pull up the next demonstrative. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
This is a photo looking down at that same cartridge. So now instead of looking at it like this, you're looking at it from this way. And it's just capturing an example of what that polymer plug that some ammunition companies utilize. That polymer plug is designed to prevent that hollow point cavity from filling up with other materials, preventing the expansion of that bullet when it comes into contact with tissue.
And then the item that I put on the, that I just handed you, People's Exhibit 89, those plastic red tips, is that consistent with what we're looking at in this demonstrative exhibit that would prevent the round from being plugged as it's fired through something?
Yes, they do appear to be consistent with that.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve that. With your job as a firearms examiner, were you asked to examine some firearms in this particular case?
I was.
What exactly were you asked to examine for this case?
I was asked to look at 3 different firearms, complete mechanical functioning examinations on those firearms. So an examination to determine whether or not they work and whether or not they work the way the manufacturer intended. And then to evaluate those firearms for comparison to recovered bullets.
So tell the jury which types of firearms you were asked to examine.
The first firearm that I have listed was a FMK Model 9 C1G2 9mm pistol. The second firearm, and this is really in no particular order, the second firearm was a Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard caliber .380 auto pistol. And the third pistol was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C 9mm Luger pistol.
So when we're talking about those 3 different firearms, are 2 of those 9mm and then one is a .380 caliber?
That's correct.
Tell the jury the difference between 9mm and .380.
The primary difference is going to be the size of the cartridge that those fire. The .380 auto is going to be a lower velocity, smaller cartridge.
Okay. And then as it relates to, I just put the box and an envelope up there, People's 484 and 485 that were just admitted through crime scene investigator Christian Liewer. Did you have a chance to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same as what you just described as the Smith & Wesson M&P? I'm sorry, not the Smith & Wesson M&P, the Smith & Wesson model M&P 9C 9mm?
Yes, it is.
Is that one of the, so that's one of the weapons that you tested?
It is.
What did you determine as it relates to whether that was a functioning firearm?
I was able to determine that this was an operable firearm capable of causing serious injury or death, and I did not note any abnormalities in its function.
Okay. So when you test that, do you actually test fire that weapon?
Yes, I do.
Or may I approach with people 713?
May.
You recognize 713?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from the label that I created when I created these items, as well as my dates and initials on the seal.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you package this up?
It is.
I move for admission of people 713.
Defense. Exhibit 713 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So when you do a test fire, what do you do? How do you do that to compare maybe rounds or projectiles that are found in an investigation to what you're test firing?
Once I have documented all of the identifying characteristics of the firearm, like the make, the model, the serial number, and the caliber of ammunition it's designed to fire, the final step in confirming function is to load that with the appropriate caliber ammunition and actually fire it.
Okay. And then once you have an expelled round from your test fires, what do you do with that expelled round?
I recover those cartridge cases and the bullets. The bullets are fired into a giant steel tank full of water. That water serves to slow those bullets down gently and without imparting any additional markings or details on the surface of those bullets. So when I recover them from the water and I look at them, I know that any marks produced on the surface of those bullets are solely produced from the barrel of the firearm that I just fired them through. I recover those bullets from the water tank as well as the cartridge cases, and those now become an item of evidence in the case.
And is that what we have in 713?
It is both the test fired bullets, the test fired cartridge cases, and a silicone cast of this barrel.
So tell us about a silicone cast of the barrel. What does that mean?
The barrel of firearms, when we do comparison and evaluation, has to be looked at for the types of markings that are present inside the barrel, the types of tool markings that were produced when it was manufactured. It's those different markings inside the barrel that are then transferred to the surfaces of the bullet when it's pushed through the barrel of the firearm. And it forms more or less a signature of a particular firearm. I cast the barrel of these firearms after I complete my test firing so that I can evaluate those markings and determine if they're going to be suitable for comparison and identification purposes.
Does this process allow you to potentially compare a projectile that kills somebody to your test fire to see if the gun that you test fired is the same gun that was used to kill the person?
It certainly could be done for that purpose. It's also very often done for the purpose of eliminating a gun as a possibility.
So let's talk about eliminating. You mentioned those other two firearms that you tested, that 380 caliber handgun, the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, and then the FMK model 9C1G2. Did you test fire those weapons?
I did.
Were they functional weapons?
Excuse me. Yes, they did operate as they were intended.
And were those capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
They were.
Did you test or compare the test fired rounds from those two guns to projectiles that were recovered in this investigation?
I did perform that evaluation.
Were you able to determine whether those were used to fire those projectiles, or did you eliminate those weapons from being used in this case?
I was able to eliminate both of those firearms as potential sources of those bullets.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you People's Exhibits 103 and 88.
Thank you so much, for Rando from Iowa, for clarifying.
I want to start with People's
Thank you.
number 103, which was previously admitted by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida. Two projectiles that were recovered from a pillow.
Okay.
Had you had a chance to look at those two items?
I did.
Were you able to compare your test fire rounds from this particular firearm sitting up there with you today to those particular projectiles?
I was.
What does that analysis tell us?
In this particular instance, I was able to conclude that one of the bullets in People's Exhibit 103 was fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, 9mm pistol, People's Exhibit 484. The other bullet had similar general characteristics, but due to the damaged condition of that particular bullet, I was not able to make a conclusive identification in that instance.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. If like you described there, that it damage, what can cause damage to a projectile that would make it difficult for you to conclude that it came from the same weapon?
The first issue to contend with is any of the target surfaces that bullet travels through. So anything it travels through has the ability to impart additional damage to the surfaces that may obliterate the markings that were left behind by the firearm. In this particular instance, the extended period of exposure to biological substances also left significant damage in the form of corrosion, if you will, on the surfaces of these bullets. And in this case, the first projectile that I discussed, I was able to clean up well enough to be able to still visualize the tool marks from the barrel. In the second circumstance, it just simply was no longer in suitable condition.
Okay, and then when we talk about People's Exhibit 88, which was previously admitted again by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida. Projectile recovered at autopsy. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did.
What did your analysis of that item tell you?
I was able to conclude that that bullet was also fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Meaning that the pistol that's in the box in front of you was fired and struck Gannon and was recovered in Gannon's autopsy.
That bullet was fired through that pistol, yes.
Okay. We also have some photographs. Before you got on the stand with the photos.
I can assist you. Matt, are you looking for any of these up here? Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking for that stack there?
Oh.
Okay.
So those were previously submitted. All right. Approaching you with People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682. Recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took using the comparison microscope when I was making the comparisons of the evidence bullets to the test fired bullets from the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Will these exhibits help explain the way that you do your examination of your test fired rounds to the known rounds or the rounds recovered in this case?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you performed your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 680, 81, and 82 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish?
You may.
I think you just turned the screen off, Judge.
I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. I didn't want to have anything else appear. That's it.
So you've got presenter mode. So you need to slide that back over to our side.
Harley is Letecia's biological daughter. Hamilton Art is asking.
It's, yeah. We'll just work through this. So we've got 6, go back, please. There we go. So the main picture in the
Sorry?
center of the screen, my eyes are getting bad, so I can't read the exhibit number when it's smaller like that. Does that say 680?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so tell the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 680.
So People's Exhibit 680 is a photograph of one of the bullets that I received for comparison purposes. To me, at the time, it was known as item 727. This photograph is taken using a camera that's hooked up to the comparison microscope. The comparison microscope is simply a large scope that has one set of eyepieces to look through and two stages. So when I mount items on those stages and look through the eyepieces, I can see both of those items simultaneously side by side. And I can increase the magnification at varying levels as I work through the analysis to look at those different tool marks that are present. In this instance, what you're looking at here is the hollow point bullet expanded. So when we talked about the mushrooming effect, that's what you see here. This is the nose that opened up, and this is the base of the bullet here. And in this photograph, it's just documenting the overall condition of the projectile, as well as one of the land impressions that I evaluated.
What is, just so we understand it, what's that opaque blob in the front of the bullet?
This material right here is just a sticky wax substance that I use to hold the bullet in place so that I can turn it and rotate it on the microscope as I work through all the different surfaces.
In this particular exhibit 680, can you point out some of the tool marks that we talked about earlier on this particular item?
I can. So in this particular area right here, this thing that looks like tracks right in the center, that's what's known as a land impression. The area above it right here and the area below it right here is what's known as a groove impression. Those are lands and grooves are high spots and low spots that are formed into the barrel of a firearm. They're formed in a particular number and with a twist to either direct the bullet to spin to the right or spin to the left when it's fired. The purpose of rifling is for spin stabilization. It allows that bullet to travel in the straightest possible distance for the longest amount of time accurately. It's very much like throwing a spiral football down a field as opposed to just lobbing it out there. Those markings are impressed then onto the surface of this bullet as it passes down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay, and then if we can move on to 681. What are we looking at in 681?
681 depicts only one photograph of many that were taken during the comparison process. And what you see here is item that was known to me as item 727, so one of the evidence bullets. There's a black line that runs down the center here separating the two images. And on the left-hand side is a portion of the test-fired bullet that I generated using the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484. And what I'm capturing in this photograph is the overall size dimension correspondence, as well as an area of detail that I'm interested in right in through here. And then there was some additional detail in through here.
When you say the item that you understood as number 727, what specifically, for your purposes, is item 727?
727 was the bullet that was recovered from the victim at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go on to 682. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 682.
People's Exhibit 682 is essentially the exact same photograph that you just saw previously. Test fire on the left, evidence bullet on the right, only now with a much higher magnification of this area of the projectile here. And I'm looking at these lines that run through the center line and correspond to one another. As I work through my comparison, I look at all of those different surfaces of the bullet, either observing the agreement or disagreement that's present so that I can render my conclusion.
Was there agreement or disagreement in these two images?
In these two images, there was agreement not only here, but additional agreement that was captured up here and in other areas. As you evaluate those photographs for yourself, keep in mind that this photograph is taken of a curved surface and the camera sits right above the curved surface. So there's only a small area that's in focus when I'm completing this evaluation. So the stuff that you see that starts to phase out of focus is not necessarily in misalignment. It's simply not the area being focused on for the photograph.
Again, does this photo show that the item recovered from autopsy came from this same gun?
This was one of many photos taken that depict that, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and take the photos down now. What I would like to have you do at this point is using People's Exhibit number 484, if you could just open that up and show the jury. When this particular type of firearm is fired, just explain the mechanism and what happens with a shell casing.
So I'll first point out that People's Exhibit 40 is secured not only into the box, but it has a gun lock running through the action of the firearm. So in its current state, I can see the chamber is open, there's no ammunition present, and it is completely safe. It could not be fired in this condition. So what you're looking at is a pistol that is not fully open or closed. When this firearm is loaded for use, the magazine is inserted into the grip located right here. It's the piece that the lock is running through. The slide, which is this top portion up here, is pulled to the rearward position and allowed to move forward again. And when that occurs, the slide pushes a cartridge of ammunition from the top of the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, or this rearmost portion of the barrel. That action also cocks this firearm and it's readied for firing. To actuate firing, the operator would pull the trigger of the firearm and that would send the firing pin into the primer component, into the primer component of the cartridge and detonate that primer component so that firing can occur. The bullet will travel down the barrel of the firearm and the action or the slide will be forced rearward so that that cartridge case can be extracted and ejected and the next round can be placed in the chamber of the pistol.
So when that particular type of firearm is fired, it kicks the shell casing out like in your demonstrative exhibit of your bullet.
It does if it's operating properly and if nothing is impeding movement of that slide.
When a shell casing is kicked out of a firearm like that, do they pile up in a nice, neat little pile?
Not necessarily. It very much depends on what surfaces those cartridge cases may hit as they exit the firearm. For example, if you're in a room and there's furniture or walls or ceilings present, those cartridge cases may hit those surfaces and they can bounce all over the place. Conversely, if you're outdoors and you're standing on a nice fluffy bed of grass, as that cartridge case exits the firearm and lands in the grass, it may rest where it lays. So its terminal point may be very consistent.
Is there any such thing as a disintegrating shell casing? Meaning that if a firearm is fired like this, that a shell casing doesn't come out or it just disappears?
I'm not aware of one just disappearing. I'm aware of them perhaps not coming out of the firearm, but not disappearing.
Okay. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. Thank you.
So can you look at the exhibit with the pistol in the cardboard box again? Of course. Are firearms or handguns, semi-automatic handguns, are they like a shotgun that's a semi-automatic where they're left-handed and right-handed shotguns? Are there left-handed and right-handed pistols?
Are we speaking in terms of the direction it ejects?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Examining that one there, would that be a pistol that is shot by a left-handed or a right-handed person?
I should say that it could be fired by either a left-handed or a right-handed person, but I will state that it ejects the cartridge case if it's being held in its conventional proper manner. It ejects the cartridge case to the right.
Okay. So more than likely, this would be a pistol that was shot by somebody that was right-handed. Cartridge goes off, is ejected to the right, so it's not going across the shooter's field of vision.
I would object as to speculation. He's asking to speculate as to the handedness of the shooter.
Well, I will allow him to rephrase the question because at one point he was talking about if it's in your left hand, the shell is going to be ejected over your field of vision. So I will allow that.
What do you base your opinion on as far as that's a left or right-handed pistol?
So I would not refer to it as either a left or right-handed pistol. I would simply address it in terms of what direction it ejects the cartridge case. And handedness, as far as shooters go, is one element to consider with respect to whether or not they want it ejecting to the right or left. But the other factor to consider is whether they're using their right or their left eye predominantly for sighting.
Okay. Well, let's say, generally speaking, a right-handed shooter is right eye dominant. That pistol there is going to eject the shells in a right direction.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm holding a pistol, my finger pistol, it's deadly, watch out. If I'm right-handed, holding my pistol in the right hand, the shells from that are going to eject out away from my body.
That's correct. They will come this direction, so they will not cross over you.
Okay. If I have a semi-automatic pistol that is associated with more of a left-hand favorable shooter's ejection, if I'm holding that with the right hand, it's going to eject to the left, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, so you can shoot more than one time, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to have cartridges ejecting across my line of sight.
That is correct. If this ejected from the left side of the pistol and I'm right eye focused, it's going to eject this direction.
And having spent shell casings, if I'm shooting more than one time going across my line of sight, might not be optimal optimal shooting and aiming conditions to have stuff going right across my face.
For aiming purposes, yes.
Okay. So if you had somebody that was left eye dominant and a shooter that was left-handed, it would probably be better to have a semi-automatic pistol that ejects to the left.
If I were that shooter, that is how I would prefer the design.
Okay. So did you say that is a pistol that ejects to the right?
Yes, it is.
And so that would be a pistol that would favor a right-handed shooter, right eye dominant.
That's how I would prefer it if I were the shooter.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness? You can put that back. Thank you. May I approach? That's what it is. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 713. So the two, if you can look at this, you have the actual bullet, the part that comes out of the shell. There's three of them there. Are those two that were recovered from the pillow and one that was your test fire, or are those all three test fires from the different pistols?
These are all three test fires from the one Smith & Wesson pistol. So they're all three samples from the same pistol.
Okay. So and that was the 9mm Smith & Wesson?
Correct.
Okay. So you did three test fires from there. Do you have the bullets, or can you get the exhibit with the two bullets that were pulled from the pillow?
That would be Exhibit 103.
Sure. Well, I'll take your word for it, Judge, because I can't find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Exhibit 103. Now, where is one of the bullets in this that was pulled from a pillow? There were two bullets.
Both of them. So this one here and this one here.
This one here and this one here.
Yes.
And which one was the bullet that came from the deceased boy?
His name is
That
Gannon.
one is People's Exhibit 88.
Okay. All right. And it looks like there's a lot of, it looks like there's deformation or the bullets fragmenting in all three of them, correct?
They are definitely deformed to various degrees, yes.
Okay, but the one that was pulled out of the individual looks to be more deformed than the bullets that were pulled out of the pillow.
Yes, I would say the nose is more fully expanded and there's slightly more deformation in that one, yes.
Okay. And if you know this, great. If not, that's fine. Would you expect two 9mm hollow points? It looks like they were Hornaday, manufacturer of the shells. Would you expect those bullets to actually penetrate through the pillow?
If they went through nothing else?
Yes.
Just the pillow?
Yeah.
I would expect a 9mm of this design to go through the pillow.
Okay. And is it your information that the two rounds that came from the pillow, it looks like in your report, it says source or it mentions pillow. Do you know if they went through anything else other than the pillow?
I do not. I can simply state that they have hard impact damage that suggests something other than the pillow came into contact with these items.
Okay. Do you think that these two bullets, just a second here.
Got to check his cheat sheet now.
Do you have any idea what that could have been? That the 2 bullets that were not pulled from the individual, what they could have impacted based on the history and what information you were giving for this analysis?
I would say based on the history and information, no. Based on some of the trace evidence that I observed present on the bullet and stuck in the bullet, there was evidence of it having passed through biological substances. So there was evidence of possible bone and possible hairs present on the surfaces of those bullets.
Okay. So can you tell the distance that the 2 bullets that were recovered from the pillow, how far away those bullets were when they were, or how far the shooter was away when those bullets were fired?
I cannot, in this instance, I did not have the opportunity to evaluate the pillow and there was no distance testing performed.
Okay. And were you aware that the pillow was actually taken into evidence and recovered?
I was aware of very little more than these were recovered from the pillow.
Okay. Would it have been a benefit to you and your analyses to have had the pillow where the bullets came from, to examine it and possibly do separate test fires into that pillow?
The only time that would have come into play for me is if there had been testing requested to determine how far away those surfaces were when they were shot into.
Okay. Was any of this biological material from the 2 bullets that were recovered from the pillow, was any of this biological material tested or collected to be submitted for DNA analysis or any type of work like that?
It was most certainly collected by me when I evaluated the bullets. I preserved that evidence in case additional testing was warranted on them. I am not aware if any further testing was undertaken after I collected it.
Okay. But you felt it was important enough to at least collect it and preserve it.
Certainly important to preserve it, especially considering that my handling would have obstructed it and destroyed it during my process. So it was important to preserve that in case it became necessary for testing down the line.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Aaron. Ms. Happ, when you were talking about shell casings ejecting out of the right or left, would you say that, well, you tell us, are most guns manufactured to kick to the right?
The large majority are manufactured with a right-hand ejection, yes.
Does it require some special hunting to find a gun that will kick off to the left?
Sometimes special hunting, there are a few manufacturers, if you want your firearm in that configuration, that you might seek out specifically, or you can consider purchasing a different slide for that firearm to allow that function.
In your opinion, as an expert, is it common for a weapon like this that the shell casings kick to the right can be handled equally as effectively by either a right or left-handed person?
Yes, it can.
Or a right eye or left eye dominant person?
It can.
Were you aware that the shell casings recovered from that pillow were in a suitcase with a decomposing body?
I became aware of that later, yes.
Could that have been contributing to some of the biological substances that you found on those two those two projectiles?
That certainly contributed to some of it, yes.
And then as it relates to other types of scientific testing, is it very common or not very common to find fingerprints on bullets?
On fired bullets?
Yeah.
It would be very uncommon to find that after a bullet passes through the barrel. Theoretically, the way that would work is the fingerprint would be deposited before it was fired. Then that bullet is going to pass down the barrel of the firearm. And as that happens, the action of the bullet rubbing in the inside of the barrel would obliterate the fingerprint. Further, if anything should sustain the firing process, as it goes into that target surface, again, that bullet will be wiped clean of whatever was present on it, fingerprint-wise.
What about on shell casings?
On shell casings, there's a greater likelihood that fingerprints can be recovered on shell casings. One, because this casing doesn't go through anything after it's been fired. However, there are elements of contact with the cartridge case and the body of the cartridge case inside the chamber of the firearm that may obliterate that. There's also a heat buildup that occurs when firing happens that may affect the cartridge case as well. So typically when we're successful with recovering fingerprints on fired cartridge cases, it's because they've been picked up afterwards and moved.
What about, can you find fingerprints on shell casings that are never found in an investigation?
No, that would be a definite no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for us? Pass it forward and. Okay.
If you guys look where I'm pointing now, another guy's in front. Al Stauch, Gannon's dad, is right here. Wait. Right here. This is him. In the blue shirt here. I don't know which one his mom is. But they're in the courtroom. Yes, the bishop says very interesting testimony on the value of prints on bullets and casings. Great witnesses today. Wow. Look at Letecia.
Ms. Happ, did any of the 3 pistols you examined eject from the left?
They did not. All 3 of these ejected to the right of the firearm.
I'm going to ask this question. Let me know if you think it's outside your area of expertise. If someone is left eye dominant and a shell ejects across your field of vision, would that cause someone to miss?
So in that regard, I would say there's a couple things to consider. The first thing is that first shot that's fired, nothing will be obstructing your vision. We would be talking about subsequent shot fired after that. And we would be talking about subsequent shots fired in rapid succession, meaning not a shot. That cartridge case ejection is quick. So the shot is fired, the cartridge case ejects and falls often much faster than the shooter can recognize. Where that becomes a more serious consideration is firing of multiple cartridges where those shells are constantly running in front of the shooter's field of vision. I hope that covers it.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Are there a lot of factors that can go into accuracy of a shooter?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list off some of those?
The firearm is one. Whether or not that shooter is practiced is a primary. It's probably the biggest.
Can left eye dominant shooters with a gun that kicks off to the right be very accurate in their shots?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Ms. Happ, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to clean up the witness stand, Judge, before the next witness.
All right.
Yeah, Jeanette, none of it's okay. No one over here, let's not insult or degrade anyone except Letecia. Go for it there. Letecia. Ooh, okay. Look, Letecia is smiling so much today. Look at her.
You can call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We'd call Brooke Bell to the stand.
Brooke Bell.
Ms. Bell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Brooke Bell, and my last name is spelled Bell.
What's your occupation?
I am a senior crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a senior crime scene investigator?
I've been a crime scene investigator since July of 2017, so almost 6 years.
How'd you become a senior crime scene investigator?
So the senior position requires a minimum of at least 5 years of experience.
It requires a crime scene certification in one of 3 levels through the International Association for Identification. And it also requires a certain number of training hours towards specializing in an additional forensic discipline.
So other than your experience, do you also have training and educational experience with regards to your occupation?
I do. In terms of education, I graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology and a Master of Science degree in forensic science, both from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And in terms of training, I did participate in an internal training program through the Metro Crime Lab. I was on call 24/7 for a period of 6 months, so a lot of exposure to various types of crime scenes and documentation techniques during that time. I was required to complete relevant readings, perform practical exercises, and I worked with a qualified crime scene investigator until it was determined that I could process crime scenes independently and any of the related tasks. So in addition to completing that internal training program throughout my career, I've also had the opportunity to participate in ongoing formal training and education. So I've received training courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, trajectory documentation, shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, chemical enhancement of blood, photography, latent print processing, just to name some of those more specific areas related to crime scene processing.
And have you been qualified to give expert testimony as a crime scene investigator in El Paso County?
Yes, I have.
Any other jurisdictions?
I have also testified as an expert witness in federal court.
Ask me how many times you've been qualified.
I've testified 34 times and been qualified as an expert 22 times.
At this time, we'd ask that the court allow Ms. Bell to testify as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation.
Defense? No objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Tell us about crime scene investigation. What does that mean? I mean, we've seen CSI on TV. Is that the kind of thing we're talking about? And then we'll talk about whether or not that actually happens once we get into your testimony.
So as a crime scene investigator, my primary responsibility is to document and process crime scenes. And ultimately, I'm responsible for the identification, collection, and preservation of the evidence for any type of future testing and to assist with investigative leads. It certainly may look very different than what you see on TV and typically takes a lot longer.
So you just can't walk in a room and then all of a sudden know exactly what happens in that room?
Not necessarily, no.
As part of as a crime scene investigator, do you attend meetings with detectives and police officers and other members of a particular investigation to get an idea of what you're looking for when you go to a crime scene?
So the most common situation is the information we receive is what we refer to as a briefing. So we just receive preliminary information that detectives or the sergeants, law enforcement personnel have regarding the case up to the point that we become involved with the case.
And I would imagine that it's beneficial to have some idea of what you're going to when you go to a crime scene before you start that investigation. Is that fair?
That is the most common situation. We tend to have an idea of what type of investigation or what type of crime has occurred when we respond. That is not always the case, though.
I'm going to talk about this case and this investigation. On January 29th of 2020, were you asked to go to 6727?
6627, I believe.
627. You think I'd had memorized by now, but 6627 Mandan Drive to search a residence.
Yes, I was.
What kind of information did you have prior to that and prior to that search on January 29th, 2020?
So the initial information that I received prior to responding to the residence was that an 11-year-old child had gone missing 2 days prior to my request to respond and document or search the residence where he lived. And the only information I was provided at that time was that the investigators had reason to believe that he may be the victim of a homicide. I didn't receive any additional information until I responded to the residence, where I received that case briefing that I mentioned previously. And that was just kind of more of a timeline of events in terms of what the detectives knew up to that point.
And what was that? What was the briefing that you received when you arrived at the residence?
So I responded, it was Wednesday, January 29th. So at that point, the 11-year-old child who was identified to me as Gannon Stauch had been missing for 2 days. I had received information that he had reportedly gone to a friend's house and didn't return home and was reported missing that Monday around 7 p.m. and that sheriffs with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded around 10 p.m. that evening. I was also informed that the following day, so Tuesday the 28th, the Sheriff's Office had sent investigative personnel to do a search of the residence. Part of the information that they had and that they passed on to me was that an incident, as it was called, had occurred on the 26th, in which Gannon was playing video games in the basement living room. And a candle was knocked over, damaged the carpet and a couch in the basement. They had informed me there was a section of carpet down in the basement that had been burned and cut away down to the padding. And so that it was suspicious in nature. It had been covered with carpet and an area rug.
Did you receive any information about a potential sexual assault or kidnapping on the 29th of January?
So I did a little bit further once I'd been on scene for a little bit longer. I believe it was possibly during our walkthrough. The information that they provided to me was that Gannon's stepmother, who was identified to me as Letecia Stauch, had contacted an individual about the carpet repair, and that individual came to the house and she was sexually assaulted in Gannon's bedroom and that Gannon had been kidnapped.
And so did that change at least your game plan on how you're going to process that crime scene based on this new information that comes in?
So with the information I had on this very first response, the areas that I'm focused on is the downstairs living room, where this area of carpet has been burned down to the padding or basically down to the subfloor, which is unusual and had been cut out and removed. And then with this possible sexual assault information, so that was some new information, and having a location, that told me that I was going to search for evidence that might be potentially related to that in that bedroom.
And so what kind of evidence would you be looking for based on that?
So when we're in the case of a sexual assault, we use what's called an alternate light source and filtered goggles. And so we actually will check the room for possible biological fluids. Certain biological fluids will fluoresce or glow under ALS. And those tend to be biological fluids such as urine, saliva, and then semen. So in the case of a sexual assault, we're using that so that we can try and identify potentially semen.
Had you learned that the residents had at least initially been searched the night before on January 28th, 2020 by some El Paso County detectives?
Yes, I had been informed that they had conducted a separate search prior to the involvement of the Metro Crime Lab and that there were some evidence items collected during that search.
And so were you at least the first time a CSI lab personnel entered the residence to conduct the search?
Yes, so I was one of the first responding CSIs.
And Your Honor, just to kind of speed things up a little bit, there's going to be no objections to the following exhibits.
Okay.
373 through 441.
Okay.
And 711.
And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right, then exhibits 373 through 441 are admitted, and so is 711. Go ahead.
And it's a combination of photographs, mostly photographs, but also physical exhibits, Your Honor. And we'll,
Okay.
as we go through the photographs, we'll get the physical exhibits.
Okay.
If we could start with People's Exhibit 373, please. Publishing it.
Yep.
And if I may approach the witness,
You may.
Ms. Bell, I'll give you the pictures and you can either use the pictures to look at or
Thank
the
you.
two TV screens that we have. And then you got a fancy pointer up here somewhere.
Is that what this is?
Full screen. So what do we see in People's Exhibit 373?
People's Exhibit 373 is a photograph that was taken of the exterior of Mandan Street. If we're looking to the left side of the photograph, we can actually see the Metro Crime Lab van, which was parked in front of 6627.
So what direction are we facing here with this photograph?
We are mostly looking east, slightly southeast.
And so could you use the pointer and point out 6627 Mandan?
May I stand, Your Honor?
You may go ahead. You can step down if you would like to.
Thank you. 6627 would be this residence right here, and it had a bright yellow chair on the porch.
And the first house that we see on the right photograph, is that 6643 Mandan?
I wouldn't be able to tell from the photograph in terms of reading the address.
Okay. If we can go to 674 now. What do we see in 674? 374. I'm all over the place. 374.
So People's Exhibit 374 is a direct photograph of the front of the residence 6627. And we can see that bright yellow chair that I had previously mentioned.
We go 375 now. What are we looking at 375?
People's Exhibit 375, and I don't recall just from seeing this image if this is, I believe it's from immediately inside the entry. So if we walked in the door, that it would be one of the walls on the side.
Would this be the laundry room area?
It's possible. I can't really tell from seeing the rest of it, but it's possible.
Okay. If you look to the right-hand corner, top corner, would that be the entry to the garage?
Yes, it would be. So with that being said, then this would be the entry into the house through the garage, which was first the laundry room.
We can go to 376 now, please. What do we see in 376?
So People's Exhibit 376 is, and I don't know if this is the washer or the dryer, but in the bottom of the photograph, we see the red. And there were a pair of tennis shoes. So they're black with white soles turned over on top. And part of my walkthrough and briefing information I had received was that when the sheriff's deputies responded on the 28th, they had observed possible stains on the bottom of these shoes and had collected swabs of those stains.
And did you say that was done on the previous night, January 28th?
That's correct. So when I mentioned they had collected some evidence on that first response, that was one of those items.
377, please. Is this a close-up of the same shoes?
Yes, it is.
And then, Your Honor, 378 are the actual shoes. And just for the jury's benefit, we're going to be opening those with another witness.
Okay.
So we're not going to be opening those at this time.
All right.
We can go to 379 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 379?
So People's Exhibit 379 is a photograph inside the garage. And if we look in the upper left-hand corner, we can actually see the door that's open, and that's what opens into the laundry room.
Now, on January 29th, were you looking for blood in this particular garage?
Not initially. However, it was brought to our attention when a deputy had responded that while we were working on documentation in the basement, that he had located some stains that he believed to be possible blood stains.
We can go to 380 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 380?
People's Exhibit 380, we've actually moved further into the garage, so now we're closer to the entry door. And there are actually 3 sticker scales present in this photograph that were placed to identify those possible blood stains that were located by the deputy.
Could you please point those out for the
I
jury?
will, yes.
And Mr. Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
We could stop now if you like, Judge.
Okay.
Whatever you're.
You can go ahead and answer that question, and then we'll take that
Okay.
break.
And is it okay? May I stand again? Thank you. So when we look in the middle stair in the garage right here, we can see a sticker that was actually identifying a possible blood stain that we labeled A. And then we have 2 more on the floor. So possible blood stain B and possible blood stain C.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will take we'll take another recess for about 10 minutes. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 4 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 4 o'clock.
All right.
Okay, there's a 10-minute break, everyone. So, thank you so much for all the stickers. Make sure that you fast forward if you can. So you join us here, because some of the questions that you guys are answering with stickers were answered with stickers before. So I believe the Harley suitcase non-issue has been cleared up now, that she just showed a bag that she put on Amazon to go on vacation. You know, everybody has bags, I guess. I don't think it was sponsored, although someone said it's on her storefront, on Harley's Amazon storefront. So maybe it's that. But either way, we're not here to attack Harley. We're focusing on Letecia. It's her trial. I can't wait for Harley to testify. I want to see what she says, right? Vicky says she seems to be smiling a lot today. She really does. Did you see that time? I almost thought she was like leaning on a computer screen, but she was just, I don't know, leaning in a way. She just looked so creepy. Oh my word. Letecia, yes. Moonbeamer says, if anyone's curious, Gannon's rental home was listed real quick after the murder. I think someone bought that home, right? Yes. And that. But I mean, really, I just think it's a non-issue at this point, right? So, wait, what was I going to do in the tea break? We're on tea break now. Afternoon tea, everyone. Just hold on. Okay, yeah. Sweet and salty says, so the trial is only to prove she's sane. Yeah, pretty much. That's it. Pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. So there's not a question of whether she did it or didn't do it. It's about what she's saying at the time. I mean, I'm still waiting for her to act out, you know? It's a long day with really good witnesses. Happy Friday to everyone, especially if you're only joining now. Welcome. I hope you'll check out all the other live streams if you didn't. I know they're long, but they're all time-stamped for you with all the witness names, their titles, so that you can easily navigate through the playlists that I made for you. There's 2 playlists. I made one called Gannon Stauch, and I made one called Letecia Stauch. And I really, really wish that Letecia's surname could just go back to her maiden name or something else, so that we can only imagine when we Google search Stauch. I mean, you're just going to see Letecia everywhere and not really Gannon, you know? Anyway, so Aaron is like wasting everyone's time. Literally wasting everyone's time. It takes a lot to make Aaron mad, I'm telling you. Wasting everyone's time, yes. I just want to see what notes I made here. So we had the witness, Christian Liewer, a CSI guy who was at the house, 6627 Mandan Drive on February 3rd and 5th, twice on February 3rd and 5th. So we saw a lot of what he had to show today, photos, the blue star, latent blood stain, blue star reaction. And he again explained later that blue star reacts with a heme component in blood, and then it lights up, it glows like that. It's also interesting how this witness, sorry, I've still got it on the screen here on the banner, Brooke Bell, said they even checked the area to see about this Iguardo story, to see if there really was an SA situation by just scanning for that glows as well with goggles, that they say, and some other chemical, right? to see if it glows with sweat or saliva or other stuff, if there was a sexual assault. Van's like, grub t-shirt. Total grub t-shirt that, yes. Okay, let's see what else you guys say. Okay, I'm going to the bottom. Oh man, that's the other thing. Jean says LS is purposely trying to spend less days or weeks in jail. This is a holiday for her, unfortunately. I mean, I suppose time in the court, maybe in her mind, this is better than obviously time in a cell. She goes back there at night, right? Kelly Dime says the doctor found her sane enough to stand trial. Yep, there were many delays, and finally, here we are, 3 years later. Oh, yeah. Alina, I'm like, what? You remember. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Ah, the candle wax. I mean, did you hear that this witness, Brooke Bell, said she had heard via Letecia, and when they checked the house, that Gannon was in the basement playing video games and knocked a candle over. That completely contradicts what Letecia said, huh? She was saying that he like lit a candle and fell asleep, and then the blankets and stuff caught on fire. I still think that the candle incident, I still think there's a lot more to it that we don't know. She kept Gannon's last name. So even though her and Al are divorced, she's still Letecia Stauch, which is unbelievable. Why is she? Daniel Hicks, this is not a death penalty case. Colorado abolished the death penalty. I want to look at the date again. Colorado death penalty was abolished in which year exactly? What? Capital punishment was abolished in Colorado in 2020. Oh, yeah. I got to remember that from Chris Watts' days, No death penalty. So it's not a death penalty case. So really, she's either going to probably spend the rest of her life in prison or go to a mental institution. I think the first option is the most likely at this point. Yes, thank you, Aaron. 2020. And Kirsten White said the witness said it was unusual for the candle burns went down so far. Yes, and the couch with all the burn, like smoky marks. And then also when they showed today, Letecia's cleaning supplies. Wow, they showed the vinegar and they showed that, I think I wrote it here. Wait, what did they call it? A smoke and odor eliminator. You see, there's all of that. And she says it was on Sunday night when there was this fire that was in the basement. And then she packed all the kids in the car and took a ride around the block and then came back. And then she was Googling as well about, how to eliminate the smell of smoke. So I really wonder about that too. Yes, Danny Dawn says we need a fire and candle expert. I'm sure we're going to have some. I'm sure there's going to be this is only week 2 of 8. There's going to be really great witnesses. Still, there have already been some really great witnesses as well. Let's see what else we've got. The defense was saying, was there a sheet in Harley's room that, tested positive, reacted to luminol? And they said yes. So Letecia put stuff in Harley's room is what I'm understanding. I mean, wow, she really has no limits, no boundaries, no limits, no nothing. She will pin every bit of her crimes on somebody else. The gun, Eduardo. The sheets, yeah, no, that's Harley. I don't know why she's got it there. Blood in the garage, yep, Gannon was walking around there barefoot and he cut his foot. She's got an answer for everything. Natalie Bella says the defense's comment about the right or left-handed gun backfired. If the ejected casing obstructed her vision, that would explain the 2 missed gunshots. I know, right? That's so backfired. And I hated how the defense said to the one, the bullets, there were 2 bullets found in the pillow, right? In the bag as well. So sad. And then one as well in the victim, right? Lodged. It went through his jaw and it was in the back of his head. And he just said to the little boy, he didn't say his name. Someone was saying that's how they do it. The defense, I don't know. I don't know, man. Alina said, we have G in the afternoon for weeks. It's better than tea. Daniel Hicks, welcome to membership. If anyone's joining today, make sure you check out the members only playlist because we recently, 2 days ago, we had a stream where we just vent. We get snarky and we vent about Letecia and why we even need a horror hog. Because we do. We do. I'm just reading what your comments are saying. Yeah, in between. It bugs me too. Lacey says it bugs me so much that she still has the Stauch last name. It makes me feel ill. So after the stream as well, I'll make sure to timestamp everything for you for the stream too. We went over some new documents today. We went over Letecia Stauch's previous criminal history. My word. And she said she doesn't have adult records. She lied. Even in the letter to the judge, she lied. Vicky, thank you so much for your $10 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Yes, and Christina says, say his name, Gannon. Yes. And the mom and dad, Elle and Landon, are in court. I can't really make out where Landon is. I feel like she's more to the left of Elle, but I did show you Elle as well today. You could see him sitting in court there as well. Oh, and somebody said in the chat, the fact that the defense seems to keep on trying to imply that Harley had something to do with it. They were saying that they're probably doing that to discredit her testimony. They're probably trying to create doubt for the jury in Harley's testimony. So that's it, because that's probably going to be one of the most powerful ones, right? Depending on how she handles it. I really hope she does the right thing and just say it. Just spill all the tea. Literally, say it all. Sarah Sunshine, thank you so much for that super sticker. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I put a Nightpod message up there. Audio and video don't match. What? Stand by. Okay, true. Yeah, blood on the sheets might have actually been period blood. But they had to take it. Could be that as well. I just thought of the sheets because Letecia was like, oh, we washed the sheets. Remember in the interrogation that we saw more of it today. I mean, we saw a lot today. Today has been quite epic. It feels like we've been here for 24 hours already. And we still have about another hour to go, I think, after this break. So, but when we saw the interrogation, not yesterday, the day before, because there's no court on a Thursday. Yeah, Letecia was talking there about sheets. Okay, there's no delay. Someone's saying there's a delay. Just refresh. That's it. Exactly, Mary D. Slight delay. Okay. Let's take a tiny little break like this. Sorry to stop it.
And we can either discuss it now, or we can discuss it at the end of the day.
Welcome back.
I don't know what you want to do. All I know is that a juror has alerted me that she It wasn't until Ms. Happ was on the stand that she realized she knew her. She did not recognize the name as she was looking through the witness list. So I don't know anything about how she knows her, anything like that. My thought was I would bring her in, ask her a couple of questions, and then send her back, and you can make a decision as to whether or not want to make a challenge, or we go from there. We can either do that before this witness continues her testimony. We can wait until we get closer to the end of the day. What do you want to do?
I think it'd be good to do that towards the end of the day, just
Okay.
maybe save a little bit of time at the end of the day to handle.
That's fine. All right. So let's stop at like 10 till. Stop your questioning there, and then we will bring that juror in, and we'll go from there. Does that work for juror 12? Third one over in the front. Yeah, well, she's in seat 13, but she's juror 12 because we only have 9 in the back. So, okay. Okay, in light of that, let's bring the jurors in then. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, Letecia's loving this, isn't she?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Bell. That's where we will resume.
So, Ms. Bell, we still have People's Exhibit 380 up on the TV screen. With regards to these placards A, B, and C that you just pointed out prior to the break, are they in a direction from the door to where there are some, looks like some 2x4s on the ground there?
So if you're referring to the lower left corner of the photograph, yes, there are some long 2x4s in that area of the garage.
And when we looked at the picture of the entire garage, is that a space where a vehicle may be parked?
Typically, it appeared to be where you'd pull a vehicle in, yes.
Now, also on People's Exhibit 380, do you see any softball equipment in there or items related to softball?
If we look to where the stairs are, there's a blue bucket over on the right hand side of that photograph. There appears to be yellow softballs inside that blue bucket.
And on the left side of the photograph, there appears to be some kind of bag that says Easton or, right?
Yes, on the left side of the photograph on top of the green box.
We go now to 381, please. What do we see in 381?
People's Exhibit 381 is actually a photograph taken standing inside the laundry room, so we can see the tile floor, looking down at the stairs. And in the center of the photograph, we can see that sticker scale that I mentioned previously, and that was the placard A, so the possible blood stains that were observed there.
And just so Christian Liewer just testified, he processed this garage on February 3rd. Obviously, you did this on January 29th. You do the blue star in the garage at that time, or did you note this blood just from your naked eye?
So this was visible blood, so it was documented because we could see it without any type of chemical processing. And when I responded, I did not do or use Blue Star in the garage.
And so we can go to 382 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 382?
People's Exhibit 382 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard A.
Ready to do some more exercise? If you can get out and just show the jury exactly where the blood's located in this particular photograph.
So we can see some dark staining throughout the center area of this photograph. Here, we can also see some slight discoloration over the left side of it.
I know we're going to talk about how you swab these, but why don't we do it with placard A so you can kind of just show the jury what you did to collect this blood so that it could be tested
So,
at a later time.
so to collect a sample of any biological fluid, we have a package that is sealed of 2 sterile cotton tip swabs. So that's opened at the time that we're ready to collect the sample. We open a new package of distilled water and then just dampen the 2 cotton tip swabs. And then those are both rubbed at the same time over the stains and then placed back into that packaging and sealed into something we call a coin envelope. So it's a smaller envelope.
And did you use 3 separate swabs for both A, B, and C placards?
Yes, I did.
And they're separated when you package them?
Correct. So when we place them in those individual coin envelopes, those are sealed separately from each other.
And then the big envelope is sealed, and then whoever gets into that envelope would have to sign something to know that someone's been in there. Is that how it works?
Correct. So when we create an evidence barcode label, and I believe in this case, all 3 of those swabs were placed in a larger envelope under the same evidence barcode and sealed by the crime scene investigator. And then any subsequent testing that occurs on evidence within that package, the evidence item or the packaging is noted, and then additional tape seals are added and signed by that analyst when the analysis is completed.
And Your Honor, for the record, the swabs from placards A, B, and C is People's Exhibit 386.
All right.
We can go down to 383, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 383?
People's Exhibit 383, is a little bit of a different perspective, a little closer, where we can see, again, the 2 sticker scales that were on the garage floor. We're close to those 2x4s that were previously mentioned.
384?
People's Exhibit 384 is now a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard B.
Could you point those out with a pointer, please?
Yes. So in this photograph, it's really concentrated toward the center, but the discoloration is in this general area and then extended into the upper left portion of the photograph.
And is that the area you swabbed then that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that would be the area that representative samples were collected.
385, you could probably stay there for this one. What do we see in 385?
People's Exhibit 385 is now a close-up of the stains that were identified using placard C. And I will point those out again, just directly above the actual sticker scale and then a little higher toward the center of the photograph.
Now, are these particular more visible? These blood, are they droplets or what are they?
So these appear to be more consistent with possible transfer stains to me. But these are a little bit more visible in this particular photograph than what we saw in B. If we look at the photograph, there's different photographs at different angles of B and C, and B is a little more visible in a different angle, and that just has more to do with the flash that occurred when that photograph was taken.
What's a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when blood is deposited on a surface from another surface.
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
It's just transferred onto an object.
You can resume your seat. Thank you. If we can have 387 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 387?
People's Exhibit 387 is a photograph that was taken in the backyard on the east side of the house. And of significance in the backyard is the trash dumpster, so we can see the green in the center of the photograph.
And were you made aware that these trash cans were searched on January 28th,
Yes, I was.
2020?
Yes.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 388. What do we see in People's Exhibit 388?
People's Exhibit 388 is a photograph taken in the basement And this area was referred to in most of our reports as the basement living area. So this particular photograph, I believe in terms of orientation, we're looking southwest in the basement.
In the area that you alluded to, I know we have some other pictures of it where there were potential burn marks on the carpet. Could you just point that out for the jury so they could have some context with this picture?
Yes, I'm going to stand up to do that.
Sure.
So in the upper right corner of the photograph, we have a couch here. And directly in front of that couch was an area rug, and we can actually see that here. And on top of it, in this particular photograph, you can see a section, rectangular section of carpet that matches the rest of the carpet throughout the residence.
Okay, thank you. 389. What do we see in 389?
People's Exhibit 389 is now standing in that living area portion of the room. So in the lower left corner, we can see that area rug that I had previously mentioned. And then we can also see the corner of the couch that it was in front of, and that's over on the left side of the photograph. In the center of the photograph, so we're looking east toward that love seat chair. There's 3 blankets, and they were kind of in a pile, and those blankets had burned debris on them.
You can go to 390 now. What do we see in 390?
People's Exhibit 390 is a close-up of those blankets that was located on the floor in front of that love seat, and we are able to see some of the charring and burned debris.
391. What do we see in 391?
People's Exhibit 391 is now in the search phase where we're actually looking at the items that were identified. So one of the blankets has been spread out, and we can see that there's a scale in this photograph showing where some dark burned debris is.
And did you spread this blanket out to take this photograph?
Yes.
And did you collect this blanket as evidence?
This blanket was collected, yes.
We can go to 392. What do we see in 392?
People's Exhibit 392 is just a close-up of the previous blanket in the area where we saw that scale of the burned debris.
And did you have any information as to whether or not these blankets were used to put the fire out or help put the fire out?
I don't know that I had specific information how these were related.
393. What do we see in 393?
People's Exhibit 393 is another one of the blankets that was in that pile. And on the left side of the photograph, we can see where it's bunched together and the discoloration. So where there was some black char marks.
And go to 394.
People's Exhibit 394 is a photograph of the third blanket. We can see that there's a scale, and that was also very bunched around some burned debris.
And did you collect all these blankets, all 3?
All 3 of them were collected, yes.
We can go to 395 now, please. What do we see in 395?
People's Exhibit 395 is the couch that is located that I had pointed out in the first photograph when we were talking about the living room. So for context, that area where the removed carpet is directly in front of this couch. And on this couch are 3 teal pillows.
Can you also see some what appears to be damage from hot wax, that kind of thing on this couch?
Yes, so over in the left side of the photograph, which would have been the west portion of the couch, there was some damage consistent with what appeared to be wax on the couch, as well as some charring or scorch marks.
And so for the record, we see a remote control there. Is it just next to that remote control in front of it?
It would be in front of and then to the left of that black remote control.
We can go to 396, please. What do we see in 396?
People's Exhibit 396 is looking toward the southwest corner of the living room. So just for context, we can see the TV in the upper left, and the couch, for reference, would be over on the right side of the photograph. And there's an additional teal pillow in that corner on the floor.
397? What do we see in 397?
People's Exhibit 397 is more of a mid-range photograph, but we've actually turned that pillow over. And in the center of the photograph, it's actually going to be in the right corner of the pillow. There was more of that kind of burned, charred material.
We can go to 398 now. Is that what you're talking about as we see in 398?
So 398 is a close-up with the scale, and yes, you can better see some of that burned material.
And did you collect this item as evidence? This pillow?
Yes, this pillow was collected.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's 399, People's Exhibit 399. We can go to 400 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 400?
People's Exhibit 400 is actually being positioned against the west wall in the living room. So the couch, for reference, is what's on the left, and that love seat is over on the right. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some of those blankets we talked about previously. But in the back center of this photograph, we can see an open door where we see boxes and bins, and that was a basement storage unit.
And can we see the staircase there to the left of that in the center of the picture, but it would go off to the left to go upstairs?
Yes, you can slightly see the banister or the hand railing, and that would be the staircase that leads to the upper level.
And so as you look at that storage room, if you go to the right, would that be where Gannon's room was?
Yes, so there is a hallway behind that wall, and his door was over to the right and actually shared a wall with the storage room.
We can go to People's Exhibit 401. What do we see in People's Exhibit 401?
People's Exhibit 401, we've now moved close to the entry to the storage room. So again, we can see the boxes and bins and then the concrete floor. And then, as mentioned previously, there's a short hallway on the right side. So the door to Gannon's bedroom would be over on the right.
People's Exhibit 402. What do we see 402?
People's Exhibit 402 is a photograph that's taken standing in the entry to the basement storage room. So the bins and boxes previously mentioned. In this photograph, we're actually looking toward the southeast corner, and an item of interest that was observed in the southeast corner, which we can see in the center of the photograph, is a small section of carpet.
With regards to the boxes that we see in People's Exhibit 402, is that what it looked like on January 29th, 2020?
These appear to be the original overall photographs. So that's the series of photographs that we take prior to doing anything on scene. So this would be the condition of the storage room when we arrived.
We can go to People's Exhibit 403. What do we see in People's Exhibit 403?
People's Exhibit 403 is now standing inside that storage room. And on the left side, we can see the furnace, and toward the center, we can see the water heater. Those were actually positioned on the same wall, which would be the west wall, as the entry into the storage room.
People's Exhibit 404. What do we see in People's Exhibit 404?
People's Exhibit 404 is just slightly rotated to the right from that previous photo and down so that we can see the concrete floor. If it helps for reference in terms of from the previous photo, that bottle of Gain in the previous photo, if you go back one.
We're at 403 now.
So it's shifted slightly to the right and down.
And go back to 404. Now in People's Exhibit 404, there seems to be a box there at the lower portion middle there. Do you recognize that box?
I do. So in the lower portion of the photograph, there is a box that has Amazon tape. And if I recall correctly, based on the marker, the writing on it, that was a box that was collected in a following response out to that residence.
Did you go back to the residence on February 21st, 2020?
I did, yes.
And did you go back and completely clean out this entire storage room, look at every item that's in there, look at all the floor for blood?
Yes, so that was the purpose of that following response, was to remove every item from the storage room and inspect it for possible blood stains.
And this is where the box was, at least on January 29th, 2020, when you initially searched that storage room.
Yes, based on the overall photographs, it is.
We'll talk about that box when we get to the February 21st, okay?
Okay.
Don't let me forget.
Okay.
All right, let's go to, I'm sorry. Ready? Okay, if we can go to 405 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 405?
People's Exhibit 405, we're actually looking at the north wall of the storage room. So for orientation, based on where I'm standing, the entry would actually be back and to my right. And of interest in this particular photograph on the left side is a gun box, the M&P bodyguard. And then also of interest in this photograph, kind of toward the northeast corner, we can see the corner of a red suitcase underneath a box. And then just to the right of that, we can see a small section of carpet again.
Did you do the best you could to take pictures of all the suitcases in the storage room?
So in this series of overall photographs, these are the photographs of all of the items in their position when we arrived. So nothing was moved in order to be able to take better photographs of them at this point.
You may not, I don't know if you recall this or not, but the pink suitcase that we see in the center of the photograph, was that suitcase there on February 21st, 2020, when you went back and searched the entire storage room?
I don't recall offhand without going through those photos and looking closer.
Don't let me forget about that one either.
Okay.
There's another item. I want to refer to a tub there that appears to have cables in it that's on the right-hand side of the photograph in the center there. Do you see that?
I do. So all the way along the right edge, we can see a clear tub that has a purple handle. You can see just the edge of it. So that was another item of interest that was located and collected on a following response on the 21st.
And at least on January 29th, 2020, that's where that tub is when you're out there processing the storage room.
That's correct.
And did that tub later have blood on it?
It had what appeared to be possible blood stains on it when I observed it.
You don't like it when I say blood, right?
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to say that because we can't confirm it. But based on our training and experience, that was the reason it was collected. It appeared consistent with blood stains.
And is that why we talked about that Amazon box earlier as well?
Correct. So there were possible blood stains observed on that box.
Okay. We can now go to People's Exhibit. What are we at? 406, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 406?
So People's Exhibit 406, we've rotated slightly to the right from the previous photograph. So we're now looking at the southeast corner of the storage room. For reference again, in the lower left-hand corner, we see that red suitcase that I mentioned previously. It's very difficult to see, but just a tiny piece of the carpet in the lower left corner. And the previously mentioned clear tub with the purple handle. And if it helps again with reference, the wall over on the right side is actually the wall that would be shared with Gannon's bedroom.
We can go to 407 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 407?
So People's Exhibit 407 is at the point where we've started removing some objects from the basement storage room. So we can now see that red suitcase a little bit more clearly. And there are some carpet fibers sitting on top. And then directly behind it, slightly to the right, we can see a larger section of carpet that I had mentioned that was mostly covered in some of those previous overall photographs.
And as you're searching the storage room on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you ever see a large olive green suitcase in the storage room?
I don't recall seeing one.
Did you ever see the suitcase that Gannon's body was recovered in?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen it under the bridge or at any time?
I've not seen it at all.
If you would have saw that in that time, would you have photographed it as you photographed these suitcases here?
Well, everything was photographed as I observed it during that time. And obviously the suitcase was found sometime later, but I was never shown what that suitcase looked like.
And do we also see the tub that you said had presumptive blood on it in this photograph?
So that clear tub with the purple handles, yes, is over on the right side of the photograph.
We can go to 408 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 408?
People's Exhibit 408 is now a closer photograph of the top of that red suitcase. And toward the back area is actually where we can see some of the carpet fibers and carpet debris.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but did you later find some carpet that had been cut to kind of cover that area where the burnt carpet was?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Did you eventually collect the carpet that we see in People's Exhibit 408?
Yes. So during the search portion of this storage room, that section of carpet was actually pulled out of that room and opened.
And just point for the jury where the carpet is in this photograph, just so you all know where it's at.
So your red suitcase, and then kind of the carpet fibers and debris toward the back. And then the large folded section of carpet is directly behind it in the center photograph up top.
Great, thank you. We can go to 409 now, please. What do we see in 409?
People's Exhibit 409 is a close-up so that you can better see some of the carpet debris and carpet fibers on top of that suitcase. And then to the right side, we can see a part of that carpet.
410? What do we see in People's Exhibit 410?
People's Exhibit 410 is when that section of carpet was pulled out of the storage room. It had been rolled and folded. And when I opened the folds, concealed inside was a smaller piece of carpet that had possible bloodstains on it.
And can you point that out for the jury just so we can distinguish between the small piece and the large piece?
So the large portion of the carpet was this entire section. And then the small section concealed inside, right in the center where we can see some very visible staining.
Can we go to 412 now, please? What do we see in 412?
People's Exhibit 412 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains observed on that smaller piece of carpet. And then we do have a scale in the photograph.
And you collected the smaller piece of carpet, I take it?
Both sections of carpet were collected, yes.
And the small piece of carpet, Your Honor, would be People's Exhibit 413. The large piece is People's Exhibit 711.
All right.
We can go to 414 now. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 412.
412, right.
It's helpful to have these photos up here. People's Exhibit 412 is that smaller section of carpet that we just saw the photographs of with the visible stains. It's now been turned over. And what's of note in this photograph is that we can see some additional stains on the top surface in the lower right corner and in the center, and that the actual entire section of carpet is discolored in comparison to the rest of the carpet underneath.
And could you tell whether or not looking at these stains on either side, what kind of stain it is? You alluded to transfer stains when we were in the garage.
Not necessarily, at least on the upper side of the carpet, due to the texture of the carpet. Looking on the other side, the fact that it's gone through, typically we might call something like that a saturation stain, where it has actually gone through the carpet.
So is that what we're talking about as we see in 411?
Yes.
So that's more of a saturated stain?
Potentially. It's difficult to say, but it is consistent with some type of transfer or saturation stain.
Now we can jump ahead to 414. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 414. So this large section of carpet that I removed that had the smaller one with the visible stains. When I opened that entire section of carpet, there were two corners that had been cut off and were missing. This People's Exhibit 414 shows a section of carpet. So when we go back into the living room, and I had mentioned that there was a section of carpet placed over the area that had been cut out. This is showing that section of carpet that had been in the living room and showing the visible seams appearing to match as if that section of carpet had been cut off this larger one.
Going back to the red suitcase with carpet fibers on it, the carpet's found right next to that?
Yes, so that's that very big folded one. That's that piece of carpet.
Would it be consistent with someone cutting the carpet over the suitcase in the storage room?
I don't know where it would have been cut, but having the carpet fibers on top of the suitcase just indicates to me that that carpet had been moved or manipulated.
Okay. We can go to 415 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 415?
So People's Exhibit 415, we are now seeing that area in the basement living room in front of the couch. So for reference, the couch is in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the remote and those burn marks on the couch that we had talked about previously. We can see a patch of carpet has been cut out in a square or rectangle. And then we can see the black padding underneath. And it might be difficult to tell in this photograph, but the shape and characteristics were pretty consistent and appeared to be burn and char marks in that padding.
416?
People's Exhibit 416 shows a patch of carpet covering that. In the right side of the photograph, we can see that area rug we talked about previously as well that's been pulled back. So when we arrived, that area rug was in place as if it would be normally on the floor. And when it was pulled back, this is what we observed, was this extra piece of carpet placed on top of that cutout. And that previous one showing the cutout corner that was matched with the seams is this piece of carpet.
We can go back to 416, please. 415. And people that do the 415, what was your understanding on how this fire started that we see the results from in 415?
The information that I was provided was that while Gannon was playing video games on the 26th, he knocked over a candle and somehow that caused the fire.
Is that consistent with your training, your everyday knowledge, a candle falling on the carpet, burning right through the carpet, through the pad, all the way to the concrete?
That's not what I would expect to see, no.
Why is that?
I wouldn't expect. A lot of carpet and materials are made to be more burn resistant. So you could hold a lighter to carpet and it's not instantaneously going to burst into flames. We've also had training with our local fire department where we've actually done that exercise, laid carpet out, held a lighter or a torch, trying to set it on fire, and then doing that with different ignitable fluids to see how long it would take to actually set and burst into flames.
Would it take a significant amount of heat to create that char mark?
It would, and it would have to be a sustained heat. So not just a quick, without some type of ignitable source.
Now, with regards to this area, the jury's heard about Blue Star, so we don't need to get into that, but did you Blue Star this area to see whether or not there's areas that you needed to swab?
Yes, so on that first response, because this is the area of the primary disturbance and things out of the ordinary, that's the room they requested I do Blue Star in, and it was done in this area, yes.
And did you swab that area based on the results of your Blue Star?
There were swabs collected from a few areas in the living room, yes, based on a presumptive positive.
Can you point out the general area where you swabbed?
I remember correctly, the area on the carpet that I had a presumptive positive reaction was in this section, which would be the lower left portion of that cutout square.
And same process as you did in the garage, sealed, so others could test that swab at a later time?
That's correct, yes.
Now, before we leave the January 29th search, did you also go into Gannon's room on the 29th?
Yes, we did.
Did you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
So as a part of the walkthrough with one of the detectives who had been there the previous day on the 28th, he had mentioned an unusual, and that's how it was described to me, an unusual odor in Gannon's bedroom near the center and an unusual odor near the light switch. So I did detect an odor in the room, but it wasn't one necessarily that I could place. I couldn't characterize it as something that was familiar to me as traditional bleach or cleaning products. Also of note was that there was odor of urine, so pet urine throughout the basement, including in there.
And did you know they had a couple dogs that lived in the house as well?
I did. I don't know if it showed the photographs, but in the area next to the basement living room along the south wall, there were 2 dog crates and there were actually dogs in them at the time that I was there.
And so in between January 29th and February 21st, had other members of your lab, the Metro Crime Lab, gone out to search this residence?
Yes.
Had you gone out there on different occasions as well?
I had been out there a total of 3 times, but I wasn't with each of the CSIs for each time the Metro Crime Lab responded.
And so on the January 29th and February 21st, you did a report based on what you did at that residence?
That's correct.
And others would do reports based on what they did, for instance, on February 3rd or February 5th, that kind of thing?
Yes, so I did respond on February 3rd, but I did not complete a report. CSI Liewer was the primary CSI who responded and I came to assist. And based on items that were located during that search, we also called an additional CSI Alyssa Beresford, to come out and assist with some documentation. So I assisted both of them, but since I didn't do anything independently of them, I didn't complete a report for that response.
So let's now talk about the 21st, February. What new information did you get with regards to why you needed to go back and search the residence again?
The basic information that I was provided was from Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that he wanted to remove and search all of the objects in the basement storage room for possible bloodstains. And I don't know the specifics to why, but I know that a meeting had occurred prior to my going out that day between the Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and there was some interest in some saws in the garage.
Had there been a board found that may have had some blood on it out in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes. So right before responding, I had also been informed that a particle board had been recovered near Larkspur off Highway 105, I believe it was, and that there were possible blood stains on it. And I was shown a photograph of what was recovered by one of our DNA analysts. And we observed that a corner or a small section of that particle board was missing. And so they also asked that we search the garage to see if that possible corner was in there.
And did you find a possible corner for that particular board?
No, we did not.
And before we move on, Your Honor, 417 is the swabs that were taken from the basement carpet that CSI Brooke testified to earlier. So we can now go to 418. Now we're on February 21st, 2020. What do we see in People's Exhibit 418?
So People's Exhibit 418 is a similar photograph to one we've seen before, just at a later date of the entry to the basement storage room. And we can see it looks significantly different. It's more organized. I can see more of the floor in this photograph.
So someone went through and stacked all the boxes neatly, it looks like, and there were items moved around differently than what they looked like on January 29th.
It certainly appears far more organized than when I saw it the first time, yes.
We can go to 419 now. What do we see in 419?
People's Exhibit 419 is an additional photograph inside that basement storage room. We can see again part of the floor and see that the boxes are a little more organized.
And we see a tub there that appears to have cables in it on the top left corner of that photograph.
That's correct. So that is that tub we've discussed previously, the clear one with the purple handles on top.
420. What do we see in People's Exhibit 420?
People's Exhibit 420 is same angle as the previous shot, just rotated up. So now we can actually see the top portion of that tub that we had mentioned before on the left side of the photograph.
421. Now what do we see in 421?
People's Exhibit 421 is when the tub has been removed and placed in the basement living room so that we can inspect it better with flashlights to search for possible blood stains.
And did you do that?
I did do that, yes.
422. What do we see in 422?
People's Exhibit 422 is a photograph that I actually took during the evidence processing portion. So this was taken, I believe, a few days later in the lab with the evidence barcode label and is an overall photograph of the item.
For the record, People's Exhibit 423 is this plastic tub that we see in People's Exhibit 422.
All right.
424. What do we see in People's Exhibit 424?
People's Exhibit 424 is photograph. These are photographs taken in the lab. And what I've done in these is added the adhesive sticker scales that were used for those blood stains on the garage floor just to highlight them. And these are going to be close-up photographs showing stains that were visible on this tub.
So just to the left of this marker, we see what?
So between the purple handle and the sticker scale, we can see some visible stains consistent with possible blood stains.
425. What do we see in 425?
People's Exhibit 425 is another sticker scale, and this was placed to show the discoloration located at the corner of the tub all the way to the left.
426.
People's Exhibit 426 is that same corner. We've just rotated to the other side. And just based on the change in light, we can actually see that there's some discoloration on both sides of the corner.
427.
People's Exhibit 427 are some visible stains located to the left of the scale underneath the lid.
428.
People's Exhibit 428 is showing a stain on the right side of the tub in this photograph on the lip, the under part of underneath the lid.
429.
People's Exhibit 429 is a close-up. I believe we saw this particular stain. It might have been the first photograph that we showed. It's just a closer photograph.
430.
People's Exhibit 430 is an additional possible blood stain located on the edge after the lid was taken off.
431.
People's Exhibit 431 are some additional possible blood stains that are actually on the lip as well as the underneath portion.
And can you tell what kind of blood stains these are, whether they're transfer, drip?
So these appear consistent with a transfer stain. We can actually see the visible swipe marks that appear vertical on these stains.
And 432.
People's Exhibit 432 appears to me to actually be the same stains as the previous photograph, just pulled back a little bit so you can see more of it.
Now, do you know whether or not this tub actually went to a serologist, Sherry Holes, to do the swabbing and prepare it for DNA testing?
So this item was transferred directly to a DNA analyst. I believe I thought it was Donna Minogue, but if it was Sherry, I would have to double check the chain of custody.
But you didn't swab these blood stains?
No, so at the request of our DNA unit, they were photographed and then they wanted to collect the samples for their testing.
Now we can go to 433, please. What do we see in 433?
People's Exhibit 433 was the cardboard box we've talked about a couple of times now with the Amazon Prime tape and some of the Sharpie marks on it. And inside that box are 2 Apple iPhones. And on 2 sides of this box were stains that appeared to be possible blood stains.
434? Go ahead.
People's Exhibit 434 is a photograph taken in the lab. So we can see the evidence barcode label that was created. This is an overall photograph. And in the upper left portion of the corner to the left of the Amazon Prime tape, we can see 2 areas of stains.
Your Honor, for the record, 435 is the actual Amazon box. It's in evidence.
Okay.
436. What do we see in 436?
People's Exhibit 436 is a close-up of those 2 stains mentioned previously to the left of the Amazon tape.
And would these be transfer stains or some other type of stain?
They appear consistent based on some of the movement to be a transfer stain.
437. What do we see in 437?
People's Exhibit 437 is an even closer photograph of the lower stain to the left of the Amazon tape.
And People's Exhibit 438.
People's Exhibit 438 is actually the opposite side of the Amazon box and was some visible possible blood stains located there.
Transfer stain?
It appears consistent with a transfer stain with that movement and kind of filtering effect that we see.
So if this is in fact blood, would that be consistent with a bloody object rubbing against the box?
Yes, it would.
People 439. What are we seeing in People's Exhibit 439 now?
People's Exhibit 439 is inside that basement storage room. We can see the concrete floor and we can see Sharpie marks on the floor. So after all of the items had been taken out of the storage room, we did do Blue Star on the basement, and then the areas with the presumptive positive reaction were actually circled with Sharpies.
And did you photograph the Blue Star in the basement?
So there was an attempt made and we had a bit of a camera malfunction. And when that started happening, that's actually when I decided to go ahead and circle the areas where we had that reaction. The reaction was observed by 4 individuals, but that way we could have a visual of the areas that had that presumptive positive blue glow.
440. What do we see in 440?
People's Exhibit 440 is again a photograph of the floor of the basement storage room where we can see the circled Sharpie marks. We can actually still see some of the spray from the liquid Blue Star as well. But for point of reference, in the upper left corner, we can see kind of the 2x4. So that's actually where the entry was. So this actually spanned across the storage room to the northeast corner, kind of where a sump pump was located.
Could you use the pointer again and just kind of point out where the circles are? I don't know, maybe we can, I need to go over there and turn the lights down on that switch.
It's up to you. It's the green buttons there.
Which one?
Both of them.
That helps.
Oh,
Point out the
perimeter
circles now
lights.
and the-
So entry is going to be over here in the upper left, and we can see the furnace back here. So we have areas circled here spanning across the entire photograph all the way over to the lower right corner of the photograph.
Now, does that go towards where we saw that clear tub that you collected with the purple handles on January 29th, 2020?
From what I recall, it spanned again to the northeast corner, which is kind of toward the corner for reference where the red suitcase and that large carpet roll was. I would have to see another photograph to remember where that tub was on that at that time.
Okay. Let's go to 441, then we'll go back to that photograph, okay? What do we see in 441?
People's Exhibit 441 is actually a photograph to where we're seeing the northeast corner. So we can see the sump pump back in the upper right-hand corner. And we have the same area where we can see the Sharpie circles going into that corner, and you can actually still see some of the liquid spray marks around them.
We can go back to 407 now, please.
And if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next couple of minutes, please.
Yes, we're going to finish up with this and
Thought that was good.
okay, we have 407 up now. There's the red suitcase that you alluded to. Do you see the tub there?
Yes. So based on seeing this photograph and the proximity of the tub to that area, yes. So those did go in that general direction. That sump pump I had mentioned is actually just to the left behind all of those boxes.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. No. Ms. Bell, I'm going to have you step down. And because I have some things that I need to attend to. So I'll have you step down. You'll have to come back on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you back on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you mind if I go with those like that?
Yes, please. I was going to ask somebody to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you probably are tired of, but I still need to read it anyway. You've probably already guessed that there's been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone else. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. You still can patronize Amazon, but you just can't do anything about this case. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention. You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet. which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case. So I'm going to dismiss, or I'm going to send all of you, almost all of you, home right now. We have, as you know, we're referring to all of the jurors by numbers, and you guys are probably going crazy because your numbers keep changing. Every time you come back, you have a different seat number, and it's based upon where you are when you come back in that group and where you are seated. So in this case, I'm going to let everybody leave except for juror number 12, white hoodie, hoop earrings. I need her to stay for just a few minutes. Everybody else is excused. Enjoy your weekend. And juror number 12, if you can remain with us for a moment. All rise for the jury, please.
Guessing we won't hear any of that.
And juror number 10, if you just want to let yourself out.
Maybe. Let's see.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect that all of the jurors except for juror number 12 have left the courtroom. If we did our work right, I have the right juror. If we didn't, I apologize. I think you probably know why you might be here. Are you the juror that communicated to Mr. Combs that you knew one of the witnesses? Okay. You probably feel a little weird with everybody staring at you right now, but you did the right thing. Okay. This happens. Okay. It's really not that uncommon that somebody looks through the witness list and goes, I don't know any of these people. They don't recognize names. Names sometimes change. Sometimes they just don't remember the name, and then they see the face and they remember the person. And they do the right thing. They tell us that they know one of the witnesses. So who is it that you know, and how is it that you know that person?
So I know the expert witness, Stefanie Happ. I
Okay.
think it was her last name, distantly.
Okay. How is it that you know her?
So about 3 years ago, I was a worship leader at a church. My dad was the pastor. Stefanie's mother-in-law attended that church. Stefanie did not. Stefanie's mother-in-law is getting up in years and wanted to discuss with my father and I, as her pastoral staff, her wishes for her for her funeral. And she wanted to do that while she was still alive. So about 3 years ago, this person that attended our church gathered my father and mother and I at what turned out to be Stefanie's house, and along with her other children, to discuss her end of life wishes. So for about a couple of hours, we were in that home discussing funeral arrangements. And then we all greeted one another warmly, and I left.
Okay.
Then, as it turns out, last October, this same church member of ours had an adult daughter who passed away from stomach cancer. Because I was part of the clergy of this thing, Janice asked me to sing at her daughter's funeral. So I did that. And at that funeral, I saw Stefanie, greeted her, gave her a hug, told her I was very sorry for her loss, and we've gone our separate ways. So those are the 2 times that I have seen and spoken with Stefanie.
Okay. So I have to ask this question. Did you, and I know it's going to sound kind of foolish, but did you or did she mention anything about this case to you during either one of those instances? Do you or would you be able to judge her testimony just as you've been able to judge everybody else's testimony in this case?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about the context that you've had with her that would make you say, you know, I'm going to believe her because I know her, or I'm going to disbelieve her because I know her, something along those lines? Do you think that you can weigh her testimony just as you would weigh the testimony of any other witness in this case?
I do.
Do you believe that you can still remain fair and impartial? Do you believe you can still remain a fair and impartial juror in this case, even though you've had some contacts with one witness and not others?
I do.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room. I want you to wait there for a couple of minutes while I talk with the lawyers, and then I will get back to you. Okay. And what you can tell the jurors, if somebody asks, you can tell them that you had a discussion, or we had a discussion here, because you disclosed rightly that you recognized one of the witnesses after you saw them, and we had to ask you about that. Don't tell them who the witness was that you knew. Don't tell them what our conversation was, anything else like that. But at least this way they'll know what the conversation was, and they will know that the right thing to do in a situation like this is to say, hey, I know one of those witnesses, and let us know. Okay? All right. All rise for juror 12, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has left the courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in this case? Prosecution?
No, Judge. The juror was very conscientious, brought this information to us immediately, it sounds like. Talked about 2 passing interactions that she had with Ms. Happ some years ago, and indicates that she can still be very fair and impartial in this case, and is not going to give her any special deference or anything like that. So I don't think there's any reason from our perspective that she would be challenged for cause.
Defense?
I'm going to move to have her excused for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not alleging any bad faith or anything on the part of this juror, but it appears that it's more than a passing connection. It sounded, at least what I was gathering, it sounded like she was hoping to do end of life planning for Ms. Happ. I thought it was her mother, that there was a couple hour long meeting at the house, that there is a connection with a shared church, a religious connection. Part of the issue is, Your Honor, this is not just a lay or perceiving witness. This is an expert witness whose opinion these jurors are going to have to determine the basis of their opinion and how they value their opinion and so forth. So it's not just whether she would give her more credibility. It's also how that she would weigh her expert opinion on this. And it's expert opinion that is key to this case. Ms. Happ has identified the gun in question that she testified about as being the gun that actually killed Gannon Stauch. Furthermore, they're going to have later evidence that is going to put Ms. Stauch's DNA on that gun. And so this is the key connection of all the other, there's everything else is there's a lot of circumstantial. I mean, this is pretty direct tie with Ms. Stauch to the weapon that this witness is saying actually killed Gannon Stauch. So based upon that, I would say it's a little bit different situation because it's an expert and it's her opinion that she's going to be judging, and she does have a relationship with her. Further, Your Honor, I can say that that juror was one of the ones that we had a lot of debate on as far as whether or not to use a peremptory challenge on. It was down, she was our last one. It was her and another juror. Whoever we used our last peremptory on, the choice was between her and that juror. Had we known that she had this kind of connection with this expert witness, we would use a peremptory challenge on her. We're, I think, more than or close to halfway through this trial. We have 6 alternate jurors on this case. I think that it's a cleaner to excuse her at this time with our things and move one of the alternates on, and that way we can go forward.
All right. I want to think about this over the weekend. I'm also going to review her questionnaire again as well, and also the seating and strike chart to see where we were, or to see how the peremptories shook out. I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at 2 of those things, and then I will make a decision before we start trial on Monday.
Okay.
Go from there.
Yeah, we just have one other issue to bring up.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's come to our attention.
Hold on just a
Okay.
second. She can go ahead and go, and we'll see her back on that. Okay. Mr. Allen?
It's come to our attention that during I think mostly the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our family that are here for Gannon. And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process. One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's disrespectful to this process. And I would ask the court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Okay. I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand, the defendant is to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is. Ms. Stauch, what you need to understand is that I can control the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of, don't be making disrespectful gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that. You need to understand that if that continues, I can have you removed and the trial will continue without you. And you will sit in a holding cell in this building. And every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up to ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion, I'll just have you removed and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner. So I'll just leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. You can leave everything here. The only thing that I for sure want to have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into a locker somewhere or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see everybody 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
All rise.
She thinks it's so funny. Okay, let me adjust quickly. Okay, they're all gone. Wait. There we go. Wow. Love that judge. That was so nice. I was like, yes, you tell her. But she thinks it's hilarious. Now, I am going to have to review. Send me timestamps from the stream if you have it. Because some of you were saying it's from another stream. It's from this stream that she was doing it. I showed her the whole stream. You've got timestamps of that, show it to me or put out on Twitter a picture or whatever, or send me the picture take a screenshot, send me a picture on email. I don't know. I can just see her doing all sorts of hand things today. You know, I think she's bored and she's just being Letecia, you know, but I don't know. I haven't seen that. I saw here and there. She did a few things, but I'm not convinced that she's doing that, but we'll see. I'm glad it was addressed. So you say Colorado and Idaho an hour apart? Probably. So what a day. Yes. Sarah says, what a day. Wild ride. That was a wild ride, including seeing Letecia in that vehicle, in the van, attacking a deputy. That was quite interesting, right? Whew. Okay. Sorry, I'm just seeing a message from Mr. Grizzly saying Fury is absolutely wild. He's doing zoomies throughout the house. I think he's excited for me to be done for the week with the trial. That was wild, huh? Seeing Letecia maneuver her way out of those handcuffs and then attack a deputy. Oh my word, that was quite something. Never mind that what we saw before that was still the interrogation room and how she said she peed her pants a little bit. So now we know why she was stuffing tissues down her pants, because we always wondered. Wow. So, yes. Thank you so much. Tina Moose says, Grizzly, you've raised the bar on live stream court with your zoom in. Thank you. I leveled up. Thank you. Yes. And Peter Pranzo says, top notch judge. Absolutely. And that jury sounded so smart. I hope they keep her. I mean, of course, the defense is going to say that. Of course, they're going to do that. But I suppose rather than let the jury go because they've got 6 alternates, then have them appeal, have this defense appeal on something like that, right? The thing is, Eileen was saying while we were looking at all this evidence now this afternoon with Brooke Bell, a senior crime scene investigator from Colorado Springs, Eileen, what? Yeah, she broke the deputy's shoulder. Eileen was saying you were wondering what I'm thinking. I'm trying to make sense of what exactly Letecia did to Gannon. We know about, so again, trigger warning. We know about 18 sharp force injuries, blunt force trauma as well, which caused 4 lacerations on his head. And we know about him being shot at 3 times, missed twice, once hit. But the thing is, with this whole basement, the whole candle incident, and that piece of carpet we saw, that was very interesting to me. Something else happened there. And I just don't know exactly what it is. I want to quickly, before I go, I want to say trigger warning, because I want to just play this one more time. This is on my playlist. This is the audio. So if you can't listen to it, I understand. I'll see you back either this weekend. We'll do another stream of something, maybe. There's plenty of things, lots of crimes to talk about all the time, right? You know, I'm always busy here, Grizzly True Crime. So if you are not subscribed yet, subscribe, hit the bell. Then you'll see me hopefully this weekend as well. Otherwise, on Monday, we're back in court. But this audio, it's not for everyone. It's not nice to hear Gannon on it. But he says in other audio we heard that he's worried about his burns. But here he says, I'm bleeding. I worry about that. I worry that she's already caused some sharp force injuries on Saturday is what I was thinking. Sorry, on Sunday, the day before he was actually murdered. You know, that what if that was something impulsive and then she tried to cover that up and then thought, okay, no, this is not working. I'm just going to have to kind of finish the job, if you know what I mean. That's just pure speculation. Senate, welcome to membership. Check out the members only playlist if you have become a member today, because there is there's a lot of videos for you to catch up on there. Okay, wait, someone asked me something. Before I play it, I just quickly want to see this. Yeah, exactly. Can you check your... I check it mostly on Mondays. Thank you so much. I do think so. I have checked it today, this morning, but mostly I check because otherwise I'll be checking all day, every day. But I will check it. Thank you so much. If you did send me something, I really appreciate it. And thank you so much. Okay, so let's play this quickly. Okay, that gave us all a big fright because it's very loud. Sorry about that. Let me just turn mine down a little bit. It's loud, okay? It's loud. I made it loud so we can hear it. I forgot how much I boosted it. Okay, so let's listen.
I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? He did it! Okay, we promise. He promised. Pinky promise. Okay, alright, so, listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay? So, we figure out what we're gonna sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever. Because we gotta get it fixed, so lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it?
You see? I really wonder, man. Because this is from... and she said he cut his foot on Saturday. Then there was the hike on Sunday. Then Sunday night was this candle incident, supposedly. And then on Monday, she murdered him. So I'm wondering what on earth she all did from Saturday to Monday. It sounds very, very scary. I just want to see if there's anything else on here. No, there's nothing else on here. Oh, there's messages that were sent that says, do not panic, but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs and set the downstairs. I don't know what else it says. He's fine. He's scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Man, look, I've got a trigger bunny there already from 11 months ago. Look in the corner. There's the trigger bunny. Yes. Okay, and that we've already seen. So I just wanted to go over that one more time. If you haven't seen that, it's on my playlist. There's a Gannon Stauch playlist and there's a Letecia Stauch playlist. I made 2 so you can find it really easily if you're just searching for my playlist. Otherwise, it is linked in the description box for you. And this one is called Gannon Stauch Surveillance and Audio. And it's all time-stamped as well. So you can go re-listen to it there if you want to. Lisa says he sounds terrified. He really does. And it sounds like she's on purpose recording him after he's already injured somewhat from something. And he did say, remember in the other audio, now I wish I could just like put it together, or I need to know what exactly the timestamps of these are, because the other video we heard was him saying, I'm just worried about my burns. And she's saying, what are we going to sell? We could sell the couch. We can sell this and this. But in this one, he really doesn't, he sounds terrible. And he says, I'm bleeding, So yeah, Carrie says something bigger happened. And seeing that carpet and hearing Brooke Bell say that the 3 blankets had burned debris on it and dark burn debris, and the blankets were collected as evidence, and also the possible blood stains on the Amazon box and on that other container with the purple handle. I mean, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot that was going on, I think, in that house over the weekend. I really wonder. Oh man, I can't wait for Harley to testify. Please, she must know something, right? Because there's this hike on Sunday. No way. If that recording was made on Saturday, it could have been made on Sunday. I'm not sure when that one was made. Let's just secretly. I just want to see this. This is what is assumed to be the photo of the candle wax on the carpet. It's sourced from Reddit, so it is keep it speculative. Yeah. You see? And that's not even in the right location. Look. Cindy K, welcome to membership. So this picture, I mean, here we can see the blankets. See, now we got to piece it all together from what we saw today, because this is not the right location, is it? Not according to what I saw, right? Where she cut out that big patch. I don't know, man. It just doesn't. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. I don't know what all she did. Yeah, and that's the thing. Who puts a candle on the floor of a child's room, and who just leaves him with what, lighters or matches? He's 11 years old. Wow. Coffee Bar Lady said, thank you, Gislin, the best mods on YouTube. Yes, I agree. Thank you to the mods. Thank you so much. This has been a whole new level of how long we're live streaming, huh? Okay, so yeah, we've got all the surveillance there. We've got letters. Everything is on here if you do want to see it. Very worried about what all she did that weekend. I don't think it was as impulsive on Monday as we're thinking. That's what I was thinking about. My brain was going like, oh man, this was not something like quick, random, impulsive of being angry. It's almost like finish the job is what it feels like. I'm not sure, but yeah. Logical one says, where did the lamp go to? See the lampshade? Where did that go? Yeah. And what is on the couch? There's like a stain there as well. And that's the thing. Natalia Bella says, wasn't the candle white? Why is the stain dark red? It's weird, right? It's not right. David MC says, Grizzly, you should definitely be a private investigator. Oh, thank you. Carrie says, it's like she lit him on fire under the blankets. My heart breaks for Gannon. I just don't know what she did. And to me, it's almost very premeditated, or doing something is happening there on the Saturday or the Sunday. Definitely on the Sunday with this candle incident. Something's happening either to premeditate deleting him, or he found out something that she doesn't want him to know and he got punished for it. I don't know. It's just, I think something happened on the Sunday where she realized on the Monday, oh, no. Because that's when she already started booking him off from school and telling Al that, oh, he's knocked over a candle. The candle, I think it's a crap story. Really. Copper Horse says, and welcome Melissa Tooley to membership. Copper Horse says, it's been Trial Bubblus. If you guys don't know what Trial Bubblus is, go check out my second channel, and Lizelle and Karin will explain it to you. What is Trial Bubblus? Yes? Yeah, Letecia did all that. So on Sunday, she started panicking, booking him off school at 4:20 in the morning or so. Before 4 in the morning, she's booking herself off work and saying it's because her stepfather got hit by a car. That's a very extreme excuse. Like, she needed to be off. And then to load him in the car and drive him to Petco. Oh, man, I still want to know, what did she buy from Petco? What the hell was that? Because she said it was like 3 little dog outfits, even though they've got 2 dogs. What is she doing with the dog outfits? What else is she buying at Petco? Very odd. Yeah, Hush Puppy says that carpet alone suggests he was seriously wounded. That carpet was, Brooke Bell, senior crime scene investigator, said that patch there would have had significant heat and sustained heat to make that mark. They also said there was an unusual odor in Gannon's room and the odor of pet urine throughout the basement. That sucks, man. There were 2 dog crates in the basement as well. So, wow. Gannon in the basement downstairs, and it's not even hygienic because there's like dog pee everywhere. What? I don't know, but let's sleep on it, literally. We probably, I don't know about you, I probably want to dream about this. My brain will be trying to figure this out when I go to sleep. I'll wake up with trial bubblers for sure, you know, because when I'm trying to figure something like this out after everything we've seen now, I'm like, yeah, my brain's going to figure it out while I'm trying to sleep. Oh, yes, I'll be a private investigator in my sleep. Yeah, Elle says she murdered him, period. Vicky says, I think she poured candle wax on him again and tried to cover himself with the blankets, and she was probably flicking the light at him. I don't know what she did, but sustained heat like that on that carpet, we have to think about all that. Okay, well, we don't have to. If you don't want to, it's okay. But we'll talk about it again on Monday for court. And wow, Ange says those dogs stayed in the basement while she drove to Florida. Right? She just ditched the dogs and everything. Wow. All right, so we haven't seen the Petco video. No, it has not been shown yet. Are we going to see the video? I wonder. And she was apparently in Petco, like looking out the window the whole time, pacing up and down. And she went twice as well. So we are on the witness list. There's someone that works at the Petco that might be talking. So yes, Peter Pronzo says, try to wind down. I do have a foot bath and I do have a hammock. So I will try to wind down. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for me now. Actually, it's 1:20 in the morning. Oh, it's a PJ party now. Okay. I'm going to go. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Really appreciate it. If you haven't yet, subscribe, hit the bell so you don't miss out on whatever's happening, whether it's tomorrow or on Sunday. You know, usually there's something happening. Otherwise, latest Monday. Okay. Let me quickly turn off slow mode so that you can chat as fast as you want and say goodbye and chat it up. Just hold on 1 second. So you can subscribe for any duration. What does that mean? Okay, and now we're going to save that. Let's just see what you say. Here we go. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, and see you again soon. Bye.